Chapter 21 Saints Festival Part 1. /N. I still don't own anything here. Quirk name, Saints Flow. Abilities. Halo Veins. When activating his quirk, Izuku gains 2 sets of glowing lines that loosely resemble a nervous system all over his body. One set is lime green while the other is a dark violet. When his quirk is turned off, all the way the glowing lines, which Izuku has nicknamed Halo Veins, have faded out mint green and in faded out light violet glows to them. Super Strength. Unknown limit but allows to jump around at incredible distances. Increased durability as result. Can channel more energy to attacks to give more power but can result in pain or injury for Izuku. Super Speed. Currently can run at max speed of 120 km per hour. 33.3 meters per second. Healing ability. Can focus energy to heal self faster and others, but can leave the Izuku is used on tired after. Can give headaches if used too much in a short time. Blast. Charges up energy that user can throw like a projectile with different effects. Green Blast. Energy forms into a green ball that when it is thrown breaks upon impact with force and sends a small shockwave of force that pushes everything slightly away from where it hits. Purple Blast. Energy forms into a purple ball surrounded by purple flames. Flames do not burn user and burn out in a flash once blast impacts something. Flames disappear instantly but do burn anything near where the blast impacts. Mold. Blue energy that can be held like a solid object and molded into many things. Dense but lightweight. Can be used to bring things closer to Izuku or swing from object to object. If used for too long, or the mold takes damage, can lead to a mental strain on Izuku that begins with a nosebleed. Over time as Izuku has used it, bright blue lines gave form the ridges and lines on his hands and lower forearms. Electricity. Izuku can conduct yellow electricity inside of himself that he can release in any direction. If he charges up too much to release, he will short-circuit his bodily functions and be paralyzed momentarily. Usage has caused yellow arcs of electricity to start shooting around in his sclera. Can be used to give Izuku a quick boost of energy. Wings. Izuku has a pair of wings that can be materialized with a flown of energy or vice versa. Wings are green in color, and most feathers have small purple flames that are mostly harmless but give feathers a burnt appearance. Wings have own senses of feeling that Izuku gains instantly. Wingspan is 6 meters. Izuku has lost his wings since having them ripped out in the attack at USJ. Devil's Sight. In Izuku's left eye, there is an infusion of red energy stolen from the Nomu at USJ. Red halo veins cover the left side of his face in a crack-like design, even running through his left eye, leaving residential cracks of energy through his sclera and iris and leaving his pupil blood red. Through using this energy, his left eye can see better in the dark, but everything is in shades of red. A flash of light will be more blinding than usual and will shut off the eye momentarily. Ping. Izuku can release a small amount of energy using his red halo veins and locate any nearby saints or demonic powers. However, when he does this, every person with powers like his in the area can feel his energy as well. Only Izuku can see where the others are with this. Anyone caught under it is just aware of his ping and general area. Transformations. Izuku channels more energy from the halo that activates a new state or transformation. Currently, Izuku has 2 transformations and 1 unknown. Transformation, Saint's Rage. Izuku activates all abilities at once, forcing him and the halo into a state of higher work. Can cause extreme exhaustion in Izuku and requires a long cool down. Physical changes involve purple flames coming from his eyes and his skin taking on a purple hue. Transformation, Saint's Demons, only accessed by extreme stress or anger. Izuku loses all sense of reasoning and control and becomes extremely violent. All of Izuku's abilities are locked off, and he only has access to increased super strength, super speed, and healing ability. Gains long claws for fingers that are extremely sharp. Physical changes include black leathery skin. Halo veins all become thicker with only a dark purple fluid. Horns that go back across his head and his eyes become solid black orbs that cause fear in anyone who sees them from all of the malice Izuku gives off in this state. A flat part of the left horn is permanently sticking out of Izuku's skull, believed to be there because of the TED energy. This transformation is extremely dangerous for Izuku to use because he has no control over himself and will attack anything he sees. Transformation. Nothing is known about this transformation yet except that it might be triggered by inverse emotions of his Saint's Demon's transformation. Theorized to be an angelic transformation. Previously on the Heroic Saint. I love you, stupid. Momo did something she had been wanting to do for a while, and kissed Izuku on the lips. The action caught Izuku off guard, but not even a second later he returned it. In that moment Izuku was the happiest he had ever been in his life, and gold liquid filled his halo veins completely before his body gave off a golden light. The two didn't separate for a few seconds, not even caring about the golden glow that was trying to break into their closed eyes. When they did separate, they finally noticed Izuku's transformation. Izuku, you're gold, was Momo's intelligent observation. Izuku's skin was now tinted slightly gold and gave off a glow of that same color. His halo veins were a more vibrant yellow now as well. His hair even had the good glow. The power of his transformation made his hair levitate just enough that it looked like it was caught in a breeze of wind. Izuku's eyes had turned in pure white orbs, contrasting his demonic form's black, and had sense of kindness to them. Oh, I am. Izuku gave a surprised response. He was more focused in the fact that he just got kissed by Momo, and it was the best feeling he ever had. Then he felt something weighing on his back. Your why? The Morningstar descendant had a wide set of eyes as she saw two post limbs of Izuku's back in their former glory. Izuku turned his head and gained a shocked expression. My wings. Izuku's old wings that had been torn out by the Nomu at USJ were back in their original colors of emerald green feathers and the purple harmless flames that coated them. The wings had that same golden glow that everything else in his transformation had, but they were the same beloved limbs he had lost a week prior. Do they work? Momo asked. Izuku was still looking at his wings like it was taking all of his thought power to understand that his wings were there. After spending a lot of time just accepting that they were gone. How were they even back? How? Izuku looked at Momo and noticed that scar she had from his demonic transformation where tried to kill his dad was gone. Momo, your face. What? The scar is gone. The girl touched where she was struck before and didn't feel the jagged scar anymore. Her skin just felt smooth. Is it your transformation? I think. Izuku didn't know for sure. Maybe this form give me advanced healing? And since you haven't actually let go of me, I have it by physical contact? Momo thought aloud. What? Izuku looked down and noticed he was still holding her by her hips before he turned red and let go.
I saw it.
Momo gave him a dead look in response. I just profess my love for you, and you get embarrassed by holding my sides? Izuku garred an embarrassed smile. Oops. Does it help that I love you too? Better be glad you're adorable. She replied with heavy blush. How do I have my wings back exactly? Izuku asked. Your transformation must have restored them. It also healed my scar most likely. Wait, how come I still don't have my middle finger then? The saint held up his left hand that was still missing its entire finger save for the portion of the first joint it still had. Maybe it just heals scars from demonic attacks, and it patched up your back, which was what was blocking you from accessing your wings again? Momo said like she was unsure of it. So we don't know for sure? Maybe it was a divine being thinking you don't need to be flipping people off with that hand. I still have part of the finger, so I can still technically do it. Izuku wiggled the bit of his finger he still had. I can't believe you are more worried about your finger than your wings. The Morningstar sighed. Oh, I'm getting to that. Izuku gave her a sly grin. I don't like that look. Momo actually loved that look, but it meant Izuku had something planned. I owe you a dance, right? His grin didn't drop for a second. Izuku, what do you dash? Momo got cut off as Izuku grabbed her, pulled her in for a kiss, and used his returned wings for the first time to lift them off of the ground. A few minutes later, Izuku landed on the roof of the Yaoyorozu estate. He enjoyed flying for the first time in a week, a really long week at that. His Saint's Grace transformation had ended, but they figured they can test its capabilities later. Izuku was just happy his wings didn't need the transformation to be of use. He could summon it, make his wings vanish like he used to. Let's not do that again for a minute, Momo said as she sat down. She wasn't worried about the flying, but more so too flustered by their dancing during it and was trying to calm down from that. She didn't even know if it could be considered dancing at all when it was really just them flying and making out. I'm fine with that. Izuku plopped down onto his back, his wings stretched out. His face was red from how bold he just was. I got my wings back. I know. I can't believe I have my wings back. I can. I'm glad you have them. I missed these bad boys. Momo gained a frown when the memory of Izuku screaming in pain when he had his wings ripped out in the first place. That scream honestly still shook her to her core. Please don't lose them again. I don't wanna. They were silent for a minute before Izuku spoke again. You're going to make me not use them at the sports festival, aren't you? Yes. Momo nodded as she looked at Izuku on the roof next to her. We still have enemies, and you should only use it when it is absolutely necessary, so they don't know you have them back yet. You're too responsible and logical. I'm making up for your lack of common sense. I am still your bodyguard. You can't insult your bodyguard. Wasn't trying to. I was saying I am covering your weaknesses for you. I have no weaknesses. Really? Momo asked with a raised eyebrow. So what made you lose focus and crash into a pole during our last class with All Might? Izuku's half-closed eyes snapped open, and he turned red. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, you do. Something threw you off. No. Izuku, you crashed into a pole and were too embarrassed to look at any of us. That wasn't me. I will tell everyone it was something stupid. So you would lie about it if you don't get the truth. Not really. I was hoping you would just tell me. I'm not saying. You said you were distracted. What distracted you? Momo asked. Izuku contemplated flying away from the rooftop right then, but she might just make more of a hassle out of it. Admitting it would be the safest solution. I saw something. We know you were distracted, but what was it? While the moon looks beautiful tonight, doesn't it?
Izuku no.
Momo sighed, not changing the subject. Fine, what it was. While the moon looks beautiful tonight, doesn't it? Momo had a flat look. Izuku.
Fine.
I was looking at Gatyrus. Izuku said the last part really fast. What? I didn't get that. The Morning Star descendant didn't actually hear it properly. I was looking Gatyrus. Izuku said it too quietly and quickly. Izuku. She was gaining an annoyed look because she couldn't hear him. Izuku looked at his bare wrist. Why would you look at the time? Momo flicked the leader of the saints on his nose. Just tell me, geez. It can't be that bad.
Fine.
I was looking at your ass. Izuku stopped facing her completely red. My. Momo blushed. Then she snorted in slight laughter. You crashed into a pole because of my rear? Oh haha, it is so funny. Momo was laughing to show that she did find it funny. The Might leader of the Saints' biggest weakness is a butt. Well, it's not my fault your ass is so nice. Izuku had turned so red during the course of this conversation. You are so red. Momo laughed. I'm leaving you on the roof. Izuku flew away. Izuku, come back. Momo shouted while laughing. A few minutes later, the two were down by the party again. Izuku had put away his wings into the halo. There you two are. Miss Yaoyorozu found them. I was wondering where you went after you assaulted that other boy. Izuku gained a different kind of embarrassed look than the one he had moments ago. Sorry, Miss Yaoyorozu. I don't need to hear the explanation again. I am already aware of his words that set you off. While I believe putting him through a table wasn't appropriate, I approve of defending Momo like you did. I'm sorry about the table and any food on it. Izuku apologized again. I will let it be excused this one time, I suppose. Just don't make a habit of it. My only habit is gambling, and the fun police here, Izuku pointed at Momo, says I can't do it. Gambling is bad. The girl responded. Okay, fun police. You ran into a pole. Momo said it knowing he would shut up, which he did with a red face. Kurenai Yaoyorozu gained a smile seeing the two kids interact. She thought it was cute and similar to her and Jean. You two might want to say goodbye to Jean, and then get going back to your dorms if you want to get there before curfew. I did promise Eri I would be back tonight, Izuku said.
Eri.
Kurenai asked. Would that be the child mentioned in your spectacle earlier this week? She would be ticked if it was another girl Izuku was talking to because for the sake of her daughter Kurenai, would crush Izuku in that case. Yeah, she is kinda like the little sis of our class. Izuku nodded. Please, you are totally her dad. Momo corrected him. Yeah. The halo-bearing teen nodded. I'm just her dad. Well then you should get ready. Kurenai mused how wrong she was with her first impression of Izuku just being a hoodlum. He was a questionable kid for sure, but he was also a good kid. After a bit, the two were now standing in front of the estate ready to go. Momo had said bye to her father, and they talked for a minute, also explaining to her parents that the wave of energy was Izuku getting a transformation based on happiness. All right, so I want to fly home, Izuku stated as he tapped his shades into goggles, something he enjoyed doing. You just got them back. Do you think you can handle that distance? I am a natural with these bad boys. The teen boasted as he let his wings come to life, filling the air behind him. They had no more golden light to them, suggesting it was only like that during the transformation. Hope you are better flying than you are running. Momo joked. I'm leaving you to a limo ride for that. Izuku began to slowly beat his wings enough to get off the ground.
Izuku, I'm joking.
She grabbed his arm. I enjoy flying. More than a limo? I don't know if I am more comfortable than those seats, and I don't have drinks in me. Well yet. Shut up. The girl grinned. Let's get going. Aight. At ludicrous speed. Izuku grinned because he knew Momo was going to tell it him later for what he was about to do. At what dash? Momo asked before Izuku immediately swept her off of her feet by carrying her and fly off at a fast speed towards UA. Hisashi finished writing the letter, ignoring the pain in the 3 jagged cuts that ran across his face. They had been bandaged up after his son attacked him, and he didn't let the doctors fix them properly. He purposely let them be that slightly ever-living bit of painful to be a reminder to him of what he considered his biggest mistake. He had work to do in the form, and what follows it will surely be a path it won't be easy to follow. Hey, we're home. Izuku shouted as he opened the door for Momo to enter first, them holding hands as they. Izuku had finally gotten to have a bet with Momo, mostly because she felt really confident that she would be the correct one in the bet. The bet was to see if the others would react more to one of the 2 changes from their outing. Momo said that they would flip out more over his wings being back, and while he loved the limbs, he said that it would cause more uproar if they walked in holding hands like the couple they finally were. Hello. Hanta was the first to say anything. He didn't turn around though because he was wrapping Denki up in his tape. Oh shit, boss. Denki looked at Izuku. Your wings are back. Real shit? Hanta turned around. A loud gasp was heard. It was Mina pointing at Izuku and Momo's hands that were wrapped around each other. Uncensored hand-holding. Oi. Achiko had a grin. You finally did something. Yeah. Premarital hand-holding.
Mina exclaimed.
How dastardly. Katsuki had a blank expression as he said that dryly. Whoa. Hand-holding is a serious matter, Dynamite. Denki replied. Why is he covered in tape? Izuku asked, pointing at the electric blonde. Lost a bet. Hanta replied as he turned around to wrap more tape around his friend. Unwrap him. Momo sighed. But, Nito. Hanta looked to the one for all inheritor who was left in charge. Nito shrugged. They're the leaders and they are back. I lost power. Can we stick him to the ceiling? Izuku asked. Momo whacked his arm. Izuku. The halo-bearing teen got a defensive look. But sticky tape.
No.
Sticky tape. Izuku, we are unwrapping him. Sticky tape. You ran into a pole. Izuku turned red. One of these times that won't work. I'll milk it until then. Momo stated. I wanted to stick you to the wall. Hanta had a disappointed look as he unwrapped Denki. Did we all just skip over the hand-holding? Mina was standing on her chair pointing at Izuku and Momo, still holding hands. We also skipped over the fucking wings. Katsuki stated. Yeah, I got my wings back. Izuku had a grin. Later. We are on the hand-holding. Mina wasn't going to let this just go on without being the biggest deal of the day. Are you guys finally dating? Toru asked from her spot in the kitchen. Does it count as dating if there hasn't been a date? Izuku turned to Momo. I think today counted as a date. Momo wanted it to count so that they were dating by all counts. The leading saint turned back to face his invisible classmate and nodded. Yeah, we're dating. Ah, nice, now we can go on double dates. The invisible girl got excited. It's like we aren't dating, Kyoka said flatly as she looked at Nito next to her. You guys are dating, but you guys are squares. Toru stated. We're squares? Nito asked. You did say on day one that you basically do a job of keeping Izuku from being an idiot. You've been slacking, by the way. Izuku added. I don't think I am a square. Kyoka responded to the claim. Compared to boss, you kinda are. Toru replied. Well, that's not a fair comparison when I go out of my way to be stupid sometimes. Izuku stated. We all are squares compared to the boss. Hell yeah. I'm a big ass circle. The leading saint nodded. Would everyone stop changing the subject off of them dating? Mina asked. It was expected, so we are all Ijiro said. However, those wings. How'd they come back? I got my gold transformation. Izuku explained. It healed my back up better than ever, and I guess reset my wings to being back with me. The Nomu must have erased my connection to them, and the transformation brought them back. Same as usual wings? Like nothing changed? Denki asked. Yep. And the transformation I am dubbing Saint's Grace. It fits because that one feels like a graceful transformation, especially compared to my demonic one. Does it change your mind, or you lose control like the demonic one? Tsuyu asked. In control. I actually feel clear-minded in it. Good. Saint's demons being uncontrollable is bad enough. Achiko stated. How did you get access to the Saint's Grace? Tinya asked. Izuku really didn't want to admit he had a moment of basic self-implosion to them. Thankfully, Momo answered. I told him I loved him and kissed him. Momo skipped the previous part of that event. On.
Mina cooed.
That's so romantic. If you kiss me, do I get wings? Ijiro asked Toru with a great in before she put a biscuit she was baking in his face. I didn't get wings. She replied. We don't need them to be cool. I don't need them either, but I love them regardless. Izuku said. That's how we feel about Pinky. Katsuki joked. Yeah. Mina agreed before she realized what he meant. Hey, I will fight you. Pfft. Please, it wouldn't be a fight. The explosive blonde scoffed. Yeah, it'll be me committing a massacre. Mina boasted, while Katsuki rolled his eyes. No fighting in the dorms. Momo said, even though she doubted they would at all. Yeah, we have a garden. Izuku nodded at his words before Momo smacked him over the head.
No.
I thought you said no fighting in the dorms? Izuku looked at her, rubbing the smacked area. Does one hit really count as a fight? Ijiro asked. If I slap Denki before untying him, does it count? Hanta asked. A fight implies he could attack back. Toru pointed out. I can totally fight back like this. Denki defended himself. I still have teeth. If that fails, just talk until their brain cells commit mass suicide. Kyoka laughed. If that worked, then everyone Glowstick has ever met would be as dumb as him. Katsuki stated. I am hurt. Izuku fake cried. In my spleen. Why the spleen? Achiko asked. Don't encourage him. Nito sighed. That's where I feel my emotional pain. Wouldn't that be the heart or brain? Achiko asked another question. I dunno about that. Izuku shrugged. I'm just built different. Built like an idiot. Momo deadpanned. Yeah, but you're the one who confessed their love for this idiot Sone. Izuku stuck his tongue out at her. She gave a slightly annoyed and amused look back. What does the spleen actually do? Denki asked. It fights infection and keeps our body fluids in balance. Mezu answered. Dude, we learned about it yesterday in class. Hanta had a flat look at his electric friend. Bold of you to think I retained that knowledge. Denki pointed his now free hand at his tape using friend. Where's Eri? Izuku asked. With Yui. Katsuki pointed towards the garden. I'd see you guys. Izuku immediately left for the garden. See you guys. Momo gave everyone a smile as she turned to follow Izuku. Mina turned to the others. You all prevented us from hearing the juicy details. Saying that like, we weren't going to be on that later. Toru replied. I'm going after those details, but later.
Eri.
Izuku opened the glass door to the garden and saw his favorite 6-year-old. Eri, who was with Yui by some flowers helping her water and tend to them, dropped her pail of water and got happy. Izu. She ran up to him. You're back. Then she noticed his wings. You have wings.
Ye ido.
Izuku grinned. How did they return? Yui asked in curiosity. I got my newest transformation. Izuku answered. You two are dating then? The quiet saint asked. We didn't even get to say it ourselves. Momo replied. I figured with it being the gold liquid, it had to be an inverse of the anger he got for his demonic transformation. You two were on a date, so it made sense to assume that. It really wasn't a date at first. Izuku stated. But it is now, so it is always a date. Shush. Izuku put his hand against Yui's mouth, an action that annoyed her mildly. No using logic and smarts here. Can you fly? Eri was trying to poke a wing without touching the fire. I definitely can. It's fun. I want to fly. Let's go then. Not until you get properly readjusted to your wings. Momo stated as she stopped Izuku in his tracks. Right. Izuku nodded. I'll add that to my training before the Saints Festival. It's called the Sports Festival Izuku. Not when the Saints will be running the show. You can't use your wings there. It was mentioned you lost your wings, so keep them properly hidden until needed. But dang, you're right. Izuku gained a downcast look. Damn, I really can't flex them, can I? I wouldn't. And you are the smart one, so damn. Izuku snapped his fingers. I'm still taking Eri for a joyride sometime this week. After you get more accustomed to them. Momo said with a tone suggesting she wasn't taking any argument. Oh, for sure. He looked at Eri. At most it should be 3 days. I can't wait. Eri was practically bouncing. The next day was uneventful for the most part. Mostly just the class taking it easy and relaxing at the dorms. There was only one big thing that happened, and it happened around noon. Guys. Ijiro got everyone's attention as he entered the commons. It has been a good tense week of you guys missing the left side of my face, but now I get to take the bandages off. Finally. Toru replied. Now, I won't be dating a half-mummy. She had a playful smirk. Granted, no one could see it since she was invisible. Now he's gonna be burnt crocodile. Denki joked. Why a crocodile? Ijiro gave an odd look as he was beginning to loosen his bandages. You have Crocs. Hanta indicated to the footwear. You have become Croc Man if the class. Okay, I guess. The red had an amused expression. Now, without any further ado, he took the bandages off of his face in one motion, and everyone saw his scars. The majority of the right side of Ijiro's face was indeed scarred a deep red from his burns, with odd cracks running across the burns as an effect of his hardening quirk. The scars had a tough look, like if you touched them they would feel hard. True to what Ijiro said the week prior, his hair on the left side of his head was revealed to be shaved down, but it was already back to growing. The rest of his hair wasn't spiked up anymore, so it wouldn't look as odd until he had all of his hair back at a good length. When Ijiro removed the bandages from his arm, everyone could see that the burns just stayed the same in appearance as his face did, the scars running all the way up to his hands and fingers. Well? Ijiro asked with a look of hidden embarrassment. He was just a little bit self-conscious of his scars and was wondering how his class would react. Hot. Toru replied. Like a badass. Katsuki added. A hot badass. Toru added to his words. Dude, it looks cool how your scars all look like basically red rocks. Denki spoke up. It looks hot. Toru was biting her lip. Okay, girl, damn. Mina gave her best friend an odd look. We get it now that you like how he looks. It just... Toru was blushing hard and thanking the Lord that she was invisible to hide that. It looks really hot. You didn't say that about my scars. Izuku looked at Momo, who put a couch pillows against his face. Stupid, I said something at my house. Now you touched something. Izuku remembered how long her hand was on his face when she first saw his red halo veins and horn. Whoa, that's naughty talk. Hanta made a timeout hand motion. No freaky business in the commons. Denki added. From anyone in a relationship? So does that give freedom to those of us not in a relationship to be freaky? Minoru raised his hand to ask the question. Please no one be freaky. Tenya pinched the bridge of his nose. Freaky business is a no-go. Izuku announced. Says the one that spooned his girlfriend. Katsuki mumbled from the kitchen. Why our dash? Momo cut herself off from what she was going to ask. Get a new topic to talk about. What's a better topic to discuss than freaky business? Minoru asked. Legos. Achiko, Denki and Hanta answered at the same time. I see you are people of culture as well. Achiko nodded in approval at the two guys. The next morning, Izuku shot up in a cold sweat, cursing under his breath as he got up and wiped the sweat from his brow. That time the nightmare felt way too real. Izuku could still feel everything that had happened. He wasn't just there in the area during the nightmare this time. He was directly involved in it. His actions were his own, but they felt guided by hate, and it felt wrong, like something in him was panicking the entire time in the nightmare. Why was he panicking? He was in some sort of building and kept attacking people as he ran through it. It didn't make sense that he was feeling a panic like that when he seemed like he one who should be making others panic, since it looked like he was just destroying them. What was worse was that it looked like he was covered in a black layer of skin that was leathery, like his saint's demon's form. A paranoid part of Izuku was worried about these nightmares. They all felt like real events, and all seemed to have to do with him. Why? Was the halo leaking some sort of future-seeing ability that he doesn't have? Was it trying to warn him? Izuku shook it off. There wasn't any way that was it. This was just some weird set of dreams that he had from stress or something, right? Later that day, on the way back to the dorms from class, Nito got Izuku's attention. Hey, did you notice what happened? The blonde asked. You mean Denki sticking a pencil to the ceiling? No, not that this. He held his phone towards Izuku so he could see an article. Izuku only read the headline and then blinked in surprise. Spitfire Hisashi Midoriya steps down as a pro-hero for unknown reasons. What? Izuku grabbed the phone to read it more. As much as he didn't like his father, the man spontaneously dropping his hero career was seriously something. Earlier today, the pro-hero Spitfire, who was ranked number 9 in the hero charts of Japan, had announced he was leaving his career as a hero. When asked why Spitfire only have the odd answer of, I don't deserve the title, Spitfire had new injuries from an unknown fight, 3 scars running across his face, and it can be assumed that whatever event gave him those scars also made him question his career as a pro-hero. Izuku stopped reading. His father actually quit his job? Why? Was it because of Izuku? He shook his thoughts. That man shouldn't matter to Izuku after what happened. You okay? Nito asked. Doesn't affect me. Izuku tried to play off his confusion. Infine. All Might. Hisashi got the man's attention as he left the police station. All Might stopped for a second in confusion. Why was this man here? He should remember All Might being one of the people that was there when he and his son had that altercation last week. He didn't like this man but was kind of curious, admittedly, why the man actually did drop from his hero career. He was also curious about the scars Hisashi had. Why did they look like they weren't treated as best as they could be? Spitfire, how are you? As much as he really hated what this man did to his son, he still had some politeness to him. I am not a hero anymore, so that title doesn't belong to me. Hisashi seemed a bit nervous. He held 2 letters to All Might. I am just delivering these. I can't nor think I should be the one to actually deliver them, so I am asking you to. This one is unmarked. The blonde hero remarked. He felt bad about seeing the one that had Izuku's name on it. That's for whoever is the proper father. Hisashi admitted. I just assumed you would know. His real father figure passed away last year. All Might didn't know why he bothered telling him that. Can you at least give him the letter? Hisashi asked. I know I don't deserve it, but if he at least receives it, I will be thankful. He has the sports festival in less than 6 days. The 8th holder of One for All said. I will not give it to him till after so that he doesn't lose focus on his training and friends. Truthfully, All Might felt like not handing it to him at all, but he will keep it with him. He was also going to read the other letter to see what this man had to say, feeling suspicion it might be an act to get Izuku. Thank you, All Might. Hisashi gave a nod of his head and left. All right, Saints, listen up. Aizawa said that Friday at the end of the school day. He had just gone to calling the class by their group name, since they all definitely responded to it. Truthfully, he liked the kids being in that group. Granted, he didn't really approve of the Saints from G's original timeline when he heard about them a few days prior, but this version was good. The kids all were growing in good ways, even if one of them seemed to just attract situations to himself. This weekend, do not work yourselves too hard. On Monday, you have the sports festival to participate in, and I know how much you all have been working for it. It would be a waste if you tired yourself out right before it. I planned on getting tickets for my parents and heading home anyways. Katsuki shrugged. They don't have tickets this late. They'd be gone by now. Aoyama stated. We figured you kids would want a ticket for all of your parents, so they have some. Front row seats as well? So Midoriya gets to see her son be an idiot up close. Katsuki joked. Hey, I was planning on just being dumb, not an idiot. Izuku defended himself. I'm assuming Eri has one? She has one. Aizawa nodded. At the festival, you will be in just your gym clothes. That way the kids in the hero course classes don't have a huge advantage over the others with their outfits and gear. Can we add a purple stripe to our gym clothes? Izuku asked innocently. It's not like a huge change or anything, just a way to show we are the Saints and such. Won't we be bigger targets then? Hanta asked. We are already big targets. Fumikage stated. This can show we Saints are baddies, and will proudly show how cool we are. Mina spoke up. Can we do it? Izuku asked again. The tired teacher made a sighing sound. I will ask Nizu, since it will be a change to your actual school gym clothes. Oh, sensei, I kind of forgot all week, but I got a new transformation. Izuku made a slightly embarrassed smile when he said that. I think it's the positive flip of that demonic one. Can you control yourself in it? Aizawa wasn't conscious at USJ when Izuku went ballistic, but Present Mike had definitely said enough for him to get a picture of how bad it was. He didn't want Izuku to have another transformation he couldn't control. Oh yeah, I feel fine in it. I actually have been using it at night to check what it can do. The bell rang at that point, signaling the end of the school day. Leave a paper for me, and I will make note of it. Aizawa laid down in his sleeping bag. Does that bell dismiss us or signal his nap time? Ijiro asked. It was now the day of the sports festival, and the entirety of 1A was too excited and had all woken up early and were already prepped in their gym clothes, being told they would head straight for the stadium from their classroom where they would just have attendance. Nizu had allowed a purple addition to the gym clothes of the class, making the area that was blue around the neck and shoulders upper chest above the white U a violet color. Boss, I don't think the necklace and shades are allowed. Mezu said as Izuku sat at the table he and Achiko were at. Damn, I guess. Izuku rubbed the necklace. After the purple request for our clothes, I guess I should at least not wear this. Not the shades too? Achiko asked. I won't remove them. He looked at Eri next to him. Hey Eric, want to have some ice around your neck? That would be cold.
Eri responded.
Izuku had an amused look. I meant the necklace. I can't wear it during the festival, I suppose, so why don't you? Okay. Eri didn't even question it and got happy when he handed the gold necklace to her. She's repping now. Izuku commented. Are you sure we can't just flex a little? Katsuki asked as he, Ijiro, and Momo walked out of the garden and inside. I finally got used to my buff ability. And my bull rush is awesome. Ijiro added. Guys, there might be people watching the festival that might be our enemies. Fucking. Katsuki responded. We are supposed to be badass saints. Who says we need the element of surprise like that? To be fair, I randomly jumped into things at USJ and lost a finger. Izuku wiggled the stub of his middle finger. As much as I want to flex my Beats boast, we should keep them under wraps. Kyoka stated. The boss can't use his wings. Think how annoyed he is about that. Really annoyed. The leading saint agreed. Although I might slip with one of my abilities. What? Momo asked. My Saint's Grace. I am actually decent at summoning it on command like Saint's Rage, but sometimes if I get too happy it just turns on. So don't be happy, ho. Katsuki said flatly. I am not happy because you called me a hoe. Cry about it. I will. Izuku made fake tears. Hello, Saints. Tenya said as he came back inside. He had a slightly upset look. What's wrong, man? Minoru looked up at who he actually considered his closest friend as a saint. It's nothing. I was hoping my brother would come to the sports festival, but he said he had to be on a case in Hosu still. It's okay because he said he was recording it to see me. Hey, then you get to watch it with your brother and watch as his jaw drops at your awesomeness. Denki said, yeah, at least your brother cares, man. Minoru remembered his own older brother who was just a dick. Thanks, Minoru. Tinya smiled. Hey guys, let's get going. Nito stood up as he saw the time. Yep, let's go. Izuku jumped up and clapped his hands. A man was standing in a crouched position on the corner of a rooftop. He had multiple blades strapped to him and a red and tattered scarf and headband. He was gazing around the building tops when he heard the sound of movement behind him. Kaizo Makaguro. A gruff-sounding man announced himself as he walked towards him from a dark portal. The bladed man known as Kaizom turned, and Tana looked at this man. The man was massive and muscular, enough that it could be questioned if he could fight All Might for a bit on equal ground. He had a custom-made green suit on, underneath an open trench coat with a hood that partially hid what looked like a lucha mask with green and red designs. You are a hard man to locate. Or do you prefer Stain? The bladed man threw a knife at this masked man and watched as the man simply moved out of its path. Achitsi, don't be like that. Who are you? Kaizome, or Stain asked with an intense look. I'm just here for a business investment. You have a similar goal to my boss as heard through the grapevine. You want to remove false heroes from our society to clean it. So does my boss. Stain narrowed his eyes. What do you want? My boss just thinks that there should be a trade. He gives you a boost, and you, in return for the generous offer, erase a group of false heroes. Who are these heroes? Stain asked in interest. The masked man grinned, knowing a deal was definitely going to be made. He held up a medallion that he was to offer the hero killer Stain. An orange medallion with what appeared to be a white tribal-styled stencil of a stag's head on it. They are called the Saints. You can make them suffer if you want. It would actually be preferable. The blade-wielding villain put away his sword and gazed at the medallion. I still have things to do here in Hosu. You don't have to drop your goals. That would ruin the fantastic job you are doing of getting rid of false heroes. You are patronizing. Stain narrowed his eyes. I get that a lot. The masked man didn't even hide his smugness. He held the medallion out still. So are you interested? What is the point of this? Stain looked at the medallion. Call it a token of power. The masked man grinned. All right, class, I want you all to remember one thing before I leave. Aizawa was looking at his class in the big locker room the class had at that point, which was kinda useless with them all coming to the event in their gym clothes, but luckily Momo made them bring spare clothes. Don't overdo it. Overdo what? Izuku asked. For you a lot of things. The teacher responded. Don't rub it in the other classes' faces when you win. I know there is a whole war of the classes, but you are all still UA students and heroes in training. Heroes don't, or shouldn't, have petty arguments that lead to bigger problems. Momo added at that point. Also remember the rules on our special powers. Aizawa nodded. Since you all decided to have enemies from the get-go, that is wise. He opened the door so he could leave. I know you guys will do well. Midoriya, please keep your antics to a minimum. The teacher was still mildly annoyed about Izuku's masturbation jokes at USJ. I can't promise that. Izuku replied. Maybe a medium? I'll take it. The man sighed and left. Well guys, we got Sensei's belief in us. Hanta grinned. Well yeah, he saw us at USJ. Mina said. He knows our skills and has faith in us. I'm going to blow it. Izuku groaned as he out his head against the table. Now that he told me not to be dumb, I want to be dumb. God, you're like a child. Katsuki said flatly. Is it that hard to act mature? Kyoka asked.
No.
Yes. Izuku sighed. Man, I don't trust myself to not say something stupid. Just don't put yourself in the spotlight. Nito said, even though he felt that it would be inevitable that he would get attention and say something dumb in front of the entire audience. It's time to get to the gate, Nito announced, having been told when they all should get to the entrance to the field. Hello, ladies and gents. The teacher present mic was heard over the speakers. Oh God, he is the one announcing everything. To rewind. We're gonna go deaf. Kyoka was holding her ears. It is now time for those kids you all have been waiting to see show their stuff enter the field. There was a pause as he waited for the classes to all give a signal to say they were ready. Starting IFF with the kids who have fought villains, they showed those bad guys what's what, got back up and are ready to show they won't back down. It's Class 1A. The class of saints all walked out of the tunnel and into the bright daylight and the sights of the stadium of people. That's a good hype up. Ijiro grinned as they walked. He didn't mention us being saints. Izuku pouted only for a second before he was grinning again. Oh well, now we get to make a bigger deal of it. They are tough, they got grit. They are gonna show they have just as much if not more skill as the others. It's Class 1B. Present Mike announced the next class, who were exiting from a similar tunnel in the other side of the large field from 1A. Present Mike announced the rest of the classes, but with just slightly less enthusiasm. The hero course classes, as much as it should be an equal situation, were always the main focus of the sports festival. This year it was even more noticeable when the focus was even more on Class 1A for surviving the attack at USJ. Now everyone welcomed the chief referee for the freshman stage this year. It's UA's very own super sexy R-rated hero, Midnight. The woman in question hopped up onto the stage in front of all of the gathered students and struck one of her infamous provocative poses in her equally provocative hero suit. Everyone play fair, or I'll have to punish you. She winked into a camera in the student's direction. I feel like it is kinda sus for her to be in charge of us, Hanta remarked. I'm down with it though. Minoru was grinning stupidly as he was looking at the teacher. Can I have the freshman representative please come up here for our opening speech? The provocative ref asked as she looked at the kids. No one moved for a second. Who's the representative? Izuku asked. Midoriya, it's you. Tetsu thankfully said. If your class didn't skip orientation, you'd know that. Wait, I have a spotlight? Izuku got a grim expression for a second. On one hand, nice because now he can proclaim the Saints as the best, but on the other hand, he knew damn well he would say something stupid. Just say something inspiring and get back here. Momo offered. You can do it. Say something stupid and I will laugh my ass off. Katsuki stated. Izuku Midoriya? Midnight said the name of the representative to see if he was even aware of his title. The title was given to the highest scoring student of the entrance exams. Here I go, I guess. Izuku walked out of his class and up the stage to the podium. Wanna bet he says something stupid? Katsuki looked at Ijiro. Yeah, but I bet it will be great. The burnt red head nodded. Izuku now stood at the podium. It was a bit overwhelming to Izuku, who realized that damn near a whole country and a good chunk of other countries were watching him at that exact moment. He almost choked on his own breath when he opened his mouth to speak, but he looked down at his class that were looking up at him and didn't feel as nervous anymore. I wasn't really prepared to say anything, Izuku admitted. We are here because everyone on this field has worked ourselves hard to be the best future heroes, gear makers, business makers, and people in general that we could be. Which is why I now full-on support that war that all of the other classes declared on my class. Oh God, he is making it worse, Nito muttered while pinching his nose. Let him finish, Kyoka replied. Izuku pointed at his class. We worked out asses off after villains tried to kill us to show we will never back down. That's what heroes and, more importantly, what saints do. We came here to show that we are the best, just like everyone else on the field. It would be a shame and disrespect to our hard work, everyone's hard work, if we all didn't respect that hard work and give this our best effort. I expect a saint to win, but I expect you to make us fight for it. Everyone should always go beyond what they can and go.
Plus ultra.
Most of the other students joined in on the plus ultra. Izuku jumped off the stage and walked to his class. That was actually surprisingly good, Momo said. I was expecting you to say something bad. Izuku fell to his knees once he got to his class. I can't believe I just gave a speech. Oh shit, I can't feel my legs. I thought I was going to do something stupid and look like an idiot. By the end of it, Izuku's voice was cracked and higher pitched. All of his classmates had flat expressions. They spoke too soon on him not doing anything dumb or embarrassing. The other classes, who were hyped by Izuku's speech, also gained flat expressions seeing his reaction just now. That was so precious. Midnight purred from the stage. Okay, let's now reveal what our first round will be. She motioned glamorously to a large screen over a portion of the stadium. The screen quickly flashed through a number of possible events for the first round before it settled on one word. Labyrinth. Labyrinth? Hanta asked. A maze from Greek mythology. Fumikage answered. Oh, sweet heavens, we haven't had this one in a while. Midnight grinned. Cementos, it is your turn to do it. Cementos, a teacher from general studies who looked like a person was sculpted into, blocky like being of cement, moved to the front of the stage he and Midnight were on. Children, don't move, please. Why not move? Mina looked at Achiko, who shrugged. Her question, along with similar questions from half of the students, were all answered immediately when Cementos used his cement-manipulating quirk to lower the cement platform all of the students had been standing on lower into the ground. We have a labyrinth built underneath the stadium. Midnight answered the question happily, as well as explained to the audience what was happening. The goal is for you kiddies to be the fastest back up here. There are multiple exits also. First 48 get to go on to the next round. This is neat. Izuku commented as all of the students still kept going lower and lower underground with the platform. How deep are they putting us? Toru asked. Does it bother anyone else that they closed the top? Well, it makes sense. Momo replied. Some of us have ways that we can just go straight up. I believe Cementos manipulated tunnels for us to get out with. Hey, we stopped. Izuku stated as the platform did stop finally, with multiple tunnels leading away from them. How do we know which way to take? Denki asked. Mazes don't tell you the way out, numb nuts. Katsuki responded. I know that. Denki looked offended. I mean, how do we quickly figure that out? Time to start. Midnight announced the beginning of the round. A large majority of the classes all ran in multiple directions and tunnels. Only classes A and B stayed out, but in their own separate groups away from each other. Question. Izuku said with a raised finger. Can we try just going straight up? She said first ones back, not first ones to solve the labyrinth. Have to solve it the normal way. Midnight answered, letting the kids know that she was listening. Well, damn. Oh, wait, guys, I got an idea. Izuku said. My ping. I think I know what you mean. Nito spoke. We split into groups and use the ping to alert the others to our path if we find the correct one?
Yes.
That won't work well. Momo shook her head. If this wasn't a timed event in a competition, it would be smart, but that just means one group will be lucky and the others might not be fast enough to catch up. How about we send our fastest people through paths, and they can tell us which are the right ones? Mina offered. That leaves most of us just sitting here, though. Hanta pointed out. We're doing that anyways. Yui pointed out that. All right, Saints, I have a plan. At least some of us should pass with it. Izuku said. Everyone split into your branches and take some paths. I think we can definitely do this. All right, branch 1, follow me. Tenya made a motion with his hands and Katsuki, Yui, Mashireo, and Minoru began to follow. The blue-haired leader pointed at a tunnel. We shall take this one. Lead the way. Minoru shouted. All right, cool kids with me. Ijiro grinned as he pointed at another path. We take that one. Mina, Hanta, Denki, and Toru all followed him. Cool's kids heading out. Denki grinned as they left. We will take that one. Shoto looked at another tunnel. Ribbit. We got this. Tsuyu added. Izuku looked at the 4 saints he had left with him, those being Momo, Nito, Aoyama, and Kyoka. All right, Team Dynamite. Izuku clapped his hands. How do we pick this tunnel? I can use my earphone jacks to listen for what sounds like outside. Kyoka offered. We're kind of far. Can you reach that far? The leading saint asked. I can. She nodded. Sounds might be off, but I can definitely hear that far. You got this. Nito gave reassurance. Kyoka smiled and put a jack into the ground. Let's see. No. Dead end? Too many people. Oh, wait. She opened her eyes and pointed at a path directly behind her. That one. It was so many winding paths and I hear air coming from half of them. You know, I think we should have had you do that before the other groups went off. Izuku gave an embarrassed laugh. Give me a sec. Kyoka out her jack back into the ground. She was quiet for a second. They all have paths that lead out. They will have to fight for it, but they have exits. Just hope they get them in time. Izuku guessed. We have our own conflict? 2 groups. Kyoka answered. Let's dazzle them. Aoyama offered. They already started fighting each other. Let's still dazzle them. Izuku said. Let's hurry and go. Nito said as he channeled one for all at 10%. Hey Aoyama, want a ride? Izuku offered. As much as it is enticing to save my breath, I was enthralled by your speech and want to give hard effort myself. Aoyama answered. I believe I can keep up. That's cool. Do you want a ride? Izuku gave Momo a dumb look when he asked her. I'm interested. Momo replied. Flirt later, win now. Kyoka ran first, Nito following. That wasn't a hell, yeah it was. Izuku had a grin as all 5 of them began to head into their tunnel. Chapter 22 Saints Festival Part 2. /N. I still don't own anything here. Quirk name, Saints Flow. Abilities. Halo Veins. When activating his quirk, Izuku gains 2 sets of glowing lines that loosely resemble a nervous system all over his body. One set is lime green while the other is a dark violet. When his quirk is turned off, all the way the glowing lines, which Izuku has nicknamed Halo Veins, have faded out mint green and in faded out light violet glows to them. Super Strength. Unknown limit but allows to jump around at incredible distances. Increased durability as result. Can channel more energy to attacks to give more power but can result in pain or injury for Izuku. Super Speed. Currently can run at max speed of 120 km per hour. 33.3 meters per second. Healing ability. Can focus energy to heal self faster and others, but can leave the Izuku is used on tired after. Can give headaches if used too much in a short time. Blast. Charges up energy that user can throw like a projectile with different effects. Green Blast. Energy forms into a green ball that when it is thrown breaks upon impact with force and sends a small shockwave of force that pushes everything slightly away from where it hits. Purple Blast. Energy forms into a purple ball surrounded by purple flames. Flames do not burn user and burn out in a flash once blast impacts something. Flames disappear instantly but do burn anything near where the blast impacts. Mold. Blue energy that can be held like a solid object and molded into many things. Dense but lightweight. Can be used to bring things closer to Izuku or swing from object to object. If used for too long, or the mold takes damage, can lead to a mental strain on Izuku that begins with a nosebleed. Over time as Izuku has used it, bright blue lines gave form the ridges and lines on his hands and lower forearms. Electricity. Izuku can conduct yellow electricity inside of himself that he can release in any direction. If he charges up too much to release, he will short-circuit his bodily functions and be paralyzed momentarily. Usage has caused yellow arcs of electricity to start shooting around in his sclera. Can be used to give Izuku a quick boost of energy. Wings. Izuku has a pair of wings that can be materialized with a flown of energy or vice versa. Wings are green in color, and most feathers have small purple flames that are mostly harmless but give feathers a burnt appearance. Wings have own senses of feeling that Izuku gains instantly. Wingspan is 6 meters. Izuku has lost his wings since having them ripped out in the attack at USJ. Devil's Sight. In Izuku's left eye, there is an infusion of red energy stolen from the Nomu at USJ. Red halo veins cover the left side of his face in a crack-like design, even running through his left eye, leaving residential cracks of energy through his sclera and iris and leaving his pupil blood red. Through using this energy, his left eye can see better in the dark, but everything is in shades of red. A flash of light will be more blinding than usual and will shut off the eye momentarily. Ping. Izuku can release a small amount of energy using his red halo veins and locate any nearby saints or demonic powers. However, when he does this, every person with powers like his in the area can feel his energy as well. Only Izuku can see where the others are with this. Anyone caught under it is just aware of his ping and general area. Transformations. Izuku channels more energy from the halo that activates a new state or transformation. Currently, Izuku has 2 transformations and 1 unknown. Transformation, Saint's Rage. Izuku activates all abilities at once, forcing him and the halo into a state of higher work. can cause extreme exhaustion in Izuku and requires a long cool down. Physical changes involve purple flames coming from his eyes and his skin taking on a purple hue. Transformation, Saint's demons, only accessed by extreme stress or anger. Izuku loses all sense of reasoning and control and becomes extremely violent. All of Izuku's abilities are locked off, and he only has access to increased super strength, super speed, and healing ability. Gains long claws for fingers that are extremely sharp. Physical changes include black leathery skin. Halo veins all become thicker with only a dark purple fluid. Horns that go back across his head, and his eyes become solid black orbs that cause fear in anyone who sees them from all of the malice Izuku gives off in this state. A flat part of the left horn is permanently sticking out of Izuku's skull, believed to be there because of the TED energy. This transformation is extremely dangerous for Izuku to use because he has no control over himself and will attack anything he sees. Transformation, Saint's Grace, an inverse of his Saint's Demon's transformation. An angelic transformation that he still has full control of his senses and actions, unlike Saint's Demons. Is surrounded by a golden glow, and his halo veins all have a bright yellow-golden fluid to them, and his skin appears close to golden as well. Cannot use his devil's sight during this transformation, and has an increased defense, and his healing is increased exponentially. Being close to people or in physical contact with them will make them heal at a fast rate from any injury or wound. Recap. The Saints are now in the sports festival, and it is round 1, which is dubbed the Labyrinth and set in. Only the first 48 students to get out will be allowed to go on to round 2. The Saints have split into the 3 main branches, as well as the top branch as well, and Ave each done a different tunnel to get to an exit. The only thing in their way now is the other students who want to pass and watch the Saints of 1A fail. With Tinya's branch. Alright, left or right? The blue-haired leader of the first branch of Saints asked as his group consisting of him, Katsuki, Yui, Mashireo, and Minoru stood at a fork in the torch-lit tunnels. Is there a way to know for sure? The short saint asked as he looked down the path to the right. If we had Jiro or Shuji, perhaps. Mashireo said. I got it. Yui spoke up, gaining everyone's attention. Katsuki can use these. She showed some rocks she had been picking up to use with her quirk later. With his explosions, and see what the echo sounds like with them going down the tunnels. Sounds good to me. The explosive member of the group agreed. It sounds good indeed. Tinya nodded. Try it, please. Katsuki nodded and took a rock from Yui. I'm throwing this as hard as shit, so stand back. The 4 others stepped back, and he wound up like a pitcher in a baseball game before throwing the rock with force and unleashing an explosion on it. The rock continued to hit against things, and the group listened as it sounded like it went farther underground. Okay, the left path sounds deep, Minoru commented. Let's still test the right path. Tinya stated. On it. Katsuki responded as he repeated the process and launched a ball down the right path. The echo sounded like the oath went up above them through the distance. That's higher. Means more likely to be outside. Mashireo said as he looked behind them. How far do you think you threw the rocks? Minoru looked up at Katsuki. Far enough. The explosive teen responded. Definitely more than a good couple of meters. We shall take the right path. Tinya announced as he pressed forward. Smart idea, princess. Katsuki nodded to Yui as they all began to go down the path. Thank you. Yui turned red, but it was unnoticeable in the light of the tunnel. With Ijiro's branch. The second branch of the Saints was doing things little different than the first branch when it came to making decisions. Call it. Heads or tails. Ijiro flipped the coin. Heads.
Mina shouted.
Tails. The other 3 shouted. It's heads. Ijiro announced. Fuck. Denki snapped his fingers. Suck it, losers. Mina stuck her tongue out at her friends. We are totally going left. They would let whoever guessed the flip right decide which way they would go at a split. Was it smart? No, not really. Did they care though? A little, but they were trying to have fun. I'm getting it right next time. Toru declared. You said that last time. Hanta commented. Well, my chances are 50-50. Yeah, but this is our 4th flip, and you are still wrong. Denki pointed out. Don't sass me. Toru pointed an invisible hand at him. Hey guys, does anyone else feel the tunnel shaking? Or is that just me? Ijiro asked. Nah, I feel it too. Hanta spoke right before the tunnel caved in behind them. With Shoto's branch. This way. Mezu announced as he used his quirk to find the best path out. Good job. Shoto praised as they kept going. It is fortuitous that we have an enhanced sensor in our group. Fumikage stated. It is. Mezu nodded. Ribbit. I think someone might be following us. Tsuyu said from the back of the group. Achiko was thinking about how she somehow was in the group that had the people who didn't speak much and would always get right to the point. She lived her branch, but she was also trying to think of how funny it would be to be around someone like Izuku or Denki, the two people she found to be the funniest around. Dark Shadow and I will keep watch on the back. Fumikage slowed down to take the rear. He considered taking off his eye patch, but he didn't want to reveal his demon eye yet. With Izuku's group, what's the plan for conflict? Izuku asked as he got them all to stop at a corner. People around the corner? Nito asked. 4 of them. Kyoka informed with an earphone in the wall. They heard us stop, so they are paying attention to this direction. We outnumber them. Izuku stated. Everyone will definitely fight each other to be the ones in the lead. We shouldn't beat up anyone. Momo said. Give everyone a chance. Nah, baby, I am working with natural selection here. Izuku made his hand light up with a green blast. Natural selection isn't an excuse to attack people. Nito responded. I don't even know what natural selection is. Izuku replied with a dumb grin. He knew full well what natural selection was, but he was trying to find an excuse to fight someone. Don't try it. One of the kids from the other group said as a thick fog of smoke suddenly appeared from around the corner. You won't win 1A. Another person, a girl this time, said, While they really want the smoke? Izuku commented. It looks like they are giving it. Aoyama commented. Please let me fight them now. Izuku looked at Momo with begging eyes. Make it fast. You forget them, I will watch our back. Momo tapped Izuku's forehead. Up top. Kyoka earned of the first attacker. A kid with yellow skin and crackling with electricity tried to drop on Nito, but the saint used a flick with one for all, powering it to send the kid back up into the ceiling, where he hit it with force before falling to the ground knocked out. Die! A girl growled before she leaped through the fog right at Nito. It was the girl with panther-like characteristics from Izuku's entrance exam. Nito didn't have time to react, but luckily Aoyama was ready and shot a beam at the girl, hitting her in the stomach. Kyoka was also prepared for the girl at the same time and sent a wave of sound like a blast that, combined with Aoyama's laser, sent the girl into a wall and she became unconscious as well. Man, this fog is neat. Izuku commented as he charged a green blast into both of his hands. Shame if someone were to just throw attacks into it recklessly. He then threw both blasts into the ground at each other to make a large backlast that made most of the fog push to the sides of the hall momentarily, revealing the last 2 people. Well, that blows. A girl with eyes that looked like balls of smoke and long hair in a braid that also looked like smoke remarked. Kyusei, give me a sec. She took a step back and held her hands in a circular style. I gotcha, Hisoki. The 4th person, a guy who had flame-like pink hair and crimson eyes, replied as he rushed Izuku, his arms and legs setting on fire at the forearms and calves down. Wow, that looks cool. Izuku said in awe. Thank you. Kyusei grinned and a blast of flames from his feet blasted him off of the ground, and he spun into a kicking motion at Izuku. Those lines on you look cool also. Izuku grinned and blocked the guy's kick, before dropping down and punching up at the back of Kyusake's knee with a green blast-powered punch. Kyusake showed his excellent control of his quirk and released another blast of fire from his targeted foot to propel it away from harm as he used another blast in his hand to slam his elbow into Izuku's shoulder and send him backwards with force. Damn, you pack a punch. Izuku rubbed his brushed shoulder. Kyusake grinned. Thanks. You can take a punch? I think it was an elbow. Izuku corrected himself and Kyusake. Shut up, Izuku. Momo sighed. Kyusake. Hisoki shouted as she held a thick ball of smoke in both hands. Get back. Got it, Chief. Kyusake blasted himself away from Izuku and watched as his friend threw both balls of smoke and one hit Kyoka. Ow, hell, it is like a brick. Kyoka cursed as the balls of smoke exploded into a thick fog that covered the entire hallway. I'm the only one who can breathe in this well, Hisoki said from somewhere in the fog. Everything will move sluggish for you guys, but I can glide around. You wanted a war, so I am going to get class 1C some respect. Izuku grinned like a madman. Now this is giving it your all. Hisoki, I need to take a sec to charge. Cusack was heard everywhere. You do that. I have this now. It's a good thing I have tricks of my own. Izuku commented as he lit his purple halo veins up with their fire. Come close and get burned. My smoke will just take its oxygen. Hisoki replied. My flames don't need oxygen. Izuku decided to start using his pings so none of them in the smoke would accidentally hit each other. That's a setback. So is this. Kyoka released a heartbeat pulse at Hisoki, who it took effort to find in her fog that made her almost silent. She hit him hard enough to stun Urban threw off her stance, leaving her open for Izuku to realize where she was and slam a fist into Hisoki's jaw, sending her sprawling to the ground. That's a good hit, Hisoki groaned, feeling that her jaw was definitely in need of some attention. I concede. She looked mad at herself for admitting defeat. Izuku gave a smile to the girl he could see better now. Hey, your stuff was damn cool. If we didn't have a censor catch you off guard, who knows how that could have gone? Hisoki turned red, not used to actually praise. Thank you. The smoke began to clear up and Cusack's form was seen. He was on one knee and breathing a bit hard. So we're done now? Cusack asked. Why not join us? Izuku offered. No one says we can't work together to get to the exit. Why? Hisoki asked. You guys are cool and round 2 will help you guys show what you got even more than this. Izuku offered a hand to Hisoki. I thought from what Dai said that you all were just arrogant dicks. The smoke user had a smile as she took Izuku's hand. I guess we kinda started the fighting anyways. You okay? Nito asked Cusack, who was still on one knee. The pink-haired teen exhaled as he stood up. Needed a sec, because stronger bursts tend to take my breath away. He rolled his shoulders. I'm good now. We might have gone overboard in dazzling them. Aoyama commented as he looked at the 2 unconscious ones. I'm dazzled all right, Cusack said earnestly. That was fun. We did kinda overdo it though. Nito was looking at the panther girl. We did start it. Hisoki turned red when Cusack looked at her jaw. It's fractured, the flame user stated. You should be fine for now, but it should get a look at later. She turned redder when he touched her jaw to see how bad it was and pushed Cusack towards the unconscious Dai. Check on Dai first, idiot. Cusack had a confused look but shrugged and went to check on his electric classmate. Izuku had a knowing look at Momo. It's cute seeing it from the outside, that was us once. Except they never really acted like Tsundras that much. Shut up, idiot. Momo playfully pushed his shoulder with a smile. We should all hurry as to secure spots. Nito announced. Yep, let's go. Izuku offered to carry the panther girl he had yet to recognize, while Cusack carried his electric classmate. With Tenya's branch. Stop. Katsuki grabbed Tenya's shoulder. Look down. The confused saint looked down to see an odd-looking brown substance on the ground. One more step, and he would have placed his foot right on it. Looks like a trap, Minoru offered. Either other students in an attempt to slow others like us down or traps by the teachers to make us always stay alert. Mashireo added. It doesn't fit in with the hall. Katsuki studied it in a crouched position. It's 6 meters of space, so if we want to go farther this way, we need a way over it. The tunnel is long enough and high enough that I can use my speed to jump over it. I can take someone with me. I can use my balls to scale the wall, Minoru claimed. I can use my explosions to go over it also. Katsuki turned to Yui. Lady's choice of ride. Yes, that is reasonable. Tenya nodded. Yui didn't like the sudden attention over who she would rather cling to get over a trap, although it wasn't hard for her to pick. Katsuki. All right, hold on tight. Katsuki waited for her to hold onto his back in a way that left his arms free to use his explosions. We'll go first to clear your path engines. Thank you, Bakugo. Tenya really enjoyed how docile Katsuki can be, and he was aware it was mostly around Yui. Minoru was already halfway across the trap at that point, but Katsuki and his explosions crossed it way quicker. Well, that was fun, wasn't it? Katsuki asked as he set both of his feet evenly on the ground. It was okay. Yui let go of Katsuki once Sue was aware she didn't need to be holding him anymore. A few seconds later, Tenya's engines were heard roaring to life, and a second later, he was farther down the path than them with Mashireo due to his momentum. That was like a roller coaster. Mashireo commented as he balanced himself on his own feet. I like it, Tenya admitted. The fast speeds feel freeing. I feel that. Katsuki nodded in agreement. Moving around with my explosions is an experience I enjoy a lot. I don't get enjoyment like that from my quirk, Minoru sighed. It does feel a little funny when a new ball forms though. You think the guy who has a quirk based around balls would enjoy it more. Katsuki joked, and Yui stifled a laugh. Am I the only one who doesn't make a joke about my quirk involving balls? The pop-off user asked. You haven't yet? The blonde was actually surprised. I don't think so. I hear something up ahead. Mashireo spoke up. It's wind, so either a quirk or we are close to the surface. Let's go slightly faster, Tenya suggested. Don't need to tell me that. Katsuki got moving. With Ijiro's branch. Well, we can't go back, not unless we want to waste time digging this up. Ijiro kicked a rock lightly. Hopefully this way leads out. Denki looked up their only path. Is everyone okay? Toru asked. A small rock hit my ear, but it's nothing, just a little scrape. Mina rubbed her ear. Someone might have done that to us on purpose, Hanta claimed. And come luck just lock us in the other side, so we don't have a chance at all. Would they really go that far to make sure some of us don't win? Mina asked. Boss said he wants that war, and some kids might want to see none of us and want to go on to round 2 if they can help it. Denki shrugged. Makes sense to me. Anyways, let's get going. Ijiro whistled to get everyone's attention. No more jokes for now. I'm going to pull out the old Kirishima trick of rum head first, so everyone follow me, so we can make a win happen here. Hell yeah. Mina and Toru nodded. The 5 began to run due the only path of their tunnel that they could. They ran on for a bit before a large hand made out of seemingly water smacked right into Ijiro, apparently solid as it sent him crashing into the opposite wall. If it isn't 1A. A girl with water-like hair sneered. The class that expects to win. Well yeah, Denki said. We're saints. Not now. Mina covered his mouth. Saints' pride. Hanta removed Mina's hand from Denki's face. We expect to win, and everyone should aim to win. Ijiro was glad he had used Harden before getting smacked into a wall. We all gotta make each other work harder for our best. We outnumber you 4. A kid with black scales and a forked tail said from the ceiling. 5-4 in fact. A guy with a blaster like Metal Hand said, having it aimed at Hanta. And we definitely want to knock one down a peg. A 4th kid, one with gray skin and a rhino like horns, said with a grin. I only count 4 of you though? Mina said as she pointed at the 4. 5. A friend 5th person said as he appeared from a flash of light behind Ijiro. Outnumbered, obviously. The water girl said as she had her water swirl around her. Ijiro grinned. After dating her for the short amount of time, he had gained a good sense of knowing where Toru is most of the time. Her constantly trying on sneak up on him playfully made him know where she, completely invisible with no clothes to reveal her location, was. She was definitely an ace in this situation. You know. Ijiro looked at Denki then Mina. If they counted better or paid attention more, then they would now numbers-wise we are equal. Mina nodded. She knew Toru was about to attack one of the other students. Yeah. It's 5-4. The person behind Ijiro attempted to strike before a sudden hit made him crash into the wall from a random purple glow. I make 5. Toru announced as she grinned at her one-hit knockout. Numbers mean nothing when you are this shocking. Denki took the chance and released electricity at the water-using girl, his aim more acute than it used to be. Hanta used his flexibility to do a spinning jump to dodge a shot from the blaster student before shooting tape at the kid, pulling the guy towards himself before flipping the kid and spinning more tape around him, tying him up all right as Hanta landed on his feet from the jump. Mina used her acid to ward off the scaled teen from using his tail to strike at her. She really wanted to use her discs, but remembered the rule of not to do that. Mina didn't need it though, and slid on a less acidic version of her acid, and used her strength to jump up and slam a fist covered in acid that would only burn like an itch for a little bit right into the teen's chest. It caught him off guard, and Hanta capitalized on that to assist with Mina by tying him up with his tape. Ijiro had taken the final guy, who was the rhino-like one. They had charged each other with full force, both clashing to see whose quirk was stronger. The burnt redhead was tougher, and after a bout of wrestling with the rhino teen, he managed to grip him into a hold that pinned the guy's arms down to his sides, Ijiro using hardening to stay stronger. "Might want to yield, man," Hanta said as he looked at the rhino teen, who still struggled against Ijiro. "We just took down your squad," Mina added. "Way. Denki have a dopey expression and 2 thumbs up. How do you get better aim but can't stop yourself from doing that half of the time?" Hanta gave his friend a dumb look. He did say his electricity was more potent. Toru stopped Denki from walking away in his short-circuited mind trance. "I yield." The rhino teen sounded mad that he had to give up. He knew he had no chance against all 5 of them. He didn't even stand a chance against the burn scar kid everyone in his class, 1D, thought would be too weak to do anything worthwhile. That was good. Ijiro exhaled as he let go of the kid. "You guys almost got us, but our boss is unpredictable, so all got that impromptu planning down to AT. Your form is also good, but don't shift your feet too much. It makes you easier to grapple off of the ground." He offered his hand to the kid to help him up. "So are we untying them now that we won?" Hanta was standing over the scaled team. "Well, we can't leave them here, and hopefully they honor the match and let us get a lead." Ijiro looked at the rhino kid. "Way," Denki added. "Not now, Sparky." Mina replied to the electric user. "Well, you could easily just down us again, so we should honor it." "Yeah, and who knows, you might pass also and all of us can have it out again." Ijiro was glad the guy wasn't a sore loser. "Luckily, we only knocked out 2 of them," Mina said. "Nah, Sparky just stunned this girl." Hanta checked on the water girl. Her water must have protected her enough, although she will probably be weak in the knees for a bit. First time Denki ever did that to a girl.
Mina låghed.
Way. Denki might have been able to use only a single-digit number of brain cells at that moment, but the guy knew when there was a joke made at his expense. "Ag, that was so badass." Toru chirped to her boyfriend as they finished untying the students and began to go on through the tunnel. "You had complete control the whole time?" "Not when I got smacked into the wall." Ijiro chuckled while rubbing the back of his head. "Way." Denki replied while Hanta led him with a piece of tape tied to Denki's wrist. "How long should he be like that?" Mina asked. "Let's just find him a place to chill for a bit once we get up top." Ijiro stretched his arms. "They should give us a small break in between matches, and we can snap him back to normal then." He used his electricity in one attack and went stupid. Mina said, "I thought he got better resistance built up." "I think he noticed the water displacing his electricity and poured more into the shot to stun her," Hanta offered. "Way." Denki nodded, still having the dumb expression on his face. "Well, he understood that." Toru responded. Aizawa had a smirk while watching his class. They were doing tremendously well, all about to get out of the labyrinth in their own paths. His only problem really were the conversations they had that were just... He was definitely going to scold Katsuki for his humor that was on live television. Most of the labyrinth had camera that were all over the place watching all of the students, showing their progress and such. And everyone could hear everything that was being said, depending on who they were focusing on. People who weren't watching their own kids, or meds and journalists, were all for the most part on his class. He was just getting over Izuku making masturbation jokes at USJ, but now he was going to have to talk to Katsuki and Minoru about things that they should talk about on camera, and what they shouldn't. "This is the first time you didn't zone out, or try to take a nap, Shota," Present Mike commented from beside him. "These kids are actually worth watching," the ever-tired teacher replied. Do you actually care for a class of yours?" Present Mike asked. "Yes." Midnight smiled as she saw the first of any kids to exit one of the tunnels of the labyrinth. It was Shoto's group. They had ran into no conflict at all in the labyrinth, and as a result of Mezu's enhanced senses found their way out quickly. "The finish line is here," Midnight announced as she pointed to the cement platform remade by Cementas. "All you got to do is set foot on it." "Let's hurry," Shoto said as the 5 rushed to it. He was the first to set foot on it, and as a result was first place. In second was Tsuyu, then Fumikage, then Mezu, then Achiko in fifth. We have our first bunch of kiddies out. Midnight said into the speakers for the labyrinth. Spots are going to fly off of the shelves now. True to that statement, more kids came out of the labyrinth. It was some of the kids from 1B. Where's Izuku? Achiko asked. Or Tenya's group? With the fighting in the labyrinth, I wouldn't be surprised if they ran into someone. Fumikage said as they watched the 1B kids get to the platform. We were just lucky to avoid conflict. Mezu added. Another tunnel had kids leave from it. It's Ida, Tsuyu remarked. They made it out too. Achiko got happy to see more saints. Over here, any kids getting fresh air. Midnight chirped to get their attention. The newly arrived saints looked over and got happy to see the others. We weren't first. Katsuki got surprised. We didn't run into anyone, though. Neither did we. Shoto responded. We saw nothing and kept moving with Shuji's senses to guide. He was the key part of our group. We threw rocks and listened to the echoes. Minoru stated. Our going around the trap probably made us second place. We don't have placements as teams, only individuals. Tenya pointed out. Even then this group from 1B beat you. Fumikage indicated to the others on the platform. Damn it, third place? Katsuki was still counting it as a group thing in his mind, since it seemed everyone might have done this in groups. At least we beat Glowstick. Speaking of the boss, here he comes. Minoru pointed to another tunnel where Izuku's group was leaving. Why is he carrying some extra? Katsuki asked. Don't call people extras. Yui scolded lightly. Looks like he made friends. Achiko said as Izuku's whole group, saints and not, stepped onto the platform. More than 20 spots are taken. Halfway there. Midnight announced. What's up, guys? Izuku grinned at the two branches of his team that were there already. Why do you have a girl? Mashireo was the one to ask. We knocked her out, and I felt like it was only right to bring her out of the place. You fight good. Kyuzake said as he set his cousin down and looked at Izuku. You do too, man. Izuku grinned back at the cheerful pink-haired guy. More kids had stepped onto the platform, most being from 1B, but the purple-haired guy that Izuku didn't like from their interaction at the school was among them. Cementas actually approached them with 2 hired staff for the festival. Daiudon and Mui Pansa will be going to the clinic for now. We don't want any unwanted lingering injuries. Okie dokie. Izuku helped them out, the panther girl, now identified as Mui, into a stretcher. Hisoki has a fractured jaw. Kyuzake pointed out. ITS fine. Hisoki tried to play it off. Please report to Recovery Girls Clinic before the next round. Cementas said to the smoke user. You didn't have to say that. Hisoki gave Kyuzake an annoyed look. You're hurt. I wasn't going to ignore that. Kyuzake didn't see what the problem was. Wait, are the cool kids not here yet? Izuku looked around for his missing saints. How are they the cool ones? Katsuki asked. They called dibs. That's not how cool works. Nito sighed. They call dibs on cool, so they control what is cool. Hey! Mina made her appearance known by jumping in the middle of the gathered saints and shouting. We made it! Way! Denki shouted, still fried in the brain. He overdid it? Kyoka asked as she looked at the electric blonde. Yep. Hanta nodded. Now I have a Pikachu on a leash. How long does he have? Momo asked. Without assistance? Ijiro tried to think. Maybe 10 minutes. Make him drink some water mixed with one of the packets from my bag. Momo said. It should speed him up. We kicked some ass. Toru said happily. Especially Toru. Ijiro said. She straight up one-hit K.O. DA guy. What about you wrestling that guy with your strength? Toru said. I helped take 2 down. Hanta said to Mina, who nodded. So we were really the only ones that encountered nothing? Achiko asked. Explains us getting here quicker. Shoto said. Not a single thing? Izuku asked. Nothing. What about the ghost of William? William? Fumikage asked in confusion. A chicken that we had hand in the death of. Nito sighed. Izuku, that would haunt you if anyone. Momo said flatly. Why would he haunt me? You killed him. No, gravity did. Izuku, you held him over the edge of the building, right? I did. And then let go, right? Yep. And he then hit the ground and died. That sounds right. You killed him then. It was gravity. Izuku replied innocently. Izuku. Momo was annoyed, but not in a mad way. It was you. No, it was gravity. Boss has an assist kill. Hanta popped into the conversation. No, gravity does because it killed him and I didn't. He can build laser guns but doesn't understand logic. Momo said under her breath in a sigh. What type of chicken was William? Ijiro asked. There are types of chickens? Minoru asked. Bone in and bone out. Hanta answered. I'm pretty sure boneless chicken doesn't exist in the wild. Katsuki cut in. Nah, but you do. Hanta shot at him. The fuck does that mean? You look like a gremlin. Izuku offered. You look like someone shit Crayola on you, so don't come at me. Katsuki pointed at Izuku. Guys, there are cameras everywhere, Nito said with his face in his hands. Please stop for a minute at least. Tenya asked. A second later, Midnight spoke again. We now have all 48 kitties for the next event. She took a sec as the screen flashed to show all 48 names lined up. We have all 20 sweet kids from 1A, as well as 1B, 4 kids from 1C, 3 kids from 1D, and 1 special kitty from 1H. She took a second again, so people can sink information in. Everyone did so excitingly in the labyrinth. You were all so cute. Now you 48 get to go on to our next event, which is... She looked to the screen before snapping back to looking at the kids. Going to be announced after a short break. What a tease. Katsuki sighed, wanting to know if he got to fight someone this time. Am I the only one thinking she is kinda sus? Mina asked.
No.
Hanta answered immediately. Midnight ignored the kids she could hear. We will have a small break so you can all catch your breath and get ready for round 2. We will call you back to this spot to announce it. I'm going to find my parents. Mina got excited as the kids were dismissed. Our parents all are in a box over there. Kyoko pointed in the opposite direction of her pink classmate. Oh, I can see Eri. Izuku didn't hesitate to go as well. Everyone followed, eager to see their families. Tensei Ida had a smile as he put on the helmet to his hero suit. His mission was definitely a serious matter, to put a stop to the hero killer, a villain who murdered 17 pro heroes and crippled 23 others. It was something he shouldn't smile about, and he wasn't. He was smiling because he had used his phone to look up the sports festival and had found out his little brother was going to the second event. He definitely wanted to see how his brother would do in the next events, but he had work to do now. He sent a text to his brother and got ready to go out into the streets of Hosu. Tensei, good luck, little bro. I know you will do great. Ingenium, sir. One of his sidekicks got his attention. We have word of activity on the hero killer. Tensei nodded and stood up. Let's go get this villain. Hey, overhaul, sir. A member of the Yakuza got Kai's attention. What is it? The villain asked with annoyance. He was busy trying to work the medallion he was given to find out for himself how to make more for himself, or how to amplify its powers. That kid that took Eri, can you describe him? Kai gained a mad look. Why the hell did that matter now? That kid died in the alley, and he was busy right now with this secret power. Why does it matter? You said he had green hair and lines of glowing energy on him, right? The assistant said. Yes. Get to the point. The assistant held their phone to Kai's view. He is still alive. Kai was about to call his assistant a fool and use overhaul to obliterate them, but stopped when he heard that damned voice. I expect a saint to win, but I expect you to make us fight for it. Everyone should always go beyond what they can and go.
Plus ultra. Kai blinked.
That was the kid. How in the hell did he survive Kai using overhaul on him? It made no damn sense. Then Kai remembered one factor.
Eri.
She must have found him dead in the alley and used rewind on the kid to make it like Kai didn't twist the kid's organs into a mess that killed him instantly. That answered so many questions. He now knew where the saints were. And no more importantly, he knew where Eri was most likely to be. He was definitely going to watch this event for any info. He has to make himself prepared for that kid and his saints. And his medallion would make sure it didn't matter what powers they had at all. Izu. Eri hopped out of her seat next to Inko to run to Izuku as the saints all got to the stands where their families were.
I Eritrea.
Izuku grinned as he hugged his pseudo-daughter.
I Mom.
Izuku, your speech was great. Inko sat happily and hugged her son hard, starting to well up with tears of happiness. You have grown so much. I am so proud of you. She has been like that ever since the speech. Mitsuki Bakugo, Katsuki's mother who he shared most of his appearance with, laughed. She then turned to her own son. Who's the cutie you haven't been farther than arm's distance away from? She looked at Yui, who was talking to her father a bit away. That's Yui. Katsuki answered. Masaru, I told you you would get a girlfriend. She elbowed her husband. What? Katsuki shouted in shock. She isn't. We're not. What do you think? Akaken has a crush. Mitsuki teased her son. It was a good thing no one was really listening and too busy talking to their own parents. I don't have it. Shut up, old hag. Katsuki shouted with a tick mark on his forehead. Who are you calling an old hag, you little gremlin? Mitsuki gained her own matching tick mark and yelled at her son. You. Old hag. Little gremlin. Old hag. Little gremlin. Old HACK. Katsuki lost his words when Mitsuki whacked him over the head. Little gremlin. She then lowered her voice. Let's be civil, Katsuki. You hit me first. Katsuki mumbled. In another conversation, Shoto was talking to his father. You did great, Shoto. I saw no one. Shoto was actually bothered his group did legitimately nothing and he got first place. Sometimes you get victories you don't feel are earned right. Endeavor, Inji Todoroki said. On the small ones, it is something to get past. I don't want an easy oath to the top. Shoto argued. You shouldn't chase the difficult path. I know what you mean, though. Inji definitely knew how it felt. He didn't know how he would react if he was just handed the #1 hero spot in Japan instead of earning it for everything he had did up until that point. Although he still wanted to fix his family before that ever happened. Thankfully for him, Shoto and his daughter Fuyumi were taking his change to a better father well. Tinya off to the side saw a text from his brother and got happier than he already was. Ijiro's parents, who were seeing his scars for the first time unbandaged, were showing how much they were like their son and saying how badass or manly they were. Toru was introducing the redhead to her parents as well. They were invisible like their daughter. Nito was trying to, completely flustered, get out of a hug from his sister Haniai while Kyoka and her parents laughed at the display of affection. Achiko's parents had a bad schedule so they couldn't physically come to the festival, but they did call her to talk about it so far, watching the whole thing from home. Everyone all had the chance to talk to their parents in one way or another, all except a certain flaming pink-haired student. Okay, kiddies, now that you are all back down here, we get to the fun part. Midnight said a bit later. She waved to the screen that actually was going through words at that point. For our second event, we get the screen stopped on one word, and then a second word was cycled to match the first. Crystal defense. Crystal defense. Midnight read it aloud. For this, you all get to split into teams of 8, at your own choosing, and will be defending a crystal from being broken by the other teams. The 3 teams left with crystals get to move on to our famous third and final event, the tournament. How big is the crystal? Mina asked. Can we move it at any point? Itsuka from 1B asked. Hush, kiddies. Midnight didn't like being cut off. I was getting to that. She pressed a button and the platform next to her opened, pushing up and revealing a large blue crystal that easily was the size of Mezu, one of the biggest students of the first years. Can we sell it for doubloons? Izuku asked.
Izuku, no.
Momo sighed. You kiddies can do with your crystal whatever you want. Move it, hide it in a given place of the field after we set up obstacles and the such. Heck, you can even use it as a weapon if you want. Izuku grinned like an idiot at that part, and half of the saints could be heard saying no. But it is best to keep your crystal out of sight and reach of the other teams if you want to give time to other parts of your team to break the other crystals. We can pick our teams, correct? Tetsu from 1B asked. Yes. It has to be a full team of 8, and we have enough of you for 6 full teams. Stay on that platform please while Cementos here makes your play area for this event. Cementos began to manipulate the cement into an arena with blank buildings, and the kids got to picking teams. Izuku looked at his class. Well, with 8 of us per team, that means that 4 of us will share a team with others that aren't saints. Who will those 4 be? Ijiro asked. I will be one. Izuku offered. He looked at his 3 lieutenants, Tenya, Ijiro, and Shoto. Guys want to join me? I am all right with that. Tenya nodded. Sounds like a fun time. Ijiro agreed. I agree also. Shoto nodded. You guys can divvy up the 2 teams while we find 4 people to join us. Izuku looked at the rest of the saints. I call dibs on Yamamo. Mina announced. We aren't picking dodgeball teams. Hanta said. Not with that attitude. Denki said. Let's just keep 2 branches together, split the 3rd and the other 4 to make the teams. Katsuki said. Makes sense. We got out last, so let's split us up. Toru offered. Okay. Katsuki nodded. My idea, so I am saying Frenchie, Red Eyes, Pikachu, and Invisi Bitch are with us from Engine's branch. I'm not Invisi Bitch. Toru huffed. I think it's endearing. Mina said. Like you a bad bitch and also invisible. She's bad? Hanta asked. But she knocked a guy out earlier. Not bad like terrible.
Mina säghed.
Like bad. Like she a baddie. How would we know she's a baddie if we can't see her? Minoru asked. My clothes still exist. Toru defended herself being a baddie. You can clearly see I got stuff going on. I don't look at you guys like that and try not to. Minoru said flatly. Yeah, USJ made him lose the horny. Denki commented. He pulled too many balls off of his head that the real ones stopped working. Hanta laughed. So does everyone agree with the teams? Katsuki said flatly to bring the topic back to teams. Yes, that's cool. Hanta nodded. Wanted to hang out with Achiko anyways. Want to try our attack idea? The gravity girl asked her elbowed friend. Yeah. Hanta nodded. What is it? Mina asked. No, it is something to see. Hanta and Achiko said at the same time. Think Izuku will actually find a full team easily? Momo asked. Please, he is clearly overpowered and will break a crystal with a flick probably. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a team already. Kyoka said. Aight gang, who should we ask first? Izuku asked. Midoriya. A familiar voice got HS attention, and the 4 saints turned to see Kyuzake, leading Hitoshi and Hisoki, approach them. Hey Kyuzake. Izuku greeted the fire user. You guys need teammates? The guy asked excitedly, showing how he seemed to just always have enthusiasm. Yeah. Izuku nodded. Want to team up? Well, yeah. The saint nodded. Sweet. Kyuzake grinned happily. We just need one more. Shoto stated. You seem enthusiastic, man. Ijiro said to Kyuzake. I like it. Thank you. Your scars look cool. Manly, aren't they? Ijiro smiled. Mr. Glowy Guy. A female voice spoke up behind Izuku. I am he. Izuku turned around to see a girl with a lot of gear and steampunk goggles around her pink dreads. Her eyes were also yellow and looked lead like crosshairs. She was looking at Izuku like he was an object to use. Let me join your team to show off my babies. She straight up set her goal and how she was going to use him. Use him for attention from the audience. Show off your what now? Izuku got confused. My babies. The girl shouted as she grabbed some gadget from her belt. The tools I make are my babies. Ooh. Izuku nodded. I thought you were gonna flash someone. I do have flash bangs for that. The girl had one in her hand instantly. Well, I like your style, girl. Izuku grinned. Ame Hatsume. She introduced herself. Izuku Midoriya. You can call me Mr. Glowy Guy, though. It fits. We got a team now. Ijiro grinned. So what's game plan? Kyuzake asked. I got an idea. Izuku began. Minutes later, the groups all had been made and were able to go into the arena, a small block of maybe 5 by 5 buildings varying between 2 and 3 floors in height, all of the floors being large open areas. Izuku's team had taken to a building in the northeast corner and set the crystal on their second floor to begin, the highest floor of their building. Katsuki had made himself leader of his group with no arguments and had them set up in the direct center building in its top floor, the third floor. The final group with Saints acted more like a democracy and voted Nito the leader. He went with the building on the opposite side of Izuku from Katsuki and the center. They had 3 floors to their building and actually went to the roof for their starting spot. Everyone was itching to go and got happy when Midnight spoke again. Begin. Chapter 23 Saints Festival Part 3. /in. Do I still gotta say I don't own MHA? It's kinda obvious. Quirk name, Saints Flow. Abilities, Halo Veins. When activating his quirk, Izuku gains 2 sets of glowing lines that loosely resemble a nervous system all over his body. One set is lime green while the other is a dark violet. When his quirk is turned off, all the way the glowing lines, which Izuku has nicknamed Halo Veins, have faded out mint green and in faded out light violet glows to them. Super strength. Unknown limit but allows to jump around at incredible distances. Increased durability as result. Can channel more energy to attacks to give more power but can result in pain or injury for Izuku. Super speed. Currently can run at max speed of 120 kilometers per hour. 33.3 meters per second. Healing ability. Can focus energy to heal self faster and others, but can leave the Izuku is used on tired after. Can give headaches if used too much in a short time. Blast. Charges up energy that user can throw like a projectile with different effects. Green blast. Energy forms into a green ball that when it is thrown breaks upon impact with force and sends a small shockwave of force that pushes everything slightly away from where it hits. Purple blast. Energy forms into a purple ball surrounded by purple flames. Flames do not burn user and burn out in a flash once blast impacts something. Flames disappear instantly but do burn anything near where the blast impacts. Mold. Blue energy that can be held like a solid object and molded into many things. Dense but lightweight. Can be used to bring things closer to Izuku or swing from object to object. If used for too long, or the mold takes damage, can lead to a mental strain on Izuku that begins with a nosebleed. Over time as Izuku has used it, bright blue lines gave form the ridges and lines on his hands and lower forearms. Electricity. Izuku can conduct yellow electricity inside of himself that he can release in any direction. If he charges up too much to release, he will short-circuit his bodily functions and be paralyzed momentarily. Usage has caused yellow arcs of electricity to start shooting around in his sclera. Can be used to give Izuku a quick boost of energy. Wings. Izuku has a pair of wings that can be materialized with a flown of energy or vice versa. Wings are green in color, and most feathers have small purple flames that are mostly harmless but give feathers a burnt appearance. Wings have own senses of feeling that Izuku gains instantly. Wingspan is 6 meters. Devil's Sight. In Izuku's left eye, there is an infusion of red energy stolen from the Nomu at USJ. Red halo veins cover the left side of his face in a crack-like design, even running through his left eye, leaving residential cracks of energy through his sclera and iris and leaving his pupil blood red. Through using this energy, his left eye can see better in the dark, but everything is in shades of red. A flash of light will be more blinding than usual and will shut off the eye momentarily. Ping. Izuku can release a small amount of energy using his red halo veins and locate any nearby saints or demonic powers. However, when he does this, every person with powers like his in the area can feel his energy as well. Only Izuku can see where the others are with this. Anyone caught under it is just aware of his ping and general area. Transformations. Izuku channels more energy from the halo that activates a new state or transformation. Currently, Izuku has 2 transformations and 1 unknown. Transformation, Saint's Rage. Izuku activates all abilities at once, forcing him and the halo into a state of higher work. Can cause extreme exhaustion in Izuku and requires a long cool down. Physical changes involve purple flames coming from his eyes and his skin taking on a purple hue. Transformation, Saint's Demons, only accessed by extreme stress or anger. Izuku loses all sense of reasoning and control and becomes extremely violent. All of Izuku's abilities are locked off, and he only has access to increased super strength, super speed, and healing ability. Gains long claws for fingers that are extremely sharp. Physical changes include black leathery skin. Halo veins all become thicker with only a dark purple fluid. horns that go back across his head, and his eyes become solid black orbs that cause fear in anyone who sees them from all of the malice Izuku gives off in this state. A flat part of the left horn is permanently sticking out of Izuku's skull, believed to be there because of the TED energy. This transformation is extremely dangerous for Izuku to use because he has no control over himself and will attack anything he sees. Transformation, Saint's Grace, an inverse of his Saint's Demon's transformation. An angelic transformation that he still has full control of his senses and actions, unlike Saint's Demons. Is surrounded by a golden glow, and his halo veins all have a bright yellow-golden fluid to them, and his skin appears close to golden as well. Cannot use his devil's sight during this transformation, and has an increased defense, and his healing is increased exponentially. Being close to people or in physical contact with them will make them heal at a fast rate from any injury or wound. He becomes sturdy and attacks have less effect on him. Recap. The first event of the sports festival is now over. All of the saints had gotten out of the labyrinth in time to qualify to continue the festival. Izuku and his group had encountered two students from 1C, Obi Kusake and Maki Hisoki, who they had left the labyrinth with, and after teams were made, Izuku and his lieutenants formed a team with the two for the second event, as well as Hitoshi Shinso of 1C and Mei Hatsum of 1H. The rest of the saints had been split into two teams of 8, with Katsuki and Nito taking lead. The second event had a simple premise: defend a large crystal from being destroyed and try to break the other teams. The last 3 crystals of the 6-stranding win. With the teams being primarily 1A and 1B, it has become a battle of the classes. Guys, I think I should be a distraction, Izuku said to his team. Why? Ijiro asked. Because he is believed to be the strongest one here at the festival, Shoto replied. He made sure to say believed so the 1C kids wouldn't get offended. So everyone who wants to at least get some attention or take Izuku down a peg will go at him. Ijiro nodded in understanding. That's why I joined the team, Mei shamelessly admitted. I just make a big deal about being on another building, and I believe others will think I am guarding it or come to me anyways for a fight, Izuku explained. Plus, I trust you guys to make good calls. So who should we send out to break a crystal? Tenya asked. Send Hisoki and Shinso, Kusake immediately said. Those two are awesome. You're more combat-based than we are, Kusake. Hitoshi had a flat look at his classmate. Our job is to break the crystal, so fire explosions are better suited for that. But you can just tell Kusake got cut off by his purple-haired classmate, putting his hand against Kusake's mouth. I would like to keep that to myself. Hitoshi didn't want his quirk to be revealed because he knew in the next event he would be against some of these kids in 1A. Who would have the best strength for breaking one of those without leaving us defenseless? Tenya asked. Kusake's flash fire is best. Hisoki was embarrassed she just used Obi's first name. That felt too close. Flash fire? The leading saint asked. But your smoke is strong too. Obi had pride in his flash fire, sure, but he always believed in others and their strength. You can disorient them and then make bowling balls of the stuff to break the crystal. I would be better guarding our own. I would like to break a crystal with my babies, Mei declared. Kusake definitely packs some strength. Izuku remembered the guy hitting his shoulder. That was some firepower. Him, Hatsum, and Tenya, why don't you go? I can go. The blue-haired teen nodded. I can defend here with her, Shoto said, talking about Hisoki. I'm built for defense, so count me in. Ijiro smacked his hardened fists together. That just leaves you, Shinso, Izuku said. Want to join defense or offense? The purple-haired teen looked at Izuku for a second. This guy wasn't as bad or arrogant as he initially appeared to Hitoshi. He actually seemed like Obi, but smarter than the flame user. Hitoshi honestly thought that Obi was a bit of an idiot. I will join offense. He knew he could end it for them quicker. All right, well, offense, avoid our other saints and their teams, Izuku said. Since 3 teams are the limit for the next event, and the saints are on 3, we could all get into it. Plus, I don't want saints fighting saints like that. The next event is a tournament, Ijiro pointed out. Yeah, I know. But here we don't really have to, so let's not for now. Your saints sound like a kick-ass group. Obi grinned. Why are you guys called the saints? Named after and a continuation of a group my ancestors were a part of. Izuku answered. Legacy and all that. That's why I wear this. Obi tapped his dark red headband that the straps of went down to his shoulders. It was worn from age, and some parts were burnt. A crest of some kind was front and center on the headband in bright orange. Honor our legacies, right? He asked Izuku happily. Hell yeah. Izuku fist bumped Obi. What's the thing, by the way? It's my family symbol. Obi grinned. The symbol in it is from an older part of Japanese and means fiery will. Don't talk about the will of fire again. Hitoshi sighed. Let's talk about it later. Izuku was definitely interested. So this is really just 1A versus 1B air now, isn't it? Tinya asked. With some people from 1C to make it cooler. Ijiro nodded. So if we are going after 1B, did anyone see any of their team lineups? Hisoki asked. Not really. Obi admitted. I was too busy working on my babies. Mei shook her head. I was listening to Tsuyu tell me about her brother. Shoto shook his head. I can firmly say that I know that Kendo, Tetsu, and Tsunatori are on the same team. Tinya said. That's something at least. Izuku exhaled. We really should pay a little attention, I guess. Let's go south. Mei shouted as she pulled boots out of a bag she had with her and thrust them into Hitoshi's arms. My babies will help us fly. She thrust another set of boots into Tinya's hands. Before she could do the same to Obi, he ignited his calves and feet, which were bare of socks and shoes, his pants having been rolled up, into flames. I like it, but I can fly with these. Obi said to the gearhead. Do you have anything else cool I can use? Mei gained a wide-eyes expression at Obi. You want my babies? Everyone was always afraid of her and her crazy gear at first. Sure. Your babies are cool. Mei grinned like a mad woman and pulled out a pair of gauntlets from her bag, which didn't look like it should be holding everything she had. Take these. They can absorb the energy of punches and everything and release it in an attack of their own. Love it. Obi grinned. Damn, that sounds neat. Izuku looked at them. Maybe I want some. Of course, everyone wants my babies when they see the potential.
Mei grinned.
Out of context, that just sounds weird. Ijiro commented. Anyways, I only have one pair of those babies, and he got them first. Mei said. Plus, I think it would be overkill for you to have gear, Izuku. Shoto added. Yeah, it would. Izuku nodded. But it looks cool. Let's get to good positions before the match starts. Tinya said as he adjusted the boots for Mei, the three people with him all agreeing. Are these heat resistant? Obi asked as he walked alongside Mei. Are you going to kick my babies? Mei looked at his feet that weren't currently on fire. Now I can also ignite my forearms and hands. I don't think they can handle heat well yet. Oh well, I could dash. Obi was going to offer just using his legs with his fire, since he doesn't have to ignite both his arms and legs at the same time, but Mei cut him off. We can make it a test. She grinned maddeningly. Don't hold back your arms. All right. Obi matched her hyped energy. So what is our plan? Momo asked while Katsuki stretched his arms out. All right guys, I want to say this once. Katsuki said loud enough to get attention on him. Obviously, we are not going to attack any of the other saints, so we are going after the team northwest of us. I saw them enter the building 2 up and across from us. 4 of us are staying here to defend. That will be Frenchie, Nerd, Midget, and Pikachu. I will cause a big-ass scene with their main attack team while Princess, Tails, and Invisibitch sneak around my diversion and hut them in the wayside. That sounds good with me. Denki gave a thumbs up. I can put my balls around to discourage certain entrance points and make them come through areas you guys can be waiting. Minoru said to his defensive teammates. Are you sure you can handle yourself? Momo asked Katsuki. Their whole team could fight you at once. Katsuki took a second to think. I don't want to waste any energy before the tournament. Princess, want to be my partner? Yui nodded. I would like that. All right, so we have our assignments. I know you guys won't fuck up, so don't. Katsuki went to the roof and Yui followed. You know, it almost sounded like he asked her out in a weird way. Denki pointed out. You're just digging where there isn't dirt, Minoru said from a window he had finished setting his traps at. We got this. Toru exclaimed in excitement. I'm going to be the sneakiest Invisibitch. Now you like it? Mashareo gave her a look. Imma own it. Nito was looking directly east of their building, at a building 3 away from them. What are you thinking? Kyoka asked as she stepped beside him. That is where a group is. I say we go for them. They are the closest to us that aren't saints. Nito turned to her. That makes sense. So who is going to defend here? She knew he would have a plan soon. Nito turned to his team, who were waiting for him. I can go. My strength can help me break the crystal in one punch. Kyo, should stay here. Your advanced hearing will pick up anyone who tries to get close. Or Shuji. You both have good senses, so one should be on offense to help us not get ambushed. I think Shuji can have your back. Kyoka offered. She did want to go offensive, but she does better with her senses, while stationary and Mezu can pick up things on the move quicker than her. I will do my best. Mezu nodded. Okay. Someone agile for both sides. Ashido and Azui are the most agile, or Zero. Yeah, but partner me with Achiko so we can do our combo attack. Hanta asked. Yeah, please. Achiko nodded along. Is it offensive or defensive? The one for all inheritor asked.
Offensive.
Achiko answered.
Definitely offensive.
Hanta nodded. You two join me and Shuji then. That leaves us for defense if we are splitting evenly. Fumikage stated. Evenly works. Nito nodded. We seem balanced. Should we engage a group that we encounter? Mezu asked. If they are coming for us, let us handle it. Kyoka said. We have solid defense. Once the match starts, we should go to that roof. Nito told his 3 squad members. Just jump across them? Hanta looked over the ledge. I can make the jump. You have tape. Achiko has gravity and Shuji has. I can use my gravity to get you across. Achiko offered to Mezu. That will work. Mezu nodded. Begin. Midnight announced the start of the event. Let's do this. Izuku jumped out of a window. I think I saw someone on that building over there. Tenya pointed to a building 2 spots south of them. That's where we go then. Obi said and ignited his legs and made a burst that sent him into the air towards the building in between the two. How do we follow that? Tenya asked. The boots let you jump far. Mei said as she handed them small remotes. These start the boots. They give a burst of firepower like no other. Are you trying to sell to us? Tenya asked, feeling like she was. Why? Are you interested in my babies? Her eyes lit up behind her steampunk-like goggles. Eventually, maybe. The engine kid didn't know if it would be wise, at least at the moment. Have these been tested? Hitoshi asked, still not having put his on. Tested? Mei gave him a look. Like in the field? What other testing would I mean? This was their test drive. Mei admitted. I don't plan on being a guinea pig. Hitoshi handed her back the boots. I'm taking the street to their building. He left for the stairs. Mei gained a disappointed look and Tenya felt guilty, even though he didn't take off the pair he had. I will still test them. Mei lit back up immediately. You will? Yes. We are all here today to show what we have. Your gear is what you have. Plus Cusack is willing also. My gauntlets. Mei gasped, remembering Obi had them. I have to see my babies perform. The much larger boots she had on ignited with a burst, and a jetpack she had on that Tenya was just now noticing flared to life, sending her Amaya good speed towards the other building, where Obi was actually waiting. Tenya looked down at the boots he had. He replaced his doubt with faith and got a running start, letting his engines kick into gear before he also activated the boots as he jumped, sending him directly over Mei and Obi and towards the building on the other side. He can fly too? Obi asked as the 2 punk-haired teens watched their teammate land on the roof of their opponents with a roll. My babies work. Mei keckled happily. Work? Obi asked. Did you think they wouldn't? Let's go test my other babies now. Mei dragged Obi by the gauntlets, ignoring his question. Hold on, princess. Katsuki saying D as Yui held on to his back. Okay. She nodded. Right before he used his explosions to propel them across the gap of the street towards another building. All right, let me get their attention, Katsuki said as Yui got off of him. The explosive teen faced the opposing building. Hey fuckfaces. His voice echoed. Which one of you dumbass want to be shown that you are an extra? Don't call them extras. Yui responded to his words. Just trying to piss them off. Katsuki stated. A voice was heard echoing back. Fuck you. You arrogant ass fuck. Katsuki gained a tick mark from being called that. Come here and say that to my face, bitch. That's my intentions, shithead. Fuck you. Fuck you, you piece of shit. I am going to kick your fucking ass when you get up here, bitch. Keep dreaming, punk ass. AHH. Katsuki was actually made and yelled in anger at that point, and Yui was just looking at him blankly. She found it odd how his plan was to rile someone up and immediately let himself get riled up by them. And we're off. Hanta jumped off the roof and used his tape to swing himself onto the other roof. Nito had jumped the entire gap and stood ready to help the last two. Let's get Shuji first, Hanta said as he shot tape over to Mezu for him to grab. They agreed for Achiko to hide her ability to make objects shoot in directions for now, since it could be useful but a secret for now. I'll release once you have him over there. The gravity girl nodded and tapped Mezu with all 5 of her digits of her right hand. This is an unusual way of transport, Mezu commented as he began to float and have Hanta pull him across the gap between the buildings. I like it, the elbowed teen commented as he got Mezu over solid ground. He is good to go, Achiko. Got it. She gave a thumbs up, released Mezu's gravity. Shoot me as I jump. She wanted to not slow the pace down, so she got a running jump at the gap and made her gravity disappear as she began to fall. That must be a rush, the tape user said as he shot a line at her to catch and reel her in. I got here quicker. Yep. Now we get to do it again. Hanta grinned as they get to the edge of the roof on the other side. I see people below us, Nito said as he saw them edge alongside the building. Jiro said they could handle them, Mezu stated. Yeah, no way will we have to worry about them, Hanta said. Let's just got this bread. Since this building here is 2 floors that we are going to, why not zipline down to it? Achiko offered. We could. And boy, think you can tie this to something down there? The tape user asked as he rolled some tape from his elbow for Nito to grab. Yep. The squad leader nodded and grabbed it as he jumped down to the other building with one for all to cushion his landing. He admittedly didn't know how to tie it to anything in the flat roof, so he stomped 2 small holes close to each other through the roof and ran the tape in between them a few times. Nice. Hanta grinned at the method. I can hold it from here if need be. I can swing across the gap. He motioned for Achiko and Mezu to zipline. Have fun. It'll be a blast. Achiko grinned and grabbed the tape with a second piece that Hanta offered. She stepped over the edge of the building and towards the ground below, and the tape guided her to the other roof. She grinned up at Hanta with a thumbs up. It was a blast. He gave his own thumbs up before handing Mezu a piece of tape. Can you support my weight? Mezu asked out of concern. Definitely, man. That muscle is in good hands and tape, Hanta reassured him. Okay. Mezu believed him, but also though the pressure he would put on the tape might yank Hanta off the roof as well. He used the tape and was soon on the other roof. There was a little strain, but Hanta planted his feet and made sure it wouldn't fail. Now for my graceful dive, Hanta said as he made a dramatic pose before jumping off of the roof. He waited a second before shooting a line of tape at the edge of the roof that he would land on, and the swing made him curve above his friends, and he landed next to them and stood in his dramatic pose again. 9 out of 10. Achiko said. What did I do wrong? Hanta didn't look offended. Building wasn't big enough, so your curve wasn't big enough either, the girl explained. Well, I work with what I got. Hanta flexed his arms. We should sneak across this gap, Nito said in a hushed tone to convey that they should be using stealth at that point. I can make my tape extra sticky and we walk across it, Hanta offered. Won't we lose our shoes after like 1 step? Achiko asked. Right. Hanta put his hand to his mouth and thought. How about Kirby pokes us and makes us float and NBOI pushes us silently to that window? That could work. Nito nodded. Or I can make enough arms to carry you guys over all at once with Uraraka, making us float, and Siro pulling us towards the window, Mezu offered. That sounds better than mine, Hanta stated. I say we do that one, Achiko agreed. Man, I wish I didn't offer to be a decoy/distraction. Izuku groaned from his spot on a building that wasn't his team's. He was making his halo veins glow brightly with energy to get more attention, but damn, he really wanted to fight someone. Not because he liked fighting. Well, he did. It was fun and relaxing for him to fight, and this type of situation was perfect for the fun fighting. But waiting for someone to come fight him was kind of boring. There you are, Midoriya. Izuku turned to see two people from 1B. Ibara Shiozaki and Setsuna Tokaichi. It was Setsuna who spoke to him.
Itukaja.
Izuku got into a fighting stance. I'm glad we found you because this girl really wants to fight you. Setsuna pointed with her thumb at Ibara. The vine-haired girl turned red. I didn't want to fight him. She stumbled over her words. I said it would be best for us to deal with him. What do you guys do again? Izuku asked innocently. Kick your ass, Setsuna said with a grin as her arm popped off of her and separated into several pieces, all floating by her. Is that what happens when you chew 5-gum? Izuku asked. Nah, this is what happens when you touch something in the sink while washing dishes. Setsuna grinned. That makes more sense than mine. Izuku nodded. Yeet. He threw a green blast at Setsuna when he said that yeet. The girl reacted by splitting her midsection into multiple pieces, and the blast went past her. Well, it's gonna be tough to hit you if you do that. Well, I guess you got it tough. Setsuna's floating head and part of her upper right shoulder stuck her tongue out.
Doi.
Izuku used his speed to rush her head and flicked her really hard on the nose. Ow, what the fuck? Setsuna wasn't mad, but she was confused why he went for a flick. She made her right arm and its pieces go after Izuku, who began to dodge and weave through the pieces that went at him from multiple directions at a fast speed. Just testing our speeds. Izuku was faster than the pieces, but the margin wasn't too big, and there were a good 20 pieces all rushing him. This is kinda weird. Not used to a girl throwing her body at you? Setsuna teased. Not like this. Izuku replied before a part. Setsuna's foot kicked him in his ass. Whoa, no touchy there. Just checking if it was as muscular as it looked. Setsuna replied. Tokaichi, Ibara said with a blush, not dating to even let the thought that she was also curious enter her mind. What, he isn't too upset. No touchy the rear. Izuku made his hands into an X motion. He lit his hands up with green blasts as he jumped out of the way of more pieces of Setsuna. Take away my joy. Setsuna replied in a flirty tone. Guess I can find other forms of fun. I don't like that. Izuku threw both blasts so that they would hit each other in front of him, and the ensuing shockwave sent a few of the pieces of the girl away with force. Now Shiozaki, Setsuna said. Get your man. Ibara didn't reply and did her part of the plan. Multiple vines broke through the roof surrounding Izuku and latched onto him before he could react in multiple spots with force, holding him a meter off of the ground. Where are you, fucker? A teen, the presumed guy who was screaming at Katsuki earlier, kicked open the door to the roof. The teen had pale yellow-green skin and a bright, fluffy green mohawk. He had sharp dark green eyes, and two hooked blades jut out from either of his cheeks. He has no visible nose, and the shape of his head resembles that of an insect with mandibles. It was Togger of Kamakiri, but Katsuki never bothered to learn his or anyone from 1B's names. Right here, fuck face. Katsuki shouted. What did you call me, you shithead? A fuckface, you dim-witted shit. Fuck you, you arrogant bitch. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. In the stands, a certain blonde mother could be heard laughing hard at the spectacle. That's my boy, she announced with pride. A guy who had a rhino-like appearance and another with scaled skin and a tail had joined them on the roof, having followed the insect-like teen. Fight her. The insect teen snapped to his teammates. I want this fuck for myself. Katsuki grinned like a madman. I see you want an audience for your ass-whooping. Ah. Togru rushed Katsuki. Bring it. Katsuki shouted back and blasted his way to the insect teen. Right as Katsuki was about to let off an explosion in the insect teen's face, a blade appeared from the teen's armband blocked the blast. I can make blades anywhere on my body, shithead. The teen grinned as one ripped through his pants at his knee and almost hit Katsuki, who used an explosion bro blast himself out of the way in time. That makes you almost a threat? Katsuki remarked. A tick mark formed on the teen's head. Fuck you. You arrogant bitch. He charged Katsuki again and tried to get a slash in the teen with an onslaught of attacks. Katsuki made sure to avoid every slash but was annoyed when he couldn't quick enough that he could dodge and also check on Yui, who he can't divert attention to even though he wanted to. If he did, then he would definitely get cut. He decided to place faith in her despite the 2-on-1 situation she was in. The two guys were at first against fighting Yui because it felt unbalanced to them. One at a time? The scaled teen asked the Rhino kid. Well, yeah, she is just a girl. The Rhino said, Don't disrespect me. Yui had a frown. She had worked hard with Katsuki and had pride in her skills. He said, Both of you fight me. Well, she wants to get beaten. The Rhino kid charged her. Yui pulled a rock from her pocket and threw it at him, making it bigger in size as it flew at him. The rock, now the size of a basketball, smacked him in the face hard and knocked him over, and he was knocked out with a slightly broken nose. That's for the disrespect, Yui said with a cold tone. A woman watching the sports festival grinned at what she just saw. She didn't even originally want to be at the festival, but she was told that she would have to find a kid to intern because of a dispute with a coworker that she had to settle by showing she could work with others. Of course, they would make her prove that by having to select a damned kid to have intern with her. However, that display from the girl who seemed just quiet and tailing the explosive kid was exciting. Her large white ears were perked straight up as she watched the interesting girl fight. Fuck you, Katsuki shouted for the possibly 100th time at this bladed teen. He could barely get past the blades and his explosions weren't getting close enough to be as effective as possible. Worried you'll lose? The bladed insect teen smirked as he swung a blade that Katsuki dodged. No, I want to check on the princess, but the peasant bitch in front of me is being a peasant bitch, Katsuki replied as he blasted over the teen and held his left hand in a circle over his right palm. AP shot. The explosive teen shouted as he blasted a series of quick and condensed blasts down on the other teen. This time he got a good hit on the teen and capitalized in his window with an elbow. He used an explosion to make stronger and slammed it into the other teen's chest.
Keskiviikko.
The other teen coughed as he fell backwards and into the ground out of breath, Katsuki's hit taking it all away. Stay down for a minute. The ashy blonde took a breath and looked over in the direction of the other fight on that roof. Yui dropped below the swing of the scaled teen's tail that he threw at her before throwing a pebble at him and made it a baseball in size, bruising his cheek. As she got up from the dodge, she immediately flowed into a kick to the teen's back, hitting him with force. However, he managed to roll with it, and his tail grabbed her foot, and he swung her over his head and made her dangle, holding her by the sleeve of her pants. That was dirty, but now I gotcha. The scaled teen was actually surprised at how dirty this girl could fight. No, you don't. Yui repeated an action from her battle trial and made her pants grow large enough that the teen's tail couldn't hold a tight grip and she got to drop down. She didn't hesitate to slam her foot over the other teen's head as she dropped and rolled to grab a piece of the building that had broken off from Katsuki's fight. Enlarging till she had a club-like weapon, she swung right and the teen's side, hitting him hard and sending him to the ground. Yui dropped the rock on top of the teen to pin him down for the moment and then looked over at Katsuki's direction. The explosive blonde was just staring at her forehead with a red face.
What?
Yui asked in confusion. Please get your pants back on. We're on TV, Katsuki said quietly. Yui became very aware of the fact she had no pants on in front of a stadium, so everyone could see her undergarments, especially Katsuki. She quickly grabbed her lost clothing and put them back on at their actual size. You kicked ass, the blonde replied as he cleared his throat. So did you. Yui was really hoping that the audience wasn't paying much attention to their battle that whole time. Well, let's see if Invisy Bitch and Tails need assistance at all. Katsuki got to the edge of the roof, facing the building diagonal from them that he knew had a crystal and a team in it. It's not on this floor? Hanta sighed quietly. The four were crouched in a circle whispering. If my ears do not fail me, I believe they are on the first floor, Mezu said with a handful of tentacles with ears. They could have plans regarding it. How many are here still? Nito asked while making a plan. 5. I have only one name I heard. Does anyone know a Yanagi? The tentacle having saint asked. I think that's the girl who said you had an appealing appearance. Hanta answered. Yeah. Achiko said a bit excitedly before hushing herself. Sorry. She is the one that. She said it when Denki was trying to flirt with her. He flirts with like every girl. Achiko had a flat look. Not you, Yamamo or Kyoka. Hanta pointed out. Anyways, is anyone else having their name said? Nito asked. No, but they move. Mezu quickly grabbed everyone and jumped up right as the ground where they stood was broken with the explosion. Well, damn, you missed. A teen with pale skin and ash-blonde hair remarked. He had no discernible lips at all. It's all right, though. The other student had what looked like a speech bubble for a head. Oops. Well, that wasn't cash money to surprise attack us. Hanta commented. We were just about to plan do that to them. Achiko looked at Hanta. He doesn't know that. Hanta replied. Guys. Nito wanted to sigh. Pair up and fight. We call the speech bubble. Hanta announced as Achiko tossed him a football-sized piece of rubble that she took the gravity of. Hanta caught it with his tape and swung it around him before throwing at the teen with the speech bubble for a head.
Bang!
The speech bubble teen, whose name was actually Manga, shouted, and a separate speech bubble appeared with the word he just said, and it shot straight at the rock Hanta threw at him, acting like a bullet and breaking the rock upon impact. Well, that's new. Hanta remarked as he landed back on the ground. Our special move didn't get a cool first use. Achiko sighed. More to come, more to come. He responded as he shot 2 threads of tape at the teen. With Mezu and Nito, they learned quickly that this guy they were facing was good. He can make the ground quicksand bad, can travel though it fast seemingly. His name was Juzo, as Nito remembered. Nito, however, with his 10% control of One for All, was able to match and surpass that speed and managed to keep out of reach. He was using high-powered flicks to crack the ground in multiple spots as he got around, hoping this other kid wouldn't catch on to his plans before he could make them work. Shuji, Nito shouted. Go for the crystal while we deal with them. On it. Meza dived down the stairs. One really thinks highly of themselves. The teen against Nito remarked.
No.
Nito got ready to deliver a punch to the cracked ground that would send it down to the floor below. We just have faith in each other. At the word faith, Nito had kicked off if the ceiling at high power and slammed his fist into the ground, using enough force to cause the ground to break everywhere he had cracked it previously as well. Half of the floor ended up falling apart and falling to the floor below. Luckily, Hanta and Achiko were not close to the hole. Well, that is some strength. The lipless teen remarked as he softened the floor of their new fighting space and sunk into it. Didn't think you guys would have enough to break the ground like that. We're full of surprises. Nito figured out a plan to put this kid down. He first needed that guy's quirk, so he needed to get in close, so he would wait until this guy came to him. Movement happened behind Nito, and he reacted fast enough to turn and touch the teen's neck, gaining his quirk. He also gained instinctual knowledge of the quirk that was equal to his opponent's. He sent a kick to the guy's leg for a sweep, but the other guy dodged it and got away from Nito. Why touch my neck? The other teen was holding his neck in confusion. That's so I have your quirk. Nito explained. A simple touch and I know how to use it on equal ground with you. You have my quirk? Juzo asked. Yes. Please concede. This isn't as balanced as it was a minute ago. You guys in one really think you are tough, don't you? The other teen had one more trick, but it relied on Nito not being able to affect the same ground as him. This isn't pride. It is an objective view of our matchup. I clearly have massive strength and I copied your power. Nito ignored the sounds of Hanta cursing above him in his own fight. I still have cards to play. The teen sunk into the ground and made the ground soften around Nito. He began to sink in. Doesn't work. Nito announced as he began to manipulate the ground as well, flowing through it to give chase to the other teen. Fuck. The other teen popped out of the ground and faced Nito. You are kind of annoying. I'm mild compared to some of the others. Well, I am not giving up without a fight. The teen then dropped back into the floor, dropping through to the first floor, Nito following him. Obi flew through the window.
Iguis.
He smiled happily to the 3 people in the building. He was told by Tenya to be a main distraction and Obi went with the plan. The crystal was opposite of Obi, near the other side of the large area that was the second floor. Ah! A girl with mushroom-shaped hair jumped from the sudden entry of the cheerful fire user. No touching our crystal. A girl with horse-like legs, large blue eyes, and very prominent horns on her head shouted. "Want to spar then?" Obi asked with no animosity. "Why would you fly in here solo and ask for just a spar?" A third girl asked. She had orange hair and a side ponytail, and her hands were surprisingly big. Obi guessed it was her quirk. For fun, Obi offered.
Even a spa.
The horn girl shouted. "I can deal with him." I love the enthusiasm. Obi's almost permanent grin got wider. The girl took no time to rush Obi, and her horns actually popped off and shot at him as well. Obi used a burst of fire to dodge a strike from the girl and used his agility to grab onto a horn in an attempt to use it as a weapon, but it didn't listen well to his movements, like an outside force was controlling it. "What's this?" Obi got spun with the horn as it flew through the air towards the girl, who used a hooved foot to slam a kick into Obi's side. "I control my horns," the girl explained. "That makes sense." Obi groaned, glad the kick wasn't as strong as it could have been. "That's so cool also. Can you make them both do separate things?" "Yes, but right now it is taking you down, Mr. Fire." The girl sent both horns at him and rushed Obi again. "My name is Obi Kuzake." Obi introduced himself as he used a burst from both of his hands to send the horns away and sent a burst through his foot to propel himself at the girl to engage in close combat. Pony Tsunatori. Pony actually liked Obi's attitude. He seemed nice. By the stairs, Tenya and Mei poked their heads around the corner of the stairwell to assess the situation. "I could perhaps use Recipro Burst and used a powerful kick to shatter the crystal while their focus is on Kuzake," Tenya whispered while watching Obi fight Pony. The two other girls were respecting Pony's wish to fight Obi first, but were close enough if they needed to help. "My baby should help that." Mei nodded and grabbed her bag and began to look at the boots Tenya still had on. "We should have a backup plan, however. Those crystals could be hard to break. For all we knew, a single kick isn't going to be effective at all." "My other babies."
My insert.
"The ones Mr. Fire has. They can store energy and release it in a single attack. He keeps using those booms if his, and soon the gauntlets can make an even bigger boom of their own if they don't melt from his fire." "That is plausible. If that doesn't work, we just find Midoriya for his strength." "Is Mr. Glowy Guy that strong?" "Definitely. With Mr. Glowy Guy, he was tied with vines upside down still. Ibara had only had him in her vines for a few seconds at this point." "Hey, you caught a hot guy, Shiozaki." Setsuna reformed all of her pieces back into regular her to stand next to the vine girl. "Tokage, don't speak in sinful ways." "Nothing sinful about calling him hot." Izuku was looking around trying to think of a way out. "Hey, do you feel your vines like this?"
Ido.
Ibara nodded. "So you can feel how hard his muscles are?" Setsuna asked. "Is everything as nice as his ass?" Ibara turned red, trying to not notice what she was definitely aware of. Izuku was very muscular. She did not like any of the sinful thoughts she was getting, and Setsuna was just making it worse. Izuku noticed Ibara seemed to have too much embarrassment and decided to use that 1MB energy of his to get out of this without harming her hair too much. "Well, this is a new kink I have apparently." Izuku acted like it excited him. "Oh?" Setsuna asked with a grin.
Wah.
Ibara's face steamed up and her vines accidentally loosened on Izuku. The saint capitalized on that and set his mold into work to make a bubble for him to keep the vines off of him. Izuku made sharp edges to the mold that spun his bubble to cut up the vines and get back to solid roof. He stood upright in the bubble. "You wish that was a kink I had." "Ha, he tricked us." The sharp-toothed girl laughed. "He got you, Shiozaki. I don't want to get tied up by a girl again, unless it is my girl, so I'm a stick to fire," Izuku said as he lit his purple halo veins with their violet flames. "Your girl?" Setsuna asked. "Did that girl finally claim you?" "Yeah, now don't touch my ass again, cause it's hers," Izuku replied as he used his heightened speed to flash to Setsuna and launch a punch into her stomach, followed by a kick. The girl didn't have time to react and got hit hard enough to take her breath away and fall over. He turned to Ibara. "My flames kinda hard counter your vines. We aren't here to fight to the death, so I can just let you stay here while I go to your crystal wherever it is if you are willing to admit defeat and tell me where it is." Ibara was too busy dealing with mixed emotions to want to fight, and just weakly pointed at the building. She knew she really couldn't beat the saint if he was setting himself on fire and not even flinching from it. Izuku looked where she was pointed and nodded. "Thank you, Shiozaki." He jumped with his strength directly to another roof as he closed his gap on his new goal. Ibara was still trying to figure out her emotional distress. Was she angry? Why? It started when Izuku confirmed that Momo and he were together. Was she jealous? "I think we should either give chase or break his crystal quickly." Setsuna wheezed from the ground. "Someone is here," Hisoki announced from her spot by a window. "Someone entered my smoke downstairs." Downstairs? Ijiro got confused. "How much smoke do you have?" "As much as I can create. I run on my own oxygen, so as long as I can breath." "That's cool." Ijiro grinned. "We shouldn't even let them get up here." Shoto said, "I can freeze the staircase. I don't want to play the waiting game for the others to break that team's crystal thing if it is that team we are after who are also here for us." Ijiro said, "I want to get some blood pumping action. I am putting ice over the staircase. Jump out a window with hardening active." Shoto responded, "The one floor drop should not hurt at all." "That does sound blood pumping." The burnt redhead nodded. "All right, I will listen to my other burnt redhead buddy." He jumoed out a window immediately. Hisoki raised an eyebrow at the guy who jumped out a window just to have some action. Shoto gained a look of confusion from what Ijiro said. Were they now burnt redhead buddies? He shook it off to freeze the staircase completely, with ice filling every inch of it. "He is outnumbered," Hisoki said as she felt more people enter the smoke she had made lightly fill the first floor. 3 people. Hisoki began to make her smoke become thicker so Ijiro could at least not get ganged up on immediately. "What? What's wrong?" Shoto asked. "One just disappeared." She couldn't feel him anywhere in her smoke. "Stay on guard." Shoto narrowed his eyes and listened for anything going on that was odd. Kyoka made a motion with her hand silently towards the EAS, holding up 3 fingers with the other hand. The other 3, who were in front of her and being silent so she could listen better, nodded. Their plan of defense was based around using Kyoka's quirk to quickly and efficiently ambush any team who would come near that was a threat. Kyoka was also counting on how intimidating Fumikage can come across, but she wasn't going to say that. Kyoka looked up at her friends. "All 3 are guys. One who is in the middle seems impatient. In 30 seconds, they should cross below that windows through the alley. We each 3 take one while you stun?" Fumikage asked. "That's the plan." The purple-haired girl nodded. "Just enough to make it clear we will win a conflict if they won't play nice after that. I use another pulse, and just tie them up or something." "That works."
Mina nodded.
"Let's hurry." Tsuyu whispered as she and the other 2 made their way to the specific window. 5 seconds. Kyoka said from her spot she hasn't moved from. After the time was up, they felt one of her heartbeat pulses go off and all 3 jumped out, using their respective quirks to go down safely, and all 3 quickly took action against the 3 guys who were stunned.
Surprise.
Mina shouted as she slammed a fist into a very hairy, beast-looking guy's chest, launching her acid at a non-acidic and fell-like solution out of her arm and made it coat his midsection, locking his arms in place. Fumikage silently did a twin attack with Dark Shadow to a guy whose black hair was in a braid, before having Dark Shadow pin the guy against the wall like planned. Tsuyu had used a strong set of kicks to send the final guy, a brown-haired teen, to the ground. "Nice work, guys."
Mina chirped.
"Ribbit, do you 3 yield?" Fumikage asked in a edges tone to the teen Dark Shadow had against the wall. "This wasn't an opportune moment for us, it seems." The beast teen replied, "Rin Kaibara, I do believe we are outclassed." "Fuck that." Kaibara, the one in the ground from Tsuyu's attacks, tried to get up before Fumikage stepped toward him. "Do not challenge us further in a situation where you are outnumbered." "Yeah, what he said."
Mina shouted.
"Kaibara, do not be rash. The animal is teen from 1B, Jirota said. "It will not suit your performance." "Damn it, Shishida, I know." Kaibara cursed. "I just want one damn kid from 1A to lose." He looked at the 3 opposing kids. "I am so fucking tired of hearing everyone always talk about you guys. Dislike for someone shouldn't make you act rash." Tsuyu said as she was ready to fight him if need be. Kaibara grit his teeth before trying to fight Tsuyu, only to feel a vibration and fall over stunned. A for effort. Kyoka commented from the window above. Dark Shadow drop him. Take your friend. Fumikage said to Rin as Dark Shadow retreated to his side. This was fast. Dark Shadow remarked. It was efficient. Jiro has good leadership. Azui did good, so did Ishido. Fumikage spoke to his demon-possessed shadow. Thank you, Ribbit. Tsuyu smiled. Thanks for not completely humiliating us. Jirota said as Mina released him. The guy had pride, yes, but the way the kids from one had just worked together was above their own skills currently. He will definitely want a rematch, however. Bye. Mina said happily as the three left, Jirota carrying the still stunned Kaibara. Let's regroup and get ready for any other attacks. Kyoka said from up top. Hopefully we get to fight someone tough. Dark Shadow said. Nito dropped through the ceiling and landed on the first floor to see Mezu in the midst of an unbalanced fight. It was Mezu against, if Nito recalled their names correctly, Kajiri, Niranjanki, Reiko, and finally Juzo, who had decided to help them. Mezu had managed to wrap Reiko up with a tentacle. The apathetic girl didn't even look gazed about it at all. Kojiri had managed to get what looked like glue and made it cover a large amount of the area. Niranjanki was guarding the crystal and Juzo had made the ground begin to be quicksand around Mezu, who couldn't escape with the glue from Kojiri keeping him down. Mezu didn't quit, however. Shuji, Nito shouted as he dropped to the ground where there wasn't glue. Use your strength to just break the crystal, Mezu said as he made several tentacles branch off of each other. I doubt we can go on long in a 4-on-2 situation. 3-on-4. Hanta swung through a widow. Bubble Boy is tied up for a minute. We have an advantage, Juzo said. No one let him near you. He pointed at Nito. He has stupid strength and can copy quirks. He won't move. Kojiri shot glue at Nito, who managed to dodge it, but got one of his shoes in more glue, sticking it to the ground. 2 of the 3 are immobilized, Juzo stated. He doesn't need to get close anyways. Hanta grinned. Neither do I, because distraction. Before they could question that, Achiko used a rope of Hanta's tape to quickly swing in a window close to the crystal and get her hands on it. She didn't plan on breaking it herself, but used her strength and quirk to shoot it at a fast speed right at Nito. Get it, Nito? The saint grinned at the plan Hanta and Achiko made. It was genius. He pulled his arm back and thrust it at the crystal bright as it was about to hit him.
Smash.
It broke into multiple pieces. The team who failed to defend their crystal all just gaped for a second, letting it sink in that they were disqualified. Team 2 has been disqualified. Midnight announced their loss. That was so cool. Hannah shouted. Like, I know it was my plan, but I didn't think it would work. You guys were awesome too. Hanta tried to high-five Juzo, who sighed at his loss. Izuku admittedly stopped going for the Crystal of Ibera's team. Sure, he wanted his team to win, but he trusted them to get the job down. So he decided to check up on his defensive teammates and kind of just stood there in the front entrance of his building watching a fight. It was almost like a mirror, with differing colors on both sides. Ijiro was fighting Tetsu, both of them using their skin-hardening quirks and basically trying to bash each other's chests in with bright force. They pulled the same punches and everything. It was kind of funny. Izuku just stood there watching it. Upstairs, a real problem happened, however. Maki was trying hard to figure out where that third person disappeared to when suddenly they appeared next to her and struck her hard. He's here. She cursed as she let Shoto know. This smoke is good for my quirk, the new arrival said. It creates a lot of shadows. The opposing teen was pitch black in appearance, and his hair was a bright white. Hisoki, get rid of the smoke? Shoto said as he lit his left hand on fire. I don't plan on being the one to break the crystal, don't worry. The teen replied. That's what the big guy is for. Team 3 has been defeated. Midnight announced the defeat if another team. The other teen was heard making a sound of annoyance. Looks like we are the only group of 1B that still has a chance. We won't lose. Shoto knew that Tenya would get the job done. All he had to do was defend for a few minutes. Where is the big guy if it is just you? To answer the question, a large muscular teen broke through Shoto's ice. Satu. The pitch-black teen said in greeting. It is by the guy with his hand on fire. Got it. Sata nodded and charged at Shoto. The ice and fire teen had a blank look on his face before he raised his hand slightly and made a giant wave of ice and froze the lower half of the teen charging at him. Maki felt the teen who can shadow jump still in her smoke, so she manipulated it to grip him by his midsection and lift him off of the ground. Your smoke is still thick enough that it makes a shadow. The teen responded to the situation by seemingly melting into the smoke that was holding him, and he jumped back out in an attacking stance at Maki. She made a wall of smoke to block the teen while she made one of her smoke balls, which always took a second. Sata crushed the ice around his legs and tried to rush Shoto again, just for him to freeze even more of his body in another wave of ice. The shadow teen jumped into the shadow of Maki's smoke and jumped out in the side with her and tried to strike her again, only for the small girl to slam the ball of smoke she had made with the density of a ball of smoke slam into his chest. He staggered back a step and was thrown off by the attack, not thinking she could actually use the smoke like that. The smoke was mostly gone now, so he actually got a good look at the girl and got nervous. Never having been one to interact with girls, it was still a mess even in a situation like this. Plus, her smoke-like eyes were attractive to him. During his moment of pause, Maki didn't hesitate to make her smoke grab the teen and throw him out the window. She figured he would be okay with his ability to jump into shadows since the alley he was thrown into was covered with them. Did you get him? Shoto asked as he covered the area around Satu with moth ice to keep him still, or at least slow him down. The ice and fire saint began to push the crystal farther away from their opponent. He is gone. Maki nodded as she checked her bruised cheek. Now, we just have to wait for them to finish, Shoto stated. Obi landed Juanita Pony's chest that was enhanced by a burst, and it was the final attack the girl took, the fight having worn her down and she fell over, breathing hard. You were awesome. Obi gave her a thumbs up. You guys in the hero course are so cool. You aren't in the hero course? The mushroom girl asked in surprise. Nope. Obi shook his head. I'm from 1C. With Tenya he got ready. He hoped Obi was going to do well with the other two since he needed to have a second to charge his engines, and it will definitely attract attention. Komori, I think you should knock him out quickly. Itsuka hoped that Kanoko's mushrooms would act quick enough, or get past this guy's flames. Oh, you're next? Obi faced Kanoko with a hard inhale, needing to gather more oxygen from his quirk usage. Mushrooms! Kanoko shouted frantically and made them grow everywhere around Obi, including inside his lungs, those being ones with a sleep-inducing effect. Obi didn't get the chance to say anything before his lack of oxygen and the mushrooms made him pass out, falling face first onto the ground. I think you overdid it. Itsuka figured Kanoko panicked. Tenya was glad his engines sparked to life fast, and he had maze boots. His engines roared, and he blasted off at the unguarded crystal. Itsuka couldn't reach Tenya in time, but still tried. Komori blocked him with mushrooms. Before the mushroom girl could do anything, a tired voice spoke up. Stand still. Wadash Kanoko couldn't help but respond, and then stood there blankly, not doing anything. Recipro burst. Tenya shouted as he activated maze boots to enhance the kick, and his foot went straight through the crystal, breaking it in half. Team 1 has been eliminated, Midnight announced. The final 3 teams are teams 4, 5, and 6. That was one kick. Itsuka commented to Tenya. Sure, she was upset they lost, but they did give it their best shot. Nothing bad about that. I think I broke it. Tenya looked down at the busted boot he was wearing. My baby. May pushed Tenya over, him falling onto his back as May yanked the boot off of him. The 24 kids from the 3 winning teams were given a chance to see Recovery Girl, who wasn't thrilled about the kids who had been hurt. Obi had his lungs cleared of mushrooms, which Kanoko kept freaking out over and apologizing over every 2 seconds. He wasn't bothered and kept saying how cool her quirk was. May was only upset about her gear being broken for a second before she said that she will make them stronger, which made Tenya feel better about it. Now the Saints were enjoying a break before they started the next event. The other 4 kids were off somewhere else. So how did you guys break yours? Izuku asked Katsuki's group. The explosive blonde began to laugh hard. Fucking, it was fucking. He couldn't say it because he was laughing too hard. Toru stood up and pointed at him. It wasn't funny. That made Katsuki laugh even harder. Mashireo answered. Coulda from one begot insects to roam the area and search for Hagakure when they figured out we were there. And the insects crawled on her. Her fucking screaming. Katsuki had his head against the table and was pounding it as he laughed. She fucking used their crystal as a weapon to get the bugs away from her. We arrived to help and saw her screaming about the bugs and smacking the crystal against them. Yui said, "It wasn't funny." Toru threw a piece of bread at Katsuki. I had to not wear my gym clothes to sneak in there. They were on my skin. Ijiro got her to sit down with a hand on her shoulder. I wouldn't like that either. I got to 11%. Nito announced. Went up? Kyoka asked. I gave that strike to the crystal as much as I could and felt my threshold increase. Nito nodded. We didn't even see anyone while defending. Minoru seemed disappointed in it, and he was. Everyone else in the Saints to him were stronger, and he wanted to show himself that he was getting as like them. Probably because Dynamite was screaming naughty words. Denki added. It got the job done. Katsuki shrugged. So did the princess. You did good too. Yui had a smile. Our ambush was also pleasing. Fumikage said. Ashido's attack was perhaps the best part with her one strike that finished her end expertly. Thanks to Koyami. Mina had a large smile. You did awesome too. Kyoka, who was sitting across from Mina, looked up at the pink girl in confusion, but didn't say anything to get anyone's attention. Kyoka was wondering why Mina's heart was pounding so hard and had to ask Mina later. I got sexually harassed. Izuku added to the whole conversation. What? Momo looked up from Eri, who she was letting borrow her phone for a bit. Did some guy mistake you for a girl? Katsuki asked. Nah, it was Tokage. She touched my butt. Maybe she wanted to see if it was as muscular as it looks. Achiko offered. Does everyone think that? Izuku didn't know why Achiko was immediately right. Well, you are pretty muscular, boss. Denki explained. Girls dig the muscular guys like us. Katsuki gave Denki a flat look. You have fucking noodles for limbs compared to the 5 guys who actually have muscles here. Whoa, so only 5 of us have muscles? Denki asked. Muscles on glow sticks level. I'm flattered I have a level. Izuku commented. If I had to rank the muscles in this class for the top 5 guys, it would be Boss, Eiji, Shuji, Ida, then Bakugo. Toru said. I accept this. Katsuki said. You accept it? Thought you would be like, I should be number 1. Hanta said. I can make my way there. Not when I have my glorified onion ring. Izuku joked. Back to you being sexually harassed. Momo didn't want it to go past her radar without her getting all of the information. She was not jealous by any means, but definitely had to know. Kirby got it. Izuku answered. She dropped it when I said only my girl is allowed to touch my butt, and she guessed you. Okay. Momo nodded. Miss Midoriya hit her head with her hands when you said you found a new kink. Eri spoke up. You found a what now? Mina asked. Shiozaki used her vines to tie me up, and I noticed she kind of overreacts bro dirty jokes or suggestive comments, so I said that to make her lose focus and get free. So you don't have a kink for being tied up? Toru asked. No, now don't talk about kinks in front of Eri. Izuku said. Miss Midoriya said I can call her grandma. Eri added more stuff from her time during the event. Well, that makes sense with our family tree. Izuku nodded. He had no hold-ups about just becoming Eric's father. She was a great kid, except the part where she kind of developed a bit of Izuku's personality, but that was still cool also. I was this close to beating Tetsu when you guys broke that crystal. Ijiro said to Tenya. Which one of you guys broke it, by the way? I did. Kyuzake acted as a diversion. Tenya answered. He then thought for a second about Obi. Kyuzake confuses me. How so? Izuku asked. He seems like an upbeat guy, to be honest. Ijiro said. His fighting skill is amazing. Tenya said. With a quirk like his and his skill, it confuses me how a person like that doesn't get into the hero course. Izuku nodded. Actually, yeah, that makes sense. The guy was good enough to keep up with my fast speeds in the labyrinth and actually do some good damage. Maybe he didn't do well at the entrance exams. Denki offered. The gap from then to now is too big if he did that poorly. Izuku said. The only way a gap like that could be closed is by ways like you guys becoming saints. So he might have demonic powers, is what you were saying? Katsuki asked. I don't get that feeling from him, but it could be a trick for all we know. I was also partnered with him during the last event, Shoto said. He didn't do anything at all to show he was hiding anything. He just seems to be really enthusiastic. Let's just keep an eye on him then? Izuku suggested. We might just be overthinking his situation, but it doesn't hurt to be a little paranoid. I agree, Tenya said. That other guy that was with you seems more sus than the pink-haired guy if you ask me, Katsuki said. The tired-looking shit. He openly showed dislike of us after USJ, and was kinda the start of this whole shit of the general education extras versus us thing. Calling them extras doesn't help that situation. Yui responded. Why not just keep watch on both? Hanta asked. Wait, can't Tokoyami just have Dark Shadow look at them? Mina asked. It saw the halo in you, so shouldn't it see anything they have? If he focuses enough, yes. Fumikage nodded. He then tapped next to his eye patch that covered his demonic yellow orb of a left eye. This I can also see that type of energy. See, why not just have Tokoyami speak to them both, or just get a good look at them? Ribbit. Tsuyu offered. I shall do it when Midnight Sensei explains the tournament. Fumikage nodded. Dark Shadow, I request you help me keep my eye from general view, while I attempt to try to use it myself for training. Got it. We need to talk. Kyoka stopped Mina as they were all going down to the field for the next event. About what, Jiro? The pink girl turned to look at her purple-haired friend. Asterisk gasp asterisk, do you want me to style your hair for Nito?
No.
Kyoka turned red. He likes it like this and so do I. She had to stay on topic and not get flustered. I had an important question for you. Why was your heart beating so hard just a few minutes ago in the break room? Mina took a second to realize why, and her face turned a shade of purple, her version of blushing because of her pink skin. It wasn't. Yes, it was. Kyoka said. It is right now, too. I have super hearing, remember? Damn it.
Mina kushed.
It's a secret. Kyoka narrowed her eyes in thought and tried to think about why Mina would have a secret, and then remembered the one Katsuki revealed existed without saying who, but Kyoka figured it out because of when Mina's heart was pounding. You like Dash. Mina covered Kyoka's mouth fast. Shush, girl, damn. Yes, I like him. I have had a crush on him for a bit, and I really don't want it to be messed up now, shush. Kyoka nodded, and Mina let go of her. I can't believe it. Why won't you just tell him? You are always so up in front about people like Izuku and Momo liking each other. Because their attraction was obvious.
Mina argued.
When two people obviously like each other, I try that. Like those two, you and Nito, Ijiro and Toru. Even Katsuki and Kodai like each other, and it is obvious they are meant to be. It was a good thing that it was only those two in the hall at that point. But how do I know someone who is sophisticated and quiet like Tokoyami would like me? Kyoka gained a soft expression. Wow, you really like him, don't you? She had never seen Mina lose confidence like this before. Yeah.
Mina sighed.
That's why I wanted it to stay quiet. I want to have a chance with him, and I keep thinking of every way it could go wrong. From you guys getting back at me for being annoying about relationships to him, not liking someone who is like me. First off, saints would never sabotage another saint like that. The musical saint stated. And why wouldn't Tokoyami like a little crazy? His shadow is demon-possessed, and he is a saint. We all are a bit screw-loose for joining Izuku's group anyways. It is what makes us great. Trust me, if someone is proper and high-class like Momo can like someone who is Izuku, then someone like Tokoyami would like you. You are really good at helping a sister out.
Mina smiled.
Here I was panicking about this for like the past few weeks, and you say a few words and poof, all gone. Anytime. Kyoka grinned. So, Bakugo and Kodai like each other? Oh yeah. They are both clueless and will probably jump each other the second they full-on realize it. All 24 students that would participate in the final event, the famous tournament of the sports festival, had gathered in 3 lines of 8. Thankfully for Fumikage and his espionage, he was in the back line and both Obi and Hitoshi were in front of him. He used his demonic eye and carefully scanned both teens, but saw nothing to be worried about. They both did not have that type of power in them. He did a slight shake of his head to let the others know that it was clear and the two were clean. Okay, cuties, now is the time where I explain the rules of the tournament event. She motioned to the cement platform all the kids were on. This is the stage for the matches. If you fall off of the stage for even a second, you are out of bounds and lose the match. If we feel that a fight is one-sided, we will call the arch and will interfere if need be. Each match will have a time limit of dash. She stopped when Izuku raised his hand silently from the front of the students. Can we remove rules like the out of bounds and referee interference, or the time limit if both people in the match want it? Izuku asked with surprising calm to his voice. Midnight looked at Izuku. Why would you kiddies want that exactly? USJ. Momo answered. It made us learn that villains do not fight fair, that we don't stop it out of bounds, and that in a fight we need full effort with no crutches if we want to be able to win. Aoyama added.
Plus.
Katsuki added. It is a show of respect for some of us saints. Respect? Midnight asked. We have worked so hard to get where we are. Izuku said. Everyone has. If we all want it, can we have a full-on fight until one of us is knocked out? Midnight looked at the leading saint like he was insane. Do any of you want that? Yes. All 20 kids from 1A said at the same time. We respect each other's hard work too much and want every chance for all of us to show our stuff. Izuku stated with a grin. I love it. Obi suddenly yelled, a fire in his eyes as he clutched his fists. That's some fire and I want it too. Let us be able to show our full potential. Midnight was surprised by Obi's outburst. Well, everyone was except for Maki, who was actually counting down the whole time until her friend would inevitably get too excited to contain himself. Cusack from 1C. They all have hero suits that increase their capabilities. What you said implies that if taken that way, Midnight was hoping that saying that would get the fiery kid to retract his words. Oh, let them have their hero suits. Obi got even more excited. Midnight really didn't know some of these kids, or she would know not much could unmotivate Obi. If we are going to get internship offers from this, then their possible internships can see them at what they will at their full potential. Obi said, let them please. I would be happy to see them like that. Is that kid really going to talk the proctor into letting us have our hero suits? Katsuki asked. I love his energy. Izuku grinned. Midnight admitted she really enjoyed Obi's energy. I guess hero suits are okay, but no gear. I mean tools if you didn't make it yourself. Yeah. Obi pumped his fist. Wait, so are we getting our hero suits now? Denki asked. Yep. Midnight smiled. You kids will look so adorable. You have 10 minutes and then be right back here. Cusack, why? Hitoshi sighed to himself. Bro, that was nice. Ijiro said to Obi. I beat you guys will look so cool. Obi's signature happy grin got bigger. It sucks you don't have a hero suit, Izuku said. Obi went off like a light bulb. Wait, I totally do. His grin got bigger. Oh man. Everyone hurry, Midnight said when not really anyone moved. Oh, this will be so cool. Obi actually activated his quirk on accident. Cusack clammed down before you set everyone on fire. Hisoki sad as she made smoke cover his fire. Sue was friends with Obi since middle school and learned the hard way that his excitement definitely sets his fire off sometimes. Bro, I love this guy. Ijiro laughed as he began to go towards the tunnel. Why is he flying away right now? Toru watched the pink-haired guy fly off with his fire. That's towards the dorms. He is probably getting his clothes. Momo said. He got me pumped. I really hope to have a match with him because that would be a manly match. Ijiro stated. You better not dump me for your man crush. Toru joked. I'm manly, not dumb. He replied. To the surprise of the saints, Aizawa was in the tunnel. Sensei? Momo asked. I knew you guys would do something like this. Shota was actually smiling enough for it to be noticeable. You'll find them in the locker rooms already. He left before his students could embarrass him for being nice. Aizawa-sensei is so cool. Mina said. Well, now we really get to show off. Izuku grinned. Soon all of the kids who had left to get their hero suits all were back. The only two who hadn't left were Maki and Hitoshi. Mei had gone to simply get more of her support gear since she built all of her gear. The 20 saints all had their hero suits, minus tools like Katsuki's gauntlets. He wasn't even upset about his gauntlets since he still needed to rework them. Obi had on an interesting outfit. A black firefighter's outfit only consisting of the pants that stopped 3/4 of the way down his calves, with straps over his shoulders for them and an orange undershirt tucked into his pants, with a black firefighter's coat that had burns in odd places and the sleeves stopped at his elbows. The pants and coat were trimmed with orange, and the outfit looked like it was a bit old, like it didn't originally belong to Obi. His outfit was topped off with his signature orange headband, and he didn't have shoes but had wooden sandals for when his quirk wasn't active. "Wow, you guys look so cool," Obi said to the class of saints. "You do too, man." Izuku grinned. "Why does your outfit look like you cooked it?" Katsuki asked. Obi looked down at his outfit. "Oh, I guess it does look weird. This stuff was actually my dad's. I'm honoring him with this, I guess." Obi rubbed his head with a laugh. "Okay, you adorable kids." Midnight called for their attention again. "Now I shall announce the matches." She really didn't announce them as much as get everyone to look at the screen that had the matches. We have 3 brackets, and that is because in a new system to have a big 3 of each year, and the final match will be a 3-person free for all among the top 3 students who win their brackets. Everyone looked at the brackets and noticed how each one was actually just the teams from the previous event. Bracket 1. Mashireo Ojiro versus Yui Kodai. Katsuki Bakugo versus Denki Kaminari. Yuga Aoyama versus Minoru Mineta. Momo Yayorozu versus Toru Hagakure. Bracket 2. Nito Monoma versus Mezu Shuji. Fumikage Tokoyami versus Hantasiro. Mina Ashido versus Achiko Uraraka. Kyoka Jiro versus Tsuyu Ajui. Bracket 3. Izuku Midoriya versus Shoto Todoroki. Hitoshi Shinso versus Eijiro Kirishima. Tenya Ida versus Maki Hisoki. Obi Kusake versus Mei Hatsum. Will match 1's participants stay in the ring and everyone else go to the stands? Midnight asked. Mashireo and Yui didn't move while everyone else did. As Katsuki walked past Yui, he gave her a grin. "Show them what you got, princess." "You better also," Yui replied. "Of course." Katsuki patted her shoulder. "I gotta get to the match I want to have." He looked her directly in the eye. "You're one of the ones I actually want to have a match with." They both were a little red. Yui spoke clearly still. "Then I gotta make sure I get to that match." Katsuki grinned as he went for the stands. "I think it's a date." He didn't even realize that was how he said it. Yui ignored her blushing and faced Mashireo. She definitely had to get to her match against Katsuki now. The woman with the white ears was actually paying attention now. Some of these kids, only a handful, were actually interesting to her. This girl she now had the name of, Yui Kodai, was the most interesting. If Mirko was going to give her first ever internship offer to anyone, it was that girl. But first she has to earn it. "Stain!" Tensei Ida shouted as he used his engines to bolt down the alley and attempt to separate the villain from a low-level hero he just killed. Stain backed away and dodged just in time to not be hit. He placed his crazed eyes on the new arrival. Tensei Ida, Ingenium, a hero who spouts about honor. "You aren't as much of a fake as these imposters, but I will cut you down if you step in my way." Tensei had a scowl under his helmet. "I am locking you away." "So you are in my way?" Stain gained his own scowl. He grabbed his blade from his back. "So you have chosen to be cut down?" Stain lit up with a red demonic glow. Tensei didn't reply as he revved his engines and got prepared for a tough fight. Chapter 24 Saints Festival Part 4. /N. I don't own MHA, but I own an important announcement, which has more on it at the bottom. Quirk name, Saints Flow. Abilities, Halo Veins. When activating his quirk, Izuku gains 2 sets of glowing lines that loosely resemble a nervous system all over his body. One set is lime green while the other is a dark violet. When his quirk is turned off all the way, the glowing lines, which Izuku has nicknamed Halo Veins, have faded out mint green and in faded out light violet glows to them. Super strength. Unknown limit but allows to jump around at incredible distances. Increased durability as result. Can channel more energy to attacks to give more power but can result in pain or injury for Izuku. Super speed. Currently can run at max speed of 120 km per hour. 33.3 meters per second. Healing ability. can focus energy to heal self faster and others, but can leave the Izuku is used on tired after. Can give headaches if used too much in a short time. Blast. Charges up energy that user can throw like a projectile with different effects. Green blast. Energy forms into a green ball that when it is thrown breaks upon impact with force and sends a small shockwave of force that pushes everything slightly away from where it hits. Purple blast. Energy forms into a purple ball surrounded by purple flames. Flames do not burn user and burn out in a flash once blast impacts something. Flames disappear instantly but do burn anything near where the blast impacts. Mold. Blue energy that can be held like a solid object and molded into many things. Dense but lightweight. Can be used to bring things closer to Izuku or swing from object to object. If used for too long, or the mold takes damage, can lead to a mental strain on Izuku that begins with a nosebleed. Over time as Izuku has used it, bright blue lines gave form the ridges and lines on his hands and lower forearms. Electricity. Izuku can conduct yellow electricity inside of himself that he can release in any direction. If he charges up too much to release, he will short-circuit his bodily functions and be paralyzed momentarily. Usage has caused yellow arcs of electricity to start shooting around in his sclera. Can be used to give Izuku a quick boost of energy. Wings. Izuku has a pair of wings that can be materialized with a flown of energy or vice versa. Wings are green in color, and most feathers have small purple flames that are mostly harmless but give feathers a burnt appearance. Wings have own senses of feeling that Izuku gains instantly. Wingspan is 6 meters. Devil's Sight. In Izuku's left eye, there is an infusion of red energy stolen from the Nomu at USJ. Red halo veins cover the left side of his face in a crack-like design, even running through his left eye, leaving residential cracks of energy through his sclera and iris and leaving his pupil blood red. Through using this energy, his left eye can see better in the dark, but everything is in shades of red. A flash of light will be more blinding than usual and will shut off the eye momentarily. Ping. Izuku can release a small amount of energy using his red halo veins and locate any nearby saints or demonic powers. However, when he does this, every person with powers like his in the area can feel his energy as well. Only Izuku can see where the others are with this. Anyone caught under it is just aware of his ping and general area. Transformations. Izuku channels more energy from the halo that activates a new state or transformation. Currently, Izuku has 2 transformations and 1 unknown. Transformation, Saint's Rage. Izuku activates all abilities at once, forcing him and the halo into a state of higher work. Can cause extreme exhaustion in Izuku and requires a long cool down. Physical changes involve purple flames coming from his eyes and his skin taking on a purple hue. Transformation, Saint's Demons, only accessed by extreme stress or anger. Izuku loses all sense of reasoning and control and becomes extremely violent. All of Izuku's abilities are locked off, and he only has access to increased super strength, super speed, and healing ability. Gains long claws for fingers that are extremely sharp. Physical changes include black leathery skin. Halo veins all become thicker with only a dark purple fluid. Horns that go back across his head, and his eyes become solid black orbs that cause fear in anyone who sees them from all of the malice Izuku gives off in this state. A flat part of the left horn is permanently sticking out of Izuku's skull, believed to be there because of the TED energy. This transformation is extremely dangerous for Izuku to use because he has no control over himself and will attack anything he sees. Transformation, Saint's Grace. An inverse of his Saint's Demons transformation. An angelic transformation that he still has full control of his senses and actions, unlike Saint's Demons. Is surrounded by a golden glow, and his halo veins all have a bright yellow golden fluid to them, and his skin appears close to golden as well. Cannot use his Devil's Sight during this transformation, and has an increased defense, and his healing is increased exponentially. Being close to people or in physical contact with them will make them heal at a fast rate from any injury or wound. He becomes sturdy and attacks have less effect on him. Recap. The Saints of 1A have all successfully passed the second event of the sports festival, all making it into the final stage of the festival, a tournament. 3 brackets that will end in a 3-way match for the winner of the tournament and the entire festival. Thanks to enthusiasm from an enthusiastic obqsake of class 1C, the Saints are allowed to wear their hero suits and everyone can bring gear they themselves have made. The Saints are cautious of Obi as his quirk and skill seem too high for him to be in the general education department, and his recently seen firefighter's coat that was once his father's raises questions of its own. The Saints will give it their all to show their strength and respect of each other as they attempt to go to the highest spot possible in the tournament. Want to bet on who wins? Denki asked as the class all got to their sitting area. Wouldn't it be wrong to bet against one of us? Achiko asked. Yui is gonna win, Katsuki said like it was fact as he sat down in the seat below his parents. The cast had the first 2 rows of their section, and their parents were above them. That's bold, Hanta said. Doesn't Mashareo train in like 5 different fighting forms? He trains in 8. Tinya corrected. That's a lot to go against. Minoru said. Hasn't she only been developing her form with you for like 2 weeks? He looked at the explosive blonde. She is gonna win, Katsuki repeated, ignoring his mother's snickering. How do you think I will do, Eri? Izuku asked the 6-year-old next to him. The best, Eri declared. You heard her. He looked at Momo on the other side of Eri from him. I'm the best, says the guy who can't drink a box of juice correctly. Katsuki gave Izuku a look. One time, and you never let it go. Izuku sighed. Didn't you do it yesterday? Mina asked. Shush, the match is starting. Izuku ignored the question and looked forward. Begin. Midnight waved her whip through the air as she signaled the start of the first match of the tournament. I know what to expect, Kodai. Mashareo raised one arm in front of him and kept the other one low. You have Bakugo's form. Yui nodded. I do, but I still have surprises. She had a pebble in hand ready to use it. We are going to a knockout, right? Mashareo asked the dark-haired girl to make sure. Yes. Would you be upset if I knocked you out in one hit? She asked. Pretty sure Midoriya is going to do that, Mashareo wouldn't be surprised if some of the Saints went overboard and knocked each other out that quick. She didn't like her plan for how she would win this round. Sure, it would work, but Yui felt like it was wrong. However, they all were expected to give it their best shot, and this did feel like a guaranteed win. She focused on the power of her medallion and quickly took off her hat and threw it like a frisbee with force, the hat hitting Mashareo on the head with the metal piece. The tailed teen fell over and didn't move, knocked out from the hit. Midnight just blinked and stood there for a second before she spoke. Mashareo Ojiro has been knocked out. Yui Kodai advances to the next round. An explosive blonde could be heard laughing hard from the stands. Yui went over to her opponent, put back on her hat, and grabbed his arm to carry him to the clinic in case she gave him a concussion. I can't believe she just frisbeed her hat at him, Minoru remarked. It worked, though, Hanta replied. And we are going all out with each other, right? I thought we were supposed to hide our powers, Achiko said. She started to glow purple for not even a second. It was barely noticeable. Izuku stated, I will let it slide. Probably because you know you will go overboard. Momo gave him a stern look, trying to make it clear she didn't want him to. I do not know what you are talking about. All right, Pikachu, so how are we doing this? Katsuki stretched his arms out on the stadium platform. You set the standard. Odd that you are letting me choose. Let's go for the KO. You heard him, old lady. The explosive blonde said to Midnight without looking at her. What did you just call me? The woman seethed. If you reacted, you heard me. That's rude, Denki said. Don't worry, Midnight-sensei, you don't look old. Midnight made a waving motion to the electric teen. Oh, stop it, you are too sweet.
Kishesis.
Katsuki said flatly. Midnight gave him a dirty look before waving her whip. Match begin. Katsuki started to make his palms pop with small explosions to build up sweat quicker, waiting for Denki's first move.
Lightning bolt.
Denki made a finger gun at his opponent and electricity bark-off of hit towards Katsuki, who used an explosion to blast himself out of the way to his right as he began to push towards the electric teen, making a straight path to him. Denki charged electricity around him and got ready for a hit when Katsuki got loose and suddenly he got shocked himself. The electric teen got stunned and couldn't react when an explosion-fueled punch got slammed into his chest and sent him back. Katsuki had used his electric power at the last second to cloak himself in his own electricity and shocked Denki with it. With how close he was at the moment, if the activation his electricity was barely noticeable as any different from Denki's, so no one would really know what truly happened and just assume Katsuki had powered through the shock. He technically did power through since Denki's electricity surpassed his own. Well, that was unexpected. The electric teen fixed his footing. I got the timing down. The explosive teen grinned. And mine can at least take the effects down. That makes this fun. Denki smiled as he pointed two finger guns at Katsuki. It was kind of a shock. The explosive blonde gained a flat expression. That was horrible and you know it. He popped explosions to move before arcs of electricity began to arc towards where he just was. Color me shocked. Are you going to just use the same damn joke? Are you shocked? I hate you. Katsuki managed to evade a really close arc of electricity and begin to move closer again. Well, I am hurt. Katsuki got in close and repeated his process of activating his buff ability to shield him from the overall effects of Denki's electricity. Don't be so shocked. He slammed a big explosive punch into Denki's chest that sent him backwards and off the platform. The electric blonde rolled across the ground before stopping on his back. The electric blonde groaned as he sat up. Hey, don't take my jokes. Your jokes are bad. Katsuki hit Denki in the face for a third hit, and the electric blonde went down again. Your electricity is good, though. I know. Ultimate discharge. Denki shouted as he released his highest amount of electricity, hoping to just knock Katsuki out with it. The explosive blonde had next to no warning and only got his buff activated for not even a second when the electric storm coming from Denki went off. His buff wasn't enough to take all the shock away, and he fell to the ground from the shock, but managed to stay conscious. Once the attack was over, stray lines of electricity danced over the two fighters, and a single word was heard. Weehee. The brain-fried Denki have a thumbs up to show he was okay. Fufuck. Katsuki groaned as he struggled to his knees, trying to stand all the way up to no avail. I win now, dumbass, since you fried yourself. Way. The electric blonde replayed with a dumb expression. Almost got me though, you crazy idiot. Katsuki had to admit if he didn't have his buff with an electric ability he would have been screwed. He looked at Midnight in his knelt position. Numb nuts here fried his brain and isn't even capable of eating crayons for a bit. He is not in fighting capacity right now. Midnight nodded. If that is so, then Katsuki Bakugo wins and advances to the next round. Fuck, I am not getting up. The explosive blonde stated as he really couldn't feel his legs at all, just having a static feeling. Does no one listen about hiding our powers? Momo sighed. She wasn't dumb and knew Katsuki had used his buff to power through Denki's electricity. To be fair, unless they knew to look for a power on Bakugo, they really wouldn't notice it. Tenya defended his fellow saint. He had gotten his timing down and used it at only moments that he could get away with it. Half of us who know about it might not have noticed. That was a good last-ditch move by Denki too, Hanta said. It would have worked on anyone who didn't have the electric power of their own to dull the effects. I take it you aren't going to scold Bakugo? Momo looked at Izuku. He seemed to be smart about it, so maybe I slap his wrist. You aren't going to, are you? He was sneaky about it. Aoyama had a smile as he was standing in a pose with his cape flowing in the wind, ready for Midnight to start the match. Minoru wasn't trying to pose, but was trying to form a plan against his flamboyant saint opponent. Aoyama's laser was quick, and his medallion made it more powerful and have lots more charge before Aoyama couldn't use it. So long range in the fight belonged to Aoyama. If Minoru didn't get close, he wouldn't have the match. He would have to be quick and get his balls to trap Aoyama if he wanted to win here. The French saint was aware of this too. Knowing he had the advantage at medium and far range, he just had to kept himself there as he shot Minoru with his lasers. We aren't the tough ones, so want to have out of bounds? Aoyama asked. I guess that works. The small saint nodded. So I just got to get you off this platform? Indeed. Or I to you. Aoyama grinned. Let us begin the match, please, mademoiselle. He said to Midnight. Mademoiselle? Midnight smiled at the politeness and French. I can't say no now. She cracked her whip. Let the match begin. Aoyama didn't waste time in firing a laser at Minoru, who rolled to dodge it as he began to throw his balls quickly all over the area to Aoyama's left, planning on blocking off that way. The French saint knew what his short opponent was doing and got ready to do his plan. He knows they weren't supposed to show off powers too much, but this wasn't a complete demonic attack, as much as it was just him using that energy to charge his laser for a continuous beam. He set off the beam, holding his arms above his head in a pose as he turned his body to keep it moving towards the other saint. He would use this to push Minoru to his side. The plan worked as the short saint really had no choice with his mind telling him to not test the laser, so he made sure to avoid it by throwing down some of his balls and bouncing off of them in a curved oath that would lead him to Aoyama, leaving the French saints back to the balls Minoru had already laid down. Aoyama wondered if he should be like the saints before him in the last two matches in Yui and Katsuki and sneak his powers into the match, more so than he already has. That didn't feel dazzling to him though, so he just stopped his laser for a second, hoping to bait Minoru. And bait Minoru did he. The pop-off user quickly tossed a ball down and bounced off of it towards Aoyama, just to have the laser using Saint shoot him with an expertly aimed laser that kicked Minoru backwards onto a ball that bounced him right off of the platform. By pushing his opponent out of bounds, Yuga Aoyama advances to the next round. That was marvelous from both of us, Aoyama declared as he held a hand out to Minoru to help him up. I got knocked out by the first attack that hit me. The defeated saint sighed as he stood up. Yes, but your plan before that was indeed a good one. Okay, I guess. At the clinic, Katsuki was allowed to leave, no longer feeling like he got zapped by an angry Zeus. When he left, he saw Yui, who was admittedly waiting for him. Hey, princess.
Ikatsuki.
How are you feeling? You mean after being tossed by the walking sack of 2 brain cells? I am fine now, but damn did it really hurt. You did great, she said as they were walking to the stands. I got tossed and barely won. You did way better, just knocking out Tails in one move with your hat of all things. I thought it would work. He certainly wasn't expecting it. He asked for a proper match of our combat styles when the festival is over. Yui replied. I agreed because that felt wrong. Not every match is gonna be exactly what you want from it. Katsuki responded. I mean, I lost my battle trials first time around in a way that didn't feel right to me. Our class at USJ really didn't go like any of us thought it would. Not everything is going to be an exact idea of what it should be. I admit it is odd for you to be the wise one. You are normally blunt. Yeah, well, you used to be quiet, and not someone to chuck a hat at someone. It was now time for the final match of the first bracket in the FRST round, Momo versus Toru. I don't care how bad the odds are, Yamamo. Toru declared, completely invisible, not having any clothes on. I am gonna win and fight Aoyama. He is a great matchup for me. Let's give it our best. Mono nodded. What rules do you kiddies want? Midnight asked. Yamamo is gonna have to knock me out if she wants to beat me, the invisible girl announced. I agree to that. The Morningstar descendant showed her approval of the decision. Okay then. Midnight cracked her whip. Let the match begin. Momo created a staff quickly and got into a stance, her eyes scanning for the slightest movement or hint of her invisible opponent's position. She wasn't going to use her abilities like the others. Toru was being smart and not making a sound, most likely sneaking up to Momo for a sneak attack. Momo heard it. A slight sound from a step to her right, just a meter away. The staff-wielding girl swung her weapon quickly and felt as it smacked against what had to be Toru. An oomph sound being heard after indicating the invisible girl hit the ground. Momo didn't hesitate to swing her staff again and hit where she heard Toru fall, only to smack the cement. An invisible fist slammed into Momo's chest as another hand ripped the staff from her hands. Sorry, Yamamo, but I don't intend on being a lightweight anymore. Toru got another hit in before Momo was able to start reacting. The one visible girl began to block attacks, missing quite a few where Toru's invisibility masked her movements. Momo got an idea and quickly created a blanket and made it shoot out with force in the direction she knew her opponent was, and the large sheet went over the invisible girl completely, showing her location and blinding her temporarily. Momo didn't waste any time and made another staff and swung it over Toru's still covered head, making the girl drop like a rock underneath the sheet. Hagakure, are you still conscious? Momo asked without lowering her guard. I'm going to get whacked again if I move, aren't I? The invisible girl groaned. Possibly. In a real situation, we can't let our opponents get any advantage. I know I said knock me out to win, but I concede. Turu sighed. This sheet kind of is blocking my vision, but I can guess you are ready to smack me over the head. At this point, it's just me deciding if I get knocked out and possibly miss Eiji's match. I understand. Momo dropped her guard. By forfeit, Turu Hagakure drops out, and Momo Yaoyorozu advances to the next round. Midnight announced. Nito and Mezu were next. Both of them had quietly gotten to their positions. If it is all right, I wish to go by Midoriya's words, Monoma. I doubt I have any advantage here, but I don't want you to go easy. So you want everything I got? Treat it like a match against Midoriya. Got it. Nito nodded. All out. So that meanest knockout? Midnight asked. Indeed. The multiple-armed saint replied. If that's the case, then let the match begin. Midnight cracked her whip. Nito got all 11% of what he could handle of one for all going through him, the orange glow and energy crackling on him as he moved forward quickly towards Mezu for a quick strike. Mezu had counted on that and had two of his arms up to block it, while two other arms quickly grabbed Nito by his still reaching out arm and swung the teen around and into the ground. The masked saint groaned as he shook his arms that were definitely bruised at least. That was a strong hit, he remarked as he attempted to bring three of his arms down on his opponent. Nito reacted by flicking his finger with force that knocked Mezu up into thale air and away from him. The copy user got to his feet with a small jump before jumping off of the ground to strike his opponent while he was still in the air. The Alter Descendant slammed a rotating kick into Mezu's midsection that sent him back to the ground, cracking the platform as well. Nito landed a few meters away from Mezu, waiting to see if he was going to get back up. Mezu did in fact get up. The multiple-armed teen slowly stood up, using one of his right arms to hold his injured side. That was some power. Are you okay? Nito knew Mezu wanted to have a full fight, but he also wanted to give the option. I am quite all right. Mezu nodded as all of his other arms formed fists. I requested we fight till one of us is knocked out, however. Do not hold back, please. Nito didn't really want to disappoint, so he got one for all running again and rushed at Mezu, dropping down to sweep Mezu's legs and elbowed Mezu into the ground using his speed. I know you want it to be a fight like that, Shuji, but I really don't feel right doing that, Nito said, standing next to the prone saint. That's the point. Mezu coughed. I think you let your soft side get in the way. He got up slowly again. I respect everyone in our class and think we all have good potential, but being soft is something you have to out aside sometimes as a hero to do what someone has to do when things get tough. He got into his fighting stance weakly. Softness can be costly, and I think some of us have it in abundance. Nito blocked a hit from Mezu, holding the fist. I might be a little soft compared to Izuku, but sometimes it can be beneficial to have someone who can be soft around. He blocked another strike, not really attacking because he really didn't want to anymore. It can still make you hesitate. Mezu used the hand that was previously holding his side to strike Nito in his own side, sending him back. Be able to give a knockout when it is necessary. I don't think this is necessary, though. Nito blocked another hit before hitting Mezu's shoulder with enough force to make him spin. Anytime an enemy will come at you, it is necessary to use force to take them down if they don't go down willingly. Mezu extended more arms and made them all come at Nito from different angles. Nito knew Mezu had a point and was trying to do this to get Nito to get over his softness he developed. The blonde exhaled softly as he went back to 11% of one for all and flashed through all of the arms and struck Mezu's face hard, sending the other teen skidding across the ground hard. When he stopped, Mezu didn't get back up or move much, knocked out. By knockout, Nito Monoma advances to the next round. Midnight declared the match over. Nito suddenly felt eyes on him, not like the people in the stands but different. He looked up to see several sets of eyes and silhouettes looking at him from one of the tunnels. They didn't feel threatening for some reason, like they were observing him. One for all was buzzing for some reason, and it alarmed the teen. Nito blinked, and suddenly they were gone. The blonde went into overdrive trying to figure out what just happened. There wasn't any way that felt normal, especially with one for all buzzing like it was. He should definitely talk to All Might about it. Fumikage and Hanta were next. both ready to fight after Mezu was taken to the clinic. We gotta flex and go hard too, Tokoyami. Hanta pointed at his bird-headed classmate. However, I don't feel necessarily like knocking each other out here is needed. I got a match to be a cheerleader during. I suppose that is the best way to go. All right, we go until one of us concedes and acknowledges that we won't win. Fumikage nodded. You kids are too much sometimes. Midnight sighed, wishing the kids would stop wanting to beat each other up so much. Begin the match. Fumikage moved his hand out of his robe. Dark shadow run the front of Swalt. The shadow demon quickly emerged from the robe at a fast speed towards Hanta. Say no more. He went for multiple strikes at the teen who was using his agility to dodge them. I just realized this is a 2-on-1. Hanta remarked as he shot out, taped at a raised arm of Dark Shadows to yank downwards before using the opening to slam a kick into the demon's face. I have genuine excitement. The tape user used more tape to try to tie Dark Shadow's hands together, only for the demon to get bigger and rip the tape off. Dark Shadow, I am filtering more control. Try not to lose it. Fumikage said, not wanting to use his Loa dust at such an event. Yeah. It's daytime, so I doubt that. The demon punched the ground where Hanta was. I might have had an advantage if this place had something for me to swing from. Hanta muttered as he dodged another blow and shot tape at Dark Shadow's eyes to blind it. Fumikage got to the important part of his plan. Hanta being close enough for the teen to rush his opponent and slam a strike to his cheek to make Hanta take a step back. Fumikage knew Dark Shadow would be the primary focus, so he planned on rushing Hanta the second the tape user got closer to him while dodging Dark Shadow. He had to be quick and not let up his current leading of the fight, so he didn't let Hanta get a second to breath as he gave him a few strikes and Dark Shadow returned from unblinding himself to do what he was told prior to the match. He got slightly bigger and pinned Hanta's arms to his sides. I believe this is a hard-to-escape situation. Fumikage stood in front of the captured Hanta. You know, I think you were right. Hanta looked at his current situation. If I struggle, I am pretty sure you can just smack me more. So yeah, this is a pretty good combo you got and I lost. I admit defeat, bro. You did well with dodging Dark Shadow. Your agility is impressive. It's from ballet dancing. The tape user grinned stupidly at his joke. By getting his opponent into a hard spot, Fumikage Tokoyami advances to the next round. Midnight announced the results of the match. I don't like the way she said the word hard. Hanta rubbed his cheek as Dark Shadow released him. It seems like old Mineta energy. She is kinda weird. I heard that. Midnight snapped. I'm gone. Hanta began to speed walk away to the stands. Good job, Dark Shadow. Fumikage nodded to his bird. Izuku was playing with Eri in the stands when he got a tap on the shoulder. The leading saint turned to see Yui. Hey, Kodai. Izuku gave a smile. What's up? There is a guy who wants to speak to you over there in the tunnel. It is Todoroki's father. Yui replied. Thanks for letting me know. Izuku nodded. I'll see what he wants. On the fighting stage, it was now Mina and Achiko. Let's do this, Achiko. The pink girl said with excitement. I am so ready to have a few fights. So I am. Achiko nodded and pumped her fists. You got that instant win from your fingers, so let's keep the stage rule about out of bounds, so I have an easy way too. Mina stated. I am ready. She pointed at Midnight during that last sentence. I agree to the rules. Achiko nodded. Midnight grinned. Finally, kids that didn't feel the need to be excessive. The woman cracked her whip. Match begin. Mina immediately created acid to slide on and immediately went towards Achiko at a fast pace, having a good plan to use her agility to dodge Achiko's touch. The gravity user got ready. Knowing all she had to do was just get a hand on Mina didn't make her relax because she knew Mina was one of the most agile and quick saints. She had to stay ready. Mina dodged a hand from Achiko as she slid past Achiko, not go behind her, making more acid that was slippery that got all over the platform, going up to the edge as she quickly turned and went back towards Achiko in a curve. She didn't think that plan would necessarily work, but she had it just in case somehow it did. The plan was to just push Achiko onto the slippery acid and have her just slide right off of the platform. Other than that, it was just a kid being touched and lose gravity while pushing her to the edge. I'm back. Mina smiled as she slid and quickly spun out, if the way of a hit from Achiko before hitting the gravity girl in the side hard enough to get her into the acid, but not going the direction Mina needed her to go. Achiko barely had the time to steady her balance on the slippery substance before Mina tripped her and quickly kicked her towards the edge of the platform. She was about to cross the edge when she sees her gravity quirk on herself and used her upgraded power to push her back towards Mina at a quick speed. It's not that easy. Achiko spun a kick that hit Mina on the should, but the pink girl rolled with it and quickly spun Achiko back toward the edge and gave chase, planning on kicking Achiko if she tried the same tactic to not go over the edge. Achiko shot to the side instead of at Mina and got a hand ready as she charged at Mina to knock her gravity away. Mina saw the hat and swiped her own through the air, making acid that was completely harmless and pretty much just water splash at Achiko, who had to use a hand to cover her eyes from getting splashed. Mina used the created opening and spun a kick into her opponent's side that finally made Achiko go right over the edge they were close to. Getting her opponent out of bounds, Mina Ashido advances to the next round. Midnight announced the results of the match. Mina stepped off of the platform to help Achiko up. You good? I didn't get any in my eyes, thankfully. Achiko shook some of the acid off of her arm. That's great. Speaking of great girl, you have a mean-ass kick.
Mina smiled.
Thanks. So do you. The gravity girl returned the smile, not upset over her loss. You have a good kick too. It's from these thick thighs. Mina said proudly as she smacked one of her thighs. Izuku stepped into the tunnel to see Endeavor, Enji Todoroki, standing there. The large man didn't seem to stand like an angry man anymore from what Izuku used to see. Hello, Mr. Endeavor. Izuku said. You wanted to speak to me? I did. Sorry for it being like this. I figured you didn't want media attention from just me saying this, and I also didn't want eavesdroppers. Am I getting whacked? Izuku asked.
No.
I forgot Shoto said you make odd jokes. Enji exhaled. I wanted to just say thank you. You're welcome? Izuku didn't know what it was about. I assume by now it is known to your class what a horrible father and person I have been up until recently. It came up. I realized my mistakes after that villain attack against your class a few weeks ago. I doubt I can repair any of the relationships to what they really should be, but Shoto, I believe, has only been as willing to try because of you. He speaks about you kids a lot. I hear the names Midoriya, Azui, and Tokoyami a lot more than any names, and you managed to succeed where I failed. He has a family with you kids, and I am grateful to you for that. He told me about how you talked to him about his fire, and how he broke into a part of a lab to help you after your condition from USJ. He has respect for you, Midoriya. I don't know what to say. Izuku admitted. I just was friendly, and I thank you for it. Endeavor said. He was silent for a second before he made a coughing sound. I also heard about your situation with your father. Shoto told you? I heard about his dropping from being a hero, and hearing his last name for the first time in a while made me curious if he had relation to you. I only asked Shoto to nod if I was right. I knew Hisashi way back. I never thought he would be that twisted. To be fair, you dash. Shoto said the same thing you were about to say. Endeavor had a flat look. We share a wavelength, I guess. Izuku grinned. I want to offer to help in any way I can as return for what you did for my son. I kinda don't want to go after that man. I find it better to a kid that part of my life completely, Izuku stated. Endeavor was about bro say something when someone cut them off. Wow, it's Endeavor. It was Obi, exclaiming at seeing Endeavor as he was coming up the tunnel. Wow, you are one of the coolest heroes. Endeavor turned to the new teen. Hello, child. He was trying to remember why this boy looked so familiar. Do you remember my dad? Your father? Endeavor couldn't even tell who the kid was, but now he had to remember a father? Kajiro Kusake. Obi nodded and said his father's name. Endeavor actually gained a wide-eyed look for a second. He hasn't heard that name in years. He looked at the boy and suddenly remembered why the pink-haired boy was familiar. 6 years earlier, Endeavor kicked over a burnt board in frustration as it sunk in that the villain got away. He was furious that he let that murderer get away. He had gotten there too late to stop him. Endeavor. A man got his attention. What? The flaming hero growled as he turned to the sidekick, ignoring the large fire that was being put out just a few meters away from him. What do we do with him? The psychic indicated to a 9-year-old boy with blood on him. The child had a scared expression and hadn't moved an inch since the heroes got there. The boy's eyes were locked onto a body several meters away from him. Endeavor recognized the body. It was the chief firefighter at this firehouse that was pretty much all burnt down or in the process of burning down. It was Kajiro Cusack. The man was dead with a hole straight through his chest. Get him away from here. I don't care. Endeavor scowled. Endeavor looked down at the smiling pink-haired teen and found it hard that he was the same kid he just remembered. If he had known that was Kajiro's son, he might have actually done more than just write him off. I remember your father. The man nodded. He had encountered the man a few times and honestly had respect for Kajiro before his passing. The man had a quirk that rivaled most heroes but was only a firefighter, which was ironic with his quirk that was called Flame Fist. He was a good man. He was the best. Obi nodded. He said you were a cool guy when you guys met. Endeavor found that hard to believe when he was admittedly an asshole to Kajiro the first time he met the firefighter. Then again, Kajiro was oddly positive like this kid appeared to be. I gotta get going, Mr. Todoroki, Izuku said. My match is soon. He left the two. By Midoriya, Obi said before turning back to Endeavor. Was my dad really asked to be a sidekick by you personally? Yes. I have to get going too. Endeavor walked away. He didn't want to just up and walk away from the kid, but remembering that moment 6 years ago dug into him. It was now Kyoka and Tsuyu's match. The two girls had agreed to a ring out if it were possible to knock each other back that far. Midnight cracked her whip. The match starts now. Kyoka quickly jammed an earphone jack into the ground and pointed the other one at Tsuyu, who was advancing on her quickly. A blast of sound was blasted at the frog girl that knocked her to the ground from her jumping position. Tsuyu dodged the second blast and began to hop at an increased speed towards Kyoka, only for Kyoka to jam her second earphone jack into the ground and release a large blast of sound right as Tsuyu was ready to strike. The frog girl rolled back a few meters before getting to a crouched position. Ribbit, it seems difficult to get close to you, Tsuyu observed. I train with Nito. You gotta have speed to deal with him, Kyoka replied. She felt confident that she could win this. She wasn't going to be overconfident because Tsuyu was still a really talented person. Ribbit, was Tsuyu's response as she jumped at Kyoka from angle, spinning for a kick. Kyoka removed her jacks from the ground and wrapped them quickly around her opponent's leg to spin the girl around and tossed her away from the platform. It wasn't that easy, however, as Tsuyu shit out her tongue quickly and yanked herself back to Kyoka by the girl's midsection, striking her with a dropkick as she came back. The rocker girl quickly made her jacks go towards the frog girl and sent a blast to stun her. Once Tsuyu was stunned, Kyoka wrapped her earphones around her and continued to stun Tsuyu with sound vibrations as she lifted her and just carried her over the edge of the platform and placed her on the ground. By pushing her opponent out of bounds, Kyoka Jiro advances to the next round. Midnight announced. You think you can stand on your own, or did I overdo it? Kyoka asked her frog-like friend. I might need help for a ribbit. Tsuyu meant to say minute, but the attacks really did throw her off. Okay, I gotcha. Kyoka helped her up. Izuku was hopping on the balls of his feet as he got to the platform for his match against Shoto, who was standing in his spot silently. How do you want this, Shoto? The leading saint asked. Izuku, I don't want us to hold back. Shoto said. Isn't that what we are doing with the knockout matches? After everything I have learned because of you and what we have all gone through, I want to give the proper respect of a full match where we do not hold back a single move. Shoto replied. The fire and ice teen held up his arm and the white glow of his demonic power activated over it. I know we were told not to, but I want to regardless be able to show my full worth in this match, and I know you do too. Hold back nothing. Izuku gained a smile and looked at the stands where he can tell Momo was. She is gonna beat my ass, so can I hold back the one thing? I accept that. Shoto nodded. We go till a knockout. I don't want it any other way. All right. Izuku smirked and a fire lit up in his eyes behind his sunglasses. Let's do this, crazy lady. He pointed at Midnight. I'm going to punt kick the next kid to insult me, Midnight said dryly. She then quickly changed moods and cracked her whip like before. Let the match begin. Overhaul leaned forward in his seat, seeing the kid he had previously killed have his match start. He had to make sure he knew everything that kid had in his arsenal. Izuku flashed straight into Saint's rage, the purple fire flashing to life on his halo veins as he ran at Shoto, his first step cracking the platform. Shoto sent out a wave of ice at Izuku, forcing Izuku to sidestep it on his way to him. Shoto followed it up with one of his paralyzing white blasts, almost hitting Izuku if not for him making a large piece of his mold and smacking it away. Izuku slammed a punch into the air where Shoto just was, the teen dodging by making his fire blast him to the side before he would have been hit. The ice and fire teen made a staff of ice and swung it with force at Izuku, who punched it to shatter the weapon before throwing a green blast at Shoto, who made a white blast to block the green one with. Shoto aimed his left hand at Izuku and released fire in a powerful burst that sent Izuku back away from him a few meters. "I didn't know you had bursts like that now," Izuku commented with a breath. "I learned it with Tsuyu," Shoto explained as he took a step with his right leg and sent out a giant wave of ice at Izuku, who jumped with force to the side to dodge it. "I don't feel like punching that." Izuku stood straight up and formed a plan to get in close and most likely deliver a strong enough hit to knock Shoto unconscious. His electricity visibility crackled in his eyes, visible though his sunglasses, as he thrust his palm in Shoto's direction and released a large bolt of electricity straight at his opponent. Shoto reacted by throwing 2 white blasts at the lightning attack, only for some of the electricity to still travel through and hit him straight in the chest, stunning him. Izuku rushed forward and slammed an open palm into Shoto's chest that had enough force to push the teen past the platform and straight to the wall of the stadium, hitting it hard with his back. Izuku rushed at Shoto again, only to have a large wall of ice come at him, it catching him by surprise and hitting his side hard to make him spin to the side and crash to the ground, rolling a bit before he jumped back up to dodge another wave of ice. "Damn, you don't let up," Izuku commented. "You were the one to chase after someone you smacked into a wall," Shoto replied as he ignited his left side and threw a white blast with that side, the blast actually on fire. Izuku smacked the blast with a baseball bat, made of mold only for the blast to explode from the fire, actually catching his sleeve and glove on fire. "Fuck." Izuku smacked his glove off. "Shoto, that was my supreme merch." "You're what?" The teen got confused. "Payback." Izuku chucked a purple blast at Shoto before jumping up to spin and slam his heel into the ground with force, shaking the area around him, knocking some people from their seats and making Shoto lose balance. Before Shoto could regain his balance, Izuku threw 2 charged-up green blasts at Shoto that impacted him at the same time and made him crash back into the wall of the stadium. The teen hit his head on the wall and slumped over into unconsciousness. Izuku crouched next to his classmate and tapped his cheek. "You out?" He tapped again and got no response. He turned to Midnight. "He is knocked out." By knocking out his opponent, Izuku Midoriya advances to the next round, Midnight announced, thinking Izuku was insane. "I'll get him to the clinic." Izuku picked Shoto up and laid him over his shoulder as he went for the tunnel. Next we have Eijiro Kirishima of 1A versus Hitoshi Shinso of 1C. Eijiro was hoping on his feet like Izuku was before his match, the redhead ready to go. At first some people were a bit put off seeing the burn scars he had, but he didn't notice it. Hitoshi had a tired look standing across from him. He knew he was going to win here because studying his team before in the second event, they knew exactly how to get his quirk activated against them, and this redhead would be the easiest. "So what do you want the rules to be here, man?" Eijiro asked. "I'm down for any type of fight." Hitoshi smirked. He knew that his opponent would just do that. "If one of us can get each other off the platform in any way, the match is over." "I like it. I think that adds risk to the fight." The Saint grinned. "Let's do this." "I am ready," Hitoshi said dryly. "Match begin," Midnight said. "Do your scars bother you?" Hitoshi asked, knowing it would make Eijiro reply. The redhead skidded to a stop from his path to Hitoshi. "What?" "No, I am dash." He stopped moving completely, a blank look on his face. Hitoshi smirked again. He had one. "Walk off the platform," the teen ordered. Without any hesitation or response otherwise, Eijiro walked blankly off the platform, disqualifying himself. Midnight knew the students' quirks all ahead of time, so she wasn't confused like the other people, all wondering why the redhead who was just showing his excitement just quit. Hitoshi released his quirk and Ijiro gained a look of confusion. Ijiro Kirishima has left the platform. Hitoshi Shinso advances to the next round. Midnight announced.
What?
The redhead asked, confused about what just happened. Why did he leave the platform? Too easy. Hitoshi muttered to himself as he went for a tunnel to go back to the stands. What just happened? Ijiro asked again. What happened, Eiji? Toru asked Ijiro as he got to the stands, Tenya having left for his own match. The classmates who were there were all looking at the redhead for an explanation. I don't know. Ijiro had a disappointed look. I don't know what that was. He mentioned my scars, and then I just was outside the platform. I didn't move on my own. That seems weird. Aoyama remarked. Perhaps it is his quirk? Nito offered. It has to be. Oh man, I can't believe I didn't even get to do anything. Ijiro slumped in his seat, a defeated look on his face. You did your best, Eiji. Toru patted his shoulder. Mr. Fire Guy. Mei Hatsum shouted to get Obi's attention while he was going to get spicy food to raise his body temp. Hello, Hatsum. The flaming pink-haired guy smiled. Are you excited for our match? It's going to be such a cool fight. About that, I like how you love my babies, so I don't want to trick you. Mei started. Huh. Obi tilted his head in confusion. I have no fighting skill whatsoever, at least not comparable to you.
Mei explained.
I had a different idea, Dash. OOH. The crimson-eyed guy got excited. Show off your stuff. All your gear is really cool. You already knew where I was going? This is us showing off our skills, right? Your skills are your babies. Why not just use them all against me? Or I can turn our match into a commercial, and you are the guy wearing the babies to show off. That works too. I totally want to do that. Obi nodded.
Mei grinned.
She honestly didn't know how Obi would have reacted to her proposal to just make their match her showing off her gear before she drops out. Apparently, he was enthusiastic to do anything. Tenya was ready. He had talked to Izuku and Shoto earlier before their own match about Maki to understand what he was up against. He now knows so far that her smoke is heavy to others, but Maki can go through it seemingly easily. Anyone in it was virtually blind, but she had perfect knowledge of everything in her smoke. The girl can also condense her smoke into hard objects, or use it seemingly like telekinesis to move things around with it. That all seemed tough, but Tenya had a definite advantage, his speed. His engines can kick him to a speed faster than she could probably react, and he can safely just throw her off the platform if she chose that as an option. No ring outs. The small smoky-eyed girl said flatly as she mentally prepared herself for the match. I want a real fight. Well, that changed things, Tenya mentally sighed. He really didn't want to knock out the small girl. However, he would respect her choice. I accept that. I am ready. Maki didn't want to mess up here. She had to prove she wasn't weak, and not look weak when he specifically was watching the match. I am ready as well. Tenya nodded. Then let the match begin. Midnight cracked her whip. Tenya didn't want to give the girl time to wear him down or give him an injury. He believed he would need all his strength in his future matches. He quickly revved up his engines, noticing her smoke that was getting closer, before he went into high gear and shot like a bullet right at the girl from 1C. He moved right through her smoke no issue and quickly spun into a kick right over Maki's head, locking her straight down and making her go face first onto the ground. The engine using Teen skidded to a stop near Maki and waited to see if she would get up, and she didn't. The one hit caught her by surprise, and she was out cold. Midnight was surprised at the one-hit knockout. By knockout, Tenya Ida advances to the next round. Izuku was walking to stands to go get a drink when his phone, which he was irresponsibly keeping on him during his matches, started ringing. Izuku didn't recognize the number but still picked up, wondering who it was. Hello, this is Izuku Midoriya speaking, the saint said as he left the stands and entered a tunnel. I know what you have, an unfamiliar voice said.
What?
The teen looked confused. That object in your possession. I know what it is. That sentence can literally mean everything, including the coin I found this morning. Izuku narrowed his eyes at a wall. Be more specific. The halo. The person responded, I know what you have that gives you power. I don't dash. I come from the timeline split. Don't try to hide it, Saint. Who are you? Just someone making sure to let you know not to overstep your bounds. You Saints always had problems with that. I dash. Don't stress yourself trying to figure me out. You won't. And I am not some enemy declaring war on you. I am just a neutral force stating that I will turn antagonistic if you make there be cause for any. I don't know who you are, but I already don't like you. Izuku replied. I don't expect to be liked. Your expectations are on the dot. I see you are like the others and run your mouth. It's a habit. I have nothing left to say. Remember this warning. Remember to dash. Izuku got cut off as the person hung up. He looked at his phone and the call history was gone, like it was never there. Who was that person? He couldn't even discern if they were a man or woman because the voice was distorted. Someone out there was indeed watching them, studying them and waiting to see if the Saints were a threat. But a threat to what? Izuku exhaled a big breath as he leaned against a wall and tried to think on who it could have been. It didn't help that the Saints just pissed everyone off back before the time reset. He needed to keep an eye out on who was watching them besides the likely chances of the League of Villains and Chisaki. There were too many things going on and any mistake could be bad. Hey, are you okay, boss? Hanta walked past with a bag of chips. I don't think so. New threat just called. New threat? The tape user asked. That doesn't sound like a weekend hangout. They called you. Yep. I'll fill you in as we tell the others. They should hear this as fast as possible too. Now is a good time because if you haven't noticed, Hatsum turned her match with Cusack into free advertisement for her gear. Cusack is actually going along with it. Hanta pointed at the match as they stepped out onto the stands and could see it.
What?
Izuku chuckled as he looked and show Obi standing decked out in maize here and showing their abilities as May sad them. I guess they allowed it? I think Midnight is more confused than anything. The Saint grinned. Okay, well let's tell everyone here while we have a chance. After a good bit, May stopped and said she forfeits the match, making Obi advance to the next round. Once he had blank expressions when their always cheerful flaming classmate came back to them and began to talk about May's, in his opinion, cool gear. Stain sheathed his blade after wiping the blood off of it. He had removed his obstacle and learned that whatever that odd medallion news that the masked man gave him apparently gave Stain a new power, one that he used to spell the demise of Ingenium. Chapter 25 Saints Festival Part 5 /N. I do not own MHA still. I have a Discord for this story and my others, but that's it. Izuku's abilities. Halo Veins. When activating his quirk, Izuku gains 2 sets of glowing lines that loosely resemble a nervous system all over his body. One set is lime green while the other is a dark violet. When his quirk is turned off all the way, the glowing lines, which Izuku has nicknamed Halo Veins, have faded out mint green and in faded out light violet glows to them. Super Strength. Unknown limit but allows to jump around at incredible distances. Increased durability as result. Can channel more energy to attacks to give more power but can result in pain or injury for Izuku. Super Speed. Currently can run at max speed of 120 km per hour. 33.3 meters per second. Healing ability. Can focus energy to heal self faster and others, but can leave the Izuku is used on tired after. Can give headaches if used too much in a short time. Blast. Charges up energy that user can throw like a projectile with different effects. Green Blast. Energy forms into a green ball that when it is thrown breaks upon impact with force and sends a small shockwave of force that pushes everything slightly away from where it hits. Purple Blast. Energy forms into a purple ball surrounded by purple flames. Flames do not burn user and burn out in a flash once blast impacts something. Flames disappear instantly but do burn anything near where the blast impacts. Mold. Blue energy that can be held like a solid object and molded into many things. Dense but lightweight. Can be used to bring things closer to Izuku or swing from object to object. If used for too long, or the mold takes damage, can lead to a mental strain on Izuku that begins with a nosebleed. Over time, as Izuku has used it, bright blue lines formed on the ridges and lines on his hands and lower forearms. Electricity. Izuku can conduct yellow electricity inside of himself that he can release in any direction. If he charges up too much to release, he will short-circuit his bodily functions and be paralyzed momentarily. Usage has caused yellow arcs of electricity to start shooting around in his sclera. Can be used to give Izuku a quick boost of energy. Wings. Izuku has a pair of wings that can be materialized with a flown of energy or vice versa. Wings are green in color, and most feathers have small purple flames that are mostly harmless but give the feathers a burnt appearance. Wings have own senses of feeling that Izuku gains instantly. Wingspan is 6 meters. Devil Sight. In Izuku's left eye, there is an infusion of red energy stolen from the Nomu at USJ. Red halo veins cover the left side of his face in a crack-like design, even running through his left eye, leaving residential cracks of energy through his sclera and iris and leaving his pupil blood red. Through using this energy, his left eye can see better in the dark, but everything is in shades of red. A flash of light will be more blinding than usual and will shut off the eye momentarily. Izuku is half-blind in his left eye without the red energy. Ping. Izuku can release a small amount of energy using his red halo veins and locate any nearby saints or demonic powers. However, when he does this, every person with powers like his in the area can feel his energy as well. Only Izuku can see where the others are with this. Anyone caught under it is just aware of his ping and general area. Transformations. Izuku channels more energy from the halo that activates a new state or transformation. Currently, Izuku has 3 transformations. Transformation, Saint's Rage. Izuku activates all abilities at once, forcing him and the halo into a state of higher work. Can cause extreme exhaustion in Izuku and requires a long cool down. Physical changes involve purple flames coming from his eyes and his skin taking on a purple hue. Transformation, Saint's Demons, only accessed by extreme stress or anger. Izuku loses all sense of reasoning and control and becomes extremely violent. All of Izuku's abilities are locked off, and he only has access to increased super strength, super speed, and healing ability. Gains long claws for fingers that are extremely sharp. Physical changes include black leathery skin. Halo veins all become thicker with only a dark purple fluid. Horns that go back across his head, and his eyes become solid black orbs that cause fear in anyone who sees them from all of the malice Izuku gives off in this state. A flat part of the left horn is permanently sticking out of Izuku's skull, believed to be there because of the TED energy. This transformation is extremely dangerous for Izuku to use because he has no control over himself and will attack anything he sees. Transformation, Saint's Grace. An inverse of his Saint's Demons transformation. An angelic transformation that he still has full control of his senses and actions, unlike Saint's Demons. Is surrounded by a golden glow, and his halo veins all have a bright yellow golden fluid to them, and his skin appears close to golden as well. Cannot use his Devil's Sight during this transformation, and has an increased defense, and his healing is increased exponentially. Being close to people or in physical contact with them will make them heal at a fast rate from any injury or wound. He becomes sturdy and attacks have less effect on him. Recap. The first round of fights of the tournament are over. With some unexpected match outcomes, the matches of the second round look even more unlikely. What could be a new threat to the Saints have made themselves known that they are watching for any slip from the kids. With unknown and known threats watching, pressure is now on the Saints to make it known that they have strength and will not back down from any threat. Izuku had a hard expression as he was in the locker room with the Saints, using the area as a way to speak privately before the second round. So we have a new enemy to worry about now? Katsuki asked with his arms crossed. We might not. Kyoka shook her head. They said they will only be an enemy if we give them a reason to. Nito stated. Yeah, but we don't even know what that means. The explosive blonde pointed out. We could step on a damn leaf, and they count that if they wanted. They could just be making sure we don't end up like the last Saints. Minoru offered. Like a bad gang who waves guns around and cause chaos and all that. Or if we get too strong, they might cut out our feet from under use so they can make sure we don't get above them. Denki suggested. Either way, I think we should just count them as a definite threat. Katsuki stated. They wanted to make us feel like we are under tight surveillance from them for even a toe out of their own unknown line. I say fuck him. What do you think, Izuku? Momo asked the emerald teen who had gone silent sitting next to her. Izuku was looking at the floor, thinking about the one part he hadn't mentioned yet. They know about the halo.
What?
Nito responded. They know. They know I have the halo, and I think they might out any for having it. Izuku said quietly. The room went quiet at that, everyone letting that possibility sink in. They can expose me in a way that just makes me the bad guy. Izuku continued, a sound of fear in his voice. It will ruin everything I have done so far. I could lose Eri. I could dash. You aren't losing anything, numb nuts. Katsuki cut Izuku off, not wanting his friend to fall into a panic. No one here thinks you are evil. You just have a dumb ring that was evil. You have us, Aizawa-sensei, and fricking All Might is people who can vouch for your lame ass being a good person. Yeah, if anything, I think I would be in more trouble, actually being related to the devil. Mina added. Or I for having dark shadow. Fumikage indicated to the demon that was his shadow. And no one is taking Eri from you. Momo finished. Izuku exhaled. I can't panic for a minute before you guys make me snap out of it. No panicking in the tournament. Katsuki shook his head. I want to beat your ass in top condition. You really think you will beat Momo? Izuku asked. I believe I can. She can make a gun and beat you. Who says I can't dodge a bullet? I am faster than you, and I have been shot like 3 times at least. Izuku stated. Well, you suck. The explosive blonde responded. And you swallow. Fight me. Fight Kodai first. Izuku retorted. Our match starts soon. The quiet girl stated once her name was said. Katsuki looked at Izuku and flipped him off, making the leading saint laugh and return the gesture, before he went to prepare for his match, Yui leaving to do the same. Right, let's all get going now to go cheer each other on.
Mina exclaimed.
I am going to get us all food. You shouldn't eat this soon before you have a match. Toru said as some of the saints began to leave. I am built different. The pink girl boasted. Regardless, now I will just find a granola bar and an energy drink. That was my breakfast, funny enough. Hanta said with a grin. Nito looked at Izuku. Don't worry about this person, Izuku. They were probably just trying to get in your head. They could be watching the rest of the festival just to see you get shaken by their words. Momo put her hand on the leading saint's shoulder. Aren't you supposed to be the cocky leader with a sense of humor anyways? Izuku gave her an amused expression. Me? Cocky?
No.
Didn't you tell a villain who could kill you with a touch that you didn't think he was tough enough to untie your shoes? And then go on to call him a bitch boy? Izuku snorted. Yep, and I am damned proud of that. So just have that energy. Nito said as he walked to the door where Kyoko was waiting for him. Saints don't back down, right? Izuku nodded. Damn right we don't. Once Nito left, it was just Izuku and Momo, the latter turning to give the former a concerned look. Please tell me you aren't trying to act tough so they don't worry about you. Izuku shook his head. Nah, I am fine. He stood up to stretch. Come on, we got a tournament with matches to be ready for. Momo had doubt but didn't voice it. Let's get ready. She smiled before she began to leave for her waiting room for her upcoming match. Izuku, if it does bother you, please voice it to us. I will. Izuku nodded as Momo opened the door and waved with a smile before she left. The second the door was closed, Izuku dropped his smile. He thought back to what that person said, how they knew he had the halo, how they were watching him, how they would quickly react to whatever they deem as Izuku crossing the line they have made. If they outed him for having the halo, it was very likely people wouldn't react in a positive way. The teen wasn't worried about himself in that situation. He was worried about the others, how they would look bad for siding with him knowing about it. He was worried about Aizawa and All Might, who even though they were established heroes could lose their reputation. He was worried about his mom, who didn't need to be known as the mother of a devil or whatever he was painted as. Most of all, Izuku was worried about Eri, who finally had a home, and would lose that if people believed Izuku was some sort of evil person. Izuku put his face in his hands and gave a heavy sigh. He had to push those thoughts out of his head and make sure he was ready for his match soon. It was now time for Katsuki and Yui's match, the two both standing in their spots. Katsuki had a grin and clapped his hands together. All right, princess, how do you want this? Yui didn't need to think about how she wanted to answer that. Hold nothing back. That's what I expected. Showing everything we have. He pointed at Midnight. I am ready to do this, lady. As am I, Yui said as she got into her stance and started planning out her moves. Midnight sighed when she realized the kids were going to all continue wanting to fight till they were unconscious. She was wondering what exactly Aizawa was teaching them. Let the match of Katsuki Bakugo versus Yui Kodai begin. The second the crack of Midnight's whip was heard, Katsuki had blasted from the ground straight at Yui, who braced herself as she moved to the side, using an arm to push herself off of Katsuki, who had almost hit her with an explosion. Yui knew what was coming next and blocked Katsuki's follow-up explosion, only to get blasted back a meter by one to her side she didn't see coming. Come on, princess. Katsuki didn't say arrogantly. I am not going to stay with my normal moves since I know you know them. Don't expect the same moves from me then, Yui said as she went back in close and went for her normal chop she always did in their spars. Katsuki put little effort into blocking it, expecting the other arm to move in. It did, but right as he focused on the new strike, she pushed her previous arm back through and struck him as hard as she could at the shoulder. The move admittedly caught him off guard, and Yui took that chance to strike him in the solar plexus and knock him back. You are playing mind games. Katsuki got air back into his chest. Someone told me to never be direct and always make the battle a game of chess. Yui got back into her stance as she formed a new plan. Katsuki smirked, knowing she was talking about him. This guy sounds like a genius. He yells a lot, but he is smart. She smiled back. Well, show me you took his lessons to heart. Katsuki let explosions erupt in his palms as he shot back at the girl, putting out his left arm ready to let off an explosion before popping one in his right arm that made him move to the left and dodge an attack from Yui before he blasted her off of her feet, the explosion breaking up parts of the ground as well. Yui was sent backwards and managed to land on one knee, facing her explosive opponent. I thought you would go to my left. I considered it. The blonde responded. Yui held her hands onto the ground as she pushed herself back up. I won't fall for that again. I expect that. You are annoyingly and amazingly adaptable. Katsuki blasted right at her, only to have a piece of the broken ground enlarged to the size of a boulder, and his speed made him slam his knee into it before he could react. He fell to his side and leaned on his other leg for a second. You touched rubble as you got knocked back? Adaptable, Yui responded. Annoyingly so. Katsuki knew he would definitely have to watch his step as he moved at her, not knowing which objects have been touched by Yui exactly. Yui stayed low as she ran at Katsuki, going on the offensive as she threw small bits of rubble at the teen and made them enlarge as they were about to hit him. Katsuki retaliated with a large explosion that obliterated the projectiles and caused a lot of smoke to cover the area, making the two opponents be unseen momentarily. I can't see anything, Present Mike said in anticipation, hoping for the smoke to clear like the fans who were eagerly watching the fight. To the side, Shota said as she was seen on the edge of the smoke. Katsuki blasted an explosion that forced the smoke screen away so he could see where Yui was, seeing his opponent meters away facing him as well. He looked at the rubble in between them for a second before speaking. I would be pretty dumb to not know that most of this was just touched and is ready to be weaponized by you. Luckily, I know you are smart. Yui had a mischievous smile as she enlarged a small piece Katsuki was unknowingly standing on and made him fall onto his rear. Katsuki had a flat look as he heard her snicker at what she just did. Hey princess, I thought you were supposed to be mature. I thought you were supposed to always be angry. She had a small playful smirk for the first time, actively enjoying a match against Katsuki. Touché. Katsuki smirked back before he used explosions to get back to his feet and into the air to just go over the debris. Yui began to toss small bits of the debris at him, making them get bigger. The explosion user easily blasted them away from him but kept getting more tossed at him, his exploding the debris more just providing more ammunition for Yui. After a minute of this repeating, Katsuki spoke again. This isn't as exciting. Yui didn't respond verbally but stopped throwing the debris and jumped on a piece as she made it enlarge to jump closer to Katsuki as he dropped to strike at her as well, the two missing the block on each other as they instead just hit each other as hard as they could, both hitting each other in the nose. They both fell down, but Katsuki caught himself, not falling onto his back like Yui but instead onto his rear again. Katsuki touched his face, feeling a crack in his nose. Damn, you hit hard, princess. Yui gave a huff without sitting up. My nose is broken. Same. The explosive teen got up right as Yui began to sit up. To a knockout? Just checking. I could turn it around if conscious. Yui was in a bit of a daze, the strike from Katsuki having thrown her off. You were clever enough. Katsuki made his way to her, prepping an explosion. Haven't had fun like this in a fight in a while. He smiled as he unleashed the explosion on Yui and made her fall back onto the ground, unconscious. Yui Kodai is knocked out. Midnight announced with excitement, loving how the two interacted their whole fight. Katsuki Bakugo advances to the next round. I got the princess. The blonde teen announced as he picked her up and began to walk for the clinic so her nose can get fixed. As he walked towards the tunnel, he looked up at the stands. You fucks better fight half as clever as her, or I will be disappointed. He has such a way with words. Mina deadpanned from the stands. Momo and Aoyama were now standing in their spots, the stage ready for their match. I am prepared for us to go all out to elegantly shows our shining capabilities. Aoyama announced as he did one of his poses, his cape flowing in the wind. It shall be a dazzling match no matter the outcome, I believe so, mademoiselle. Momo smiled. It will be great. So until one of us admits defeat? If it can be helped, I would enjoy seeing the others shine in their own, showing if it comes to my defeat. Momo made a plan and nodded. If so, I am ready, Yuga Aoyama IV. As I am Lady Momo Yaoyorozu. Your elegance is so cute. Midnight said happily. Your own type of elegance has charm as well, mademoiselle. Aoyama said as he waved in her direction. I like you, kid. The proctor smiled. She then cracked her whip. Let the match of Momo Yaoyorozu versus Yuga Aoyama begin. Aoyama immediately shot a laser from his stomach, as he didn't want to reveal his glass-like shield that allowed him to shoot it from anywhere on his person. Momo reacted by creating a mirror from her chest that was big enough to cover her midsection, and Aoyama's laser hit the mirror and reflected, going to Aoyama's side. Marvelous retaliation. Aoyama clapped. Are you cheering me on? Momo asked with a slight look of confusion. We are all here to shine, are we not? Aoyama asked with a grin. I shall appreciate that shine my fellow saints have, as it is quite a sight. Momo nodded. I like that. Your beams are actually stronger than before. I thank training with my twinkling buddy for that. Aoyama shot off another beam right before he rushed at Momo, knowing that far range was a no-go with how versatile Momo was compared to him. His only ace right now was the style he was gaining from Izuku, a style of quick jabs and agility that suited Aoyama. Momo quickly created a smoke grenade before setting it off and rushing into it as she quickly a staff that she put into a large swung and struck Aoyama with the end through the smoke before making another smoke grenade that she let go off to cover more area and hide her even more. I admit I wasn't expecting smoke for our match. Aoyama was heard towards her slight left. You fight with a line of sight. Momo made a set of thermal vision goggles. If you are training with my doofus, then I guess you have offense, so I should make it hard to use that. A marvelous idea. Aoyama agreed as he shot a laser through the smoke at where he assumed Momo was, missing by just a few centimeters. Momo used her goggles and saw Aoyama, who was silently moving from his previous spot to another that was farther back, presumably trying to get out of the smoke. She made a quick plan and made a whip as she got closer. Once she was close enough, she used the whip and got it wrapped around one of his legs before yanking the French saint off of his feet and rushed at him, creating a metal net that she threw over him. I got you pinned down and am prepared for any attack, Momo stated as she made a new mirror. Aoyama, instead of anything fitting someone who was clearly at a loss would show in a response, had stars for eyes. That was a shining plan, well executed and simply genius. I admit my defeat to that wonderful show. Momo gained a smile. You did amazing as well. You almost got me in the smoke. I am pleased at the chance. I admit my defeat, but will surely shine more next time as well. The French saint said to Momo as she helped him to his feet. Midnight cracked her whip. Yuga Aoyama has surrendered. Momo Yaoyorozu advances to the next round. I imagine Izuku taught you how to fight quickly rather than being a heavy hitter? Indeed. He felt that I fit speed physically over strength. Little Yayarozu. Midnight said to get the girl's attention. If you need someone to teach you how to use that whip properly, I am your gal. Momo questioned the offer, but still nodded. Okay, Midnight Sensei. Tenya was just looking at his phone as he stood close to the class's seats in the stands. He really wanted his brother to call him, but he didn't want to try to call again and interrupt his brother's work. What's cracking, Ida? Denki asked as he walked past. Just hoping for a call. Tenya replied. Your folks? The electric teen asked. Indeed. I wanted to hear how they think I am performing today. Well, you were pretty good, dude. Definitely going to make it to the semifinals. Denki gave a large smile. I got knocked out first round, but I still think that was awesome how I did. You did put Bakugo on edge for a minute. Denki nodded. I could have won if he didn't have his own shocking skill. Denki's made a grin at his joke. Anyways, my parents thought I was cool for what I did. If you and your folks have as good a thing going as my fam, then they are going to say you are cool as shit. Minus the swearing, because I don't think your family is legally allowed to swear. That last bit got a barely noticeable chuckle from the engine user. I suppose you are right, Kaminari. I do not know why I worry myself over these things. Denki pursed his lips for a second, while he thought before answering. Because you care about them. They're your fam, right? You did say you want to honor them, and the Ida name, right? It's like some of the stuff we do in class with each other as saints. We are all looking for the best in each other and all that. What's up, diggity dogs? Hanta said as he then walked up to them. Guys, seen the boss? I haven't seen Izuku since before Katsuki and Kodai's match. Maybe he is off vibing, or making a plan before he goes against the guy that beat Ijiro. Denki suggested. Well, I am going to go find some fruity drink. Hanta said as he began to walk away. Something with a little umbrella thing in it.
No alcohol.
Tenya immediately made a motion with his hand at the tape user. Naman. I just want a smoothie or something that is strawberry flavored. Hanta shook his head. I saw a stand with banana smoothies. Denki said. Strawberries are bound to be there. Off we go. Hanta pointed up the stairs, and the two left Tenya, who looked at his phone again. Do good work, Tensei. The younger Ida said to himself, hoping his brother was doing great work on his case. Nito and Fumikage were now on the stage and ready for their match. I don't believe I need to say all out? Fumikage asked as Dark Shadow popped out, getting ready as well. I figured everyone would be on my case after Shuji, so I assumed that as well. I am ready. Nito nodded as he fixed his orange tie. Then it shall be done like so. Fumikage stated as he reached a hand for the collar of his cloak. I shall show my new style Ojiro has helped me gain. He removed the cloak in a swift movement and was left in his black t-shirt, black pants, and boots. I am ready. Midnight cracked her whip. Let the match of Nito Monoma versus Fumikage Tokoyami begin. Nito immediately lit up with an orange glow and dodged as Dark Shadow immediately charged him. Fumikage right behind him. The One for All Inheritor punched the air to knock Dark Shadow back, but the shadow-possessing demon latched onto the ground with one hand and swiped at Nito, who dodged only to have Fumikage go at him himself. The bird-headed teen immediately went into a flurry of heavy strikes that Nito blocked fluidly. Nito flicked his fingers to blast Tokoyami, and the force of 11% of One for All made the bird-headed teen go far back enough that he slid to the edge of the platform while still staying standing. This is not easy with your strength. Fumikage stated as Dark Shadow rushed through the air at Nito again. The blonde didn't show a response as he used his power to rush past Dark Shadow for Fumikage. If they were fighting to a knockout, then Nito should only focus on Fumikage and just avoid Dark Shadow. The bird-headed teen tried to raise his arms to block a strike from Nito, only to be too slow and have the fist impact his cheek and knock him off of the platform completely and onto his back. Before the Saint could give chase, Dark Shadow rushed at him from behind and crashed an enlarged fist into Nito and followed it up with another strike. Before the second strike could hit him, Nito blocked it with the back of his forearm and threw his own punch at the demon-possessed shadow that knocked it away from him. Your strength is pissing me off. Dark Shadow growled with his form becoming more erratic. His hands gained sharper claws as the demon's bad temper went off. Dark Shadow. Fumikage grabbed the connection to Dark Shadow and forced Loa Dust into the shadow that was unseen to the people watching the match. Control yourself. the bird-headed teen stated as he stood up. The demon's form shrunk slightly, and the claws left its hands. The demon still rushed at Nito, who flicked it away again, only to have Fumikage get in close and strike Nito in the cheek. Nito retaliated with a kick to Fumicage's chest that sent him back a few meters. This won't be easy getting a knockout hit with Dark Shadow defending you, Nito said as he felt his opponent's quirk, having copied it when Fumikage struck him. I believe I must repeat Mezu when it comes to you still holding back. Fumikage straightened out his form. Even if you are at your highest, I know you are still holding back, even if unconsciously. Nito sighed. I hate that you are right. I understand not wanting to bring harm to yous, but if we say all out, then we mean go all out. The bird-headed teen responded. I expect a punch that can knock me out or throw me into that wall behind me. The blonde sighed again. I think just being around Izuku made you guys are reckless or something. Midoriya does have that effect. You know I am really about to knock you out in one hit now, right? I expect it. I am sure if you don't, then everyone in our class watching will know you won't follow through and get on you more than Shuji and me. Nito exhaled, not wanting to picture half of them going on about that. I don't feel like having that. He got power flowing before he moved so fast it was hard for most people to see him before he slammed his fist into Fumikage, and the teen was sent right to the back wall where he had then hit the wall, slumping down to the ground knocked out. Midnight was wide-eyed at the blonde's strength for a second before she shook it off to say the results. Fumikage Tokoyami is unconscious. Nito Monoma advances to the next round. I don't know why everyone tries to make me go full strength like this. Nito muttered to himself as he offered to take Fumikage from the field. Katsuki was on his phone outside of the clinic when the door opened, and Yui came out with a bandage on her nose and cheek. You waited for me? Yui asked when she realized he was there.
No.
Katsuki immediately answered. I was just on my phone. Just here because I didn't feel like going to the seats and listening to Elbows and Pikachu be idiots. That was a lie if there ever was one, and Katsuki knew full well why he was there. Yui didn't respond but nodded. Want to go to our seats? I guess since you are up now the others won't be as annoying. Katsuki answered as they both started to walk. They were quiet for a minute as they walked back side by side. Our match was good. Yui broke the silence. My strike was sloppy. Katsuki rubbed his nose that had been fixed and bandaged. I could have blocked this. You were amazing. Yeah, but I didn't turn the battlefield into a weapon. That was great. Katsuki paused. We should make that part of your style, Yui. Not princess. Yui was surprised at him saying her actual name. Well, you broke my nose, so I think that puts respect on your name. The explosive blonde responded. Oh. What slash did you prefer, princess? The blonde raised an eyebrow. Yui turned red. Ain't you? That was the first time I have seen you get flustered. Katsuki actually stopped walking for a second. How about you just say what you want to be called and I go with that? She nodded and they began to walk again. I was thinking that you could possibly use a weapon. The explosive blonde went back to talking about Yui's style of fighting. Maybe a staff or two that you just use your quirk to make longer to whack over dash. Princess. Yui said quietly. Katsuki stopped talking the second she did and looked at her, seeing how red Yui was while looking at the ground in front of her. Call me that. He smiled slightly. You got it, princess. Where is Izuku? Momo asked as she returned to the stands after talking to her parents, who had to leave because of a company issue. Thought he was with you. Achiko answered. Is he with Eri and his mom? Mashireo asked. I am here. Eri spoke up from the row behind the tailed teen where Tsuyu was braiding the horn girl's hair. Okay, so Izuku has not been seen since we had to tell him to not stress out? Achiko said. I am going to find him. Momo went back up the steps. Hitoshi thought for a second before he stood up from his seat. He was sure he had a chance to beat that kid from 1A who seemed to run his mouth. It just seemed too easy to provoke him into talking when he normally starts anyways. It made his win guaranteed to Hitoshi. However, he still had one more opponent he would have to worry about, either that engine user from 1A or his own classmate Obikuzake, who was aware of his quirk and would be ready to not respond, even if Hitoshi believed his flaming classmate was an idiot. He had to make sure Obi was thrown off, so he got up to go get ready for his upcoming matches. Mina was bouncing in her spot on the platform. Meanwhile, Kyoka was standing still. I am going to put effort into this, Kyoka.
Mina boasted.
Don't think girl talk has saved you from these hands. I wasn't expecting you to not put effort in. Kyoka then smirked. I expected you to want to do well and look cool if he was watching. Mina blushed a shade of violet. Shut up. I don't tease you about your boyfriend. Kyoka gained a flat look. You do, a lot. Name one time. Earlier today when dash. Wait, I don't want to hear your lies. Mina cut her off and Kyoka's flat look gained slight annoyance. Let's have out of bounds. The purple-haired girl said as she thought of a plan. Okay, but I am more mobile and have the advantage. Mina got ready. Midnight saw that they were ready and cracked her whip. The match of Mina Ashido versus Kyoka Jiro begins. Kyoka immediately used her earphone jacks and jammed them into the ground and used her heartbeat to get the platform to vibrate and send the pink girl who was sliding on her acid at Kyoka to lose her balance. Kyoka removed a jack from the ground and attempted to hit Mina with it only for the pink girl to narrowly dodge it and get in closer to attempt to attack. I have good balance, so I won't fall over easy. Mina stated right as she was about to hit her opponent. I know. Kyoka grunted as she got hit, but did exactly what she had planned, wrapping both of her jacks around Mina and tightened the grip as she held Mina up off of the ground. The pink girl looked confused as she struggled. Hey, I can sweat acid, so I can't be restrained by your earlobes. Kyoka began to go into a swinging motion. Wasn't meant for restraint. She did a spin as she released her grip on the pink girl and threw her promptly off of the platform and out of bounds. Well, Mina breathed as she recovered from hitting the ground rear first. That was not as glamorous as I had hoped. Midnight cracked her whip. Mina Ashido was forced out of bounds. Kyoka Jiro advances to the next round. You planned on throwing me, didn't you? Mina asked as she stood up. I didn't want to get too tired before I go against Nito. Ah yes, the match between lovers. Kyoka immediately turned a dark shade of red. Don't say that. You make it sound like we do things. I am not judging. Mina shrugged as they entered the tunnel. I am going to tell your crush now. Kyoka walked up the tunnel faster. The pink girl immediately tried to tackle her classmate.
No.
Izuku saw the results of the match from the tunnel where he was waiting to go, having stayed near the waiting rooms to not stress in front of his classmates. He had not bettered his situation at all, questioning how he has to act, and just the whole situation of his having an enemy who knows about the halo. It made Izuku feel like he was just waiting for what was now an inevitability of losing his friends and Eri if the halo was revealed. It made him look at how reckless he has been this far under a harsher view, and he felt anger at everything. You fucking idiot. Izuku muttered to himself as he took a breath, and then began to walk down the tunnel to his match. Obi was eating a bar near the tunnel, not yet entering his waiting room for his match that was next. This was perfect for Hitoshi when he had seen the pink-haired teen on his way to his match. Oh hey Shinso. Obi had his grin that he always had. Good luck in your match. These guys from 1A are tough cookies. It was now or never to begin to get into Obi's head, so Hitoshi spoke. I am going to win my match, and then I am going to beat you or that other entitled kid. Enti. Hitoshi said words he has wanted to say ever since he met Obi, the kid who had been born lucky with a heroic quirk but was too much of an idiot to even make it into the hero course. Hitoshi hated him, hated Obi so much for being born lucky like Hitoshi wasn't. I am going to prove your will of fire bullshit is nothing but empty words. The purple-haired teen spat. Obi's grin was dropped. What? Someone lucky like you doesn't understand how hard it can be for someone to have to go through negativity. You got a free pass to be able to get to this school because of your luck and don't know about the struggle of others to get to this same spot. You act like a fool and waste your gift and spout off about a will of never-ending fire but are in the general education department. You talk about ideals of actions and efforts but are nowhere near where others are that put in true efforts. You are a fool who only has empty words and a lack of understanding of how easy you have it while others struggle. You are a waste of any potential. Hitoshi walked right past his classmate as he went for the tunnel. He had to be harsher with his words to break that irritating optimism of Obi's. I would be disappointed in a child like you. Hitoshi didn't know anything about Obi's parents past how much Obi put them in high regard. Obi didn't say anything, the words hitting hidden feelings that haven't been properly dealt with for years. Obi clenched his fists as that name came back to the front of his mind. Pathetic coward. I couldn't find Izuku. Momo sighed as she got back to the class in the stands. He is there, Minoru said as he pointed to a tunnel Izuku was just leaving out of to walk over the field. Maybe he was trying to plan for the guy whose quirk made me lose so easily? Ijiro offered. Momo didn't reply as she looked down at Izuku, hoping it was that and not Izuku's negative views affecting himself. Izuku didn't say anything as he stood on the platform across from Hitoshi, who had just gotten to the platform. The kid from general education glared at Izuku, who might as well have been Obi with how gifted and idiotic he was. Too lucky in life to know what hardship was. He was going to beat this fool from 1A and the hero course. Midnight looked at the two, who weren't talking like the others before their matches. Hitoshi noticed that Izuku had a slightly angered expression, but wasn't aiming it at Hitoshi directly. Since Izuku wasn't speaking, Hitoshi spoke. If it is up to me, then I say we stay on the regular rules of the matches. Say anything if you disapprove. Izuku was still silent, his head still full of those negative thoughts from earlier. The halo was not helping to balance the feelings at all. He closed his eyes to try to focus. Midnight sighed after a second, not wanting to say she missed the kids having weird and funny banter, but also wanting the kids to act like youthful kids. She cracked her whip. The match between Izuku Midoriya versus Hitoshi Shinso begins now. Izuku didn't move at first, trying to make the halo actually feed positive energy to him to get rid of the negative. He had no room to be careless or show any hint of Saint's demons publicly, especially if that was something that would cross the lines of that person's watch over Izuku's actions. Hitoshi spoke, knowing it was the moment to coax Izuku into speaking. He had heard enough about 1A and Izuku over the past few weeks to know what to say. Not knowing of the hornet's nest he was prodding, do you ever think of how your actions affect those around you? Or are you too busy being arrogant to realize what you are doing? Izuku's eyes snapped open, and he locked his eyes right onto Hitoshi's own purple ones. Hitoshi kept going, recklessly jumping into a fight out of you league, convincing others to join you in those fights and getting injured. Then not even a full week later getting into another encounter impulsively. You show signs of being reckless and strong, signs of being someone born too lucky and foolish to not realize they're being in over their head. You jump from problem to problem, and if it isn't you who has to deal with the consequences of this irresponsibility, it is going to be the others in that class. Is he trying to purposely make Izuku get mad? Achiko asked as everyone watching the match, whether in the stands or on television, heard what was being said. Momo then pieced together an important piece of Hitoshi's quirk. He is trying to get Izuku to respond. Why? Toru asked. Ijiro then got it too. The guy made me leave after I responded to him. He controls your actions if you speak, Katsuki stated, taking all of the evidence to come to that conclusion. Not good for someone like Glowstick who runs his mouth. But Izuku is quiet, Nito said. Hitoshi continued his berating of Izuku to try and get the guy to respond. You act like a headstrong fool, and that isn't a hero or someone who should even be in the hero course. Izuku grit his teeth when he heard that. Specks of black fluid began to fill his halo veins, unnoticeable to no one close to him. Izuku still didn't move from his spot as he was trying to not let his demonic energy take over. He couldn't let it take any form close to Saint's demons, especially where he could be watched by that person who can out him for having the halo. Hitoshi scowled that Izuku didn't respond still to anything he was saying. This guy was supposed to be the guy who runs his mouth, wasn't he? Why wasn't even saying a word? The kid from general education then went for something he knew would get a response, commenting on an event he learned Izuku and a relative of his was involved in. You end up causing events like last year. Izuku opened his eyes slightly in shock at that, knowing exactly what event Hitoshi was talking about. Oh shit, Nito said as he realized that might not have been the best thing for Hitoshi to say. Making situations get blown out of proportions isn't suitable for a hero. Hitoshi went on. You show signs of irresponsibility, and it is because you were blessed with that quirk. You didn't have to learn responsibility when you were just gifted something like that without doing anything to deserve it. You were lucky, not knowing about the struggle of trying to get to a spot like here. Hisashi Midoriya looked at the ground hearing that, watching the match just to see his son go on with his own strength, but now seeing the boy be attacked like so by his opponent. Hisashi felt guilt hearing how Izuku was believed to be born lucky when he wasn't. Izuku was born as Hisashi's son, and that wasn't good for the boy at all in his early years. Izuku scowled. "What do you know about struggles?" He yelled at Hitoshi, taking a step towards the teen. Hitoshi smirked. He had one. He activated his quirk. Izuku stopped moving and was just standing there now, a blank look in his eyes. "I win," Hitoshi said calmly. Izuku couldn't move. He could see what was happening but couldn't move at all, like he had lost control. He tried hard to move but couldn't. "Walk out of bounds," Hitoshi ordered. Against Izuku's control, his body turned around and began to walk away, heading to the edge of the platform.
No.
Izuku was yelling in his head. He couldn't lose like that. He couldn't let something fall out of his control like that anymore. He had to get control back. Izuku had to stay in control so nothing bad could happen. He couldn't lose to this asshole. A dark thought entered Izuku's head, and a blood-red energy was seen in his halo veins for a second, covering all of the other colors. Rip him apart. A loud crackling sound like lightning was heard as a rush of wind pushed everything in its way as a wave of pressure was caused by Izuku's powers. Just as suddenly as it appeared, the color was gone, and his halo veins returned to green and purple, but the consequences of the energy started, causing his walking to stagger as his heart erupted in pain. Izuku fell onto his knees and vomited a dark red, tar-like substance. "What the hell?" Katsuki murmured as all of the saints felt Izuku's ping ability go off like a small shock to them. Momo didn't say anything but had leaned forward over the railing in worry at what just happened to Izuku, feeling like just jumping over the side to go to him if anything else happens. "What?" Hitoshi asked in confusion at what just happened. Izuku didn't move from his position of being on his hands and knees, a ringing in his ears and his heart throbbing in pain. His halo veins were burning hot and burning the skin around them as well. He was in control of his body again, but the amount of pain was causing him to not want to move, only blankly look at the red substance he had just expelled. "Walk out of bounds," Hitoshi ordered again, hoping he still had control. Izuku didn't respond in any way, not even aware his opponent even spoke. He was trying to figure out what that dark feeling was that was in him. Was it hatred and it caused the halo to force a new energy that he couldn't handle? The energy was only in him for a second, and it left him just like this. "How did you do that?" Hitoshi asked angrily. "How did you break my control?" Izuku shakily tried to stand, his halo veins making it unbearable for him to attempt, but he still pushed through. He remembered he was in a match and had to win, and not lose control anymore. He had to not let things get out of hand anymore. This can be the start of that. Hitoshi scowled. "It isn't fair. You and your blessed powers have it way too easy with your luck." Izuku didn't respond, the ringing still blocking out his ability to hear properly. He walked at a walking pace towards Hitoshi, since he didn't think he could run if he wanted to. His powers weren't even responding to him at that moment either, his halo veins having dulled in color and brightness. Izuku was suddenly aware of the bright red halo veins around his left eye being gray, and his eye being half-blind without the energy boosting it. Izuku got close to Hitoshi, and the general education student tried to attack Izuku, going for a strike to Izuku's face. Izuku took the hit straight on but recovered and struck Hitoshi in the chest. You get to chase your dream without any actual interference or hard work, without the judgment of others. Hitoshi shouted as he held his chest and ran back at Izuku. It's not fair when some of us are born without that blessing, and no amount of hard work will get us to that dream. Who says you deserve your dream more than others? Izuku caught Hitoshi's fist and twisted the teen's arm around his back before kicking Hitoshi in the back and sending him closer to the edge of the platform. "Say something," Hitoshi shouted as he rushed at Izuku again. Izuku caught the fist aimed for his face again and threw Hitoshi back with a shove. His halo veins were still burning his body intensely. He had to finish this quickly to figure out why all of his powers were malfunctioning like they were. He urged his body on and slammed a fist right into Hitoshi's face, knocking the teen over the edge of the area of the match and out of bounds. Izuku collapsed to a knee from the pain, coughing a bit of blood out. Midnight called the match. Hitoshi Shinso is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya Adva dash. She stopped speaking when a scream happened. Izuku clutched his chest in pain. His heart was beating too fast, and it felt like it was about to explode. He let out a scream as blood began to pour from his halo veins all over his body, and he fell to his side, falling unconscious. The stadium went silent as the fallen students' classmates all left their seats to check on their leader, along with the UA staff that were close enough to react. All Might, Inko, and Shota had gone to the clinic where Recovery Girl was treating Izuku, all three having chosen to tell the woman of Izuku's possession of the halo so as to help speed up any way of recovery for Izuku. I might not know much since I am just now being brought into this mess, Recovery Girl started as she held up a vial of the collected red substance that Izuku had vomited. But this is definitely not normal for even Midoriya. It seems like that black stuff he had vomited at USJ. All Might responded. When he had left that Saint's Demon's form. Does that mean my son was in a different form? Inko asked. Most likely yes. Shota sighed, internally asking why his students had to be complicated. Most likely for just a second. His halo veins did all take on a singular color like the other two transformations he has. It is likely that this is the case, but his body and even the halo veins were not capable of or even prepared for it. Inko sighed as she looked at her unconscious son, whose halo veins had all dulled out to a faint version of their colors that was verging on gray. His skin had burn marks around the veins, and they had cleaned off the blood. Izu, why do things like this just follow you around? As for his healing, Recovery Girl started. I can only do so much, but his energy from that thing seems to be gone. I don't know what to do for that. All Might snapped his fingers. I know. Young Yairose. She and Midoriya have a healing power that restored my organs past what should have been possible. I believe she can heal Midoriya and maybe reactivate his powers. Almost immediately the door was knocked open by Momo, who along most of 1A was eavesdropping after they were told to wait outside. I will do it. I told you they wouldn't just leave. Shota gave a flat look to All Might while Momo rushed across the room to get to Izuku, immediately using her healing power on him. Perhaps I had forgotten how close the kids are. All Might nodded in amusement. The rest of you shoo. Recovery Girl began to usher the rest of 1A back out the door, but not Eri, who had rushed in with Momo and was now holding on to Inko. He needs quiet to recover. Yeah, we should support Ida actually, guys. Hanta said. We did make him go do his match, saying Izuku will be okay. Yeah, let's support Tenya. Minoru added. Tenya was a little tense admittedly when he had to get to the platform for his match. Not because of his opponent, but because he was worried about Izuku. He waited only a few seconds before Obi was seen walking out of his own tunnel, his head down and walking at a slower pace. It felt off to Tenya to see the guy he had only known for a few hours not be basically hopping to the platform in excitement. His behavior was actually odd to everyone as well. His previous mood of pure enthusiasm and joy seemed permanent to all. The flame-using teen got to his spot without a word, his head still down and his pink hair blocking sight of his face. He didn't say a single word. Tenya spoke. Let's have a good match, Cusack. That was when years of pent-up emotions broke through. Obi broke down and started crying for the first time in years. His sobs echoed across the stadium that went quiet. Tenya gained a surprised expression at it, not knowing what happened to make Obi of all people cry. He's wrong. Obi shouted. No one is born blessed to not be capable of knowing struggles. Everyone can work hard to achieve their own dreams. The only way you can't is if you give up. If you stand there and do nothing to change things. Obi paused as he remembered an event 8 years prior, when he last saw his mother alive. Run, everyone. Keanu Cusack shouted as she used a flaming kick to block the massive villain's attack. People were fleeing to get away while the flaming woman held off the threat. But not Obi. Obi had frozen in fear, too afraid to move. His body just locked up as he watched what was the end of his mother's life. Keanu saw her son not moving. Run, Obi. Even after she died seconds, Obi didn't move, too horrified by what he was seeing. The scene engraving itself in his mind forever. Obi clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Those who do nothing Kajiro Cusack blocked what he knew would be the last hit he could. His breathing staggered as he was too injured to get out of this situation in any good condition. He turned and saw his son, who had locked up in fear like he had 2 years before. "Get to safety, Obi. Run." Kajiro shouted in fear of what would happen if his son stayed there. Again, Obi didn't run. He only stood in horrified fear as a second later his father was impaled through his chest, the force of the blow making blood splatter everywhere, including on Obi's petrified face. Obi's nails began to dig into his palms and draw blood. "Are just pathetic cowards," Obi shouted with all of his frustration at the kid back then. A pathetic coward who was a disgrace to his parents and everything they taught him. The kid who was a failure to the will of fire. Endeavor looked down, feeling disappointment as he realized those last words were a direct insult from Obi to himself. A sound of hate in his voice that was way too familiar with Endeavor, who knew what it sounded like to not be enough. He felt an urge to make this right, to fix his mistake of just ignoring the kid back then who saw his father die in a horrible way. Tenya frowned, hearing the sound in Obi's voice that was close to Izuku's own when his own poor self-image was revealed to 1A. He didn't want to imagine what would cause Obi to have such feelings about himself, but he also didn't want to just let Obi continue on like this. He held up a hand to stop Midnight, who was about to say something, wanting to help Obi himself, feeling it'd be better if he did. "I agree that everyone can work to their dreams no matter who they are. That is why we are here at UA, where we are to help us get closer to our dreams," Tenya stated. "May I ask what your dream is, Cusack?" "Oh." Obi wiped his eyes with the burnt sleeve of his father's coat, still not looking up. "My dream is to carry on the will of fire and reinstate Fire Company 78. Tenya gained confusion for a second before he remembered hearing about a tragic event where most of a fire company was injured beyond full recovery and the chief of the company was murdered. He only remembered it because his father had been involved in the investigation of the tragedy, but never caught the villain who had done irreversible damage. The injuries put most of the surviving crew beyond the ability to work again, and the company was shut down, leading to Endeavor's agency taking over the area the company covered. Why did Obi know of the company? Was he a child of one of the crew? He didn't know exactly what the will of fire was, but believed it to be teachings of sorts. Regardless, they were still admirable dreams, and Tenya said so. "I believe that is a very admirable dream." "What is your dream?" Obi asked. "I wish to carry on the honor of the Ingenium name like my family before me," Tenya said with pride. Obi wiped his eyes again. "Ingenium? He is a really cool hero. I look up to my brother and see him as what a hero should be. He has taught me so much about what makes a hero," Tenya replied. "Do you have heroes you look up to?" Obi nodded and finally raised his head. "My parents. They are what I believe heroes should be. People who give it all they have to do what is right. They taught me the will of fire, to keep going no matter what. To never give up because even the smallest flicker of fire can become a raging inferno. To give all of the fire you have in yourself until there is no more fire to give." Obi was smiling slightly now as he mentioned his parents, but was still crying hard. He couldn't stop the tears after holding in all of his negative emotions for so many years. "Those are excellent beliefs." Tenya nodded. "I bet they are proud to see you get this far." Obi choked for a second. "My parents were killed when I was young." All of 1C had shocked expressions. None of them have ever seen Obi cry or do anything other than smile and be excited about everything. They all had one question, and one of them voiced it, breaking the silence they had taken. "His parents are dead?" Maki whispered in disbelief, never knowing that Obi's parents were dead, let alone murdered. Tenya gained a saddened expression. Losing his parents clearly had an effect on Obi. "I am sure that they are watching you with pride, Cusack. To have gotten to this point took a lot of hard work, and that can say something about your own belief in that will of fire." Obi felt a pressure being taken off him, someone telling him he wasn't a failure to those teachings after years of believing that all he was just a failure to those beliefs. "You are a great person. Your brother has to be proud of you." Obi's tears finally stopped, a weak smile staying on his face. "Thank you, Cusack." Tenya smiled back, glad to have made Obi feel better. "Okay," the pink-haired teen suddenly shouted. "Let's do this." "Huh." The blue-haired saint gained a look of confusion. A match of respect. Obi pointed at Tenya. A match of mutual respect of the honor of the Ida family and the will of fire of the Cusack family. Tenya lost the look of confusion and nodded. It will be a wonderful match of mutual respect indeed. All out. In the name of respect. The flame user's signature enthusiasm was returning at the idea of a match like this with who he now considers a good friend. The engine user nodded. I agree. Midnight didn't even protest and thought at the idea of the kids going all out this match, having been entranced by the conversation and thinking it being any other way might be an insult to their interaction. Let the match of Tenya Ida versus Obi Cusack begin. She cracked her whip. Tenya's engines roared to life immediately, him blasting off at Obi at a speed that was hard to see. Obi's fire flashed to life, coating his forearms, calves, hands, and feet. He blasted off at Tenya at a fast speed with a burst of fire from his feet, and the two ended up clashing kicks, making each other skid back a few feet from the impact. The flaming teen rubbed his shin where he had been in the class. Wow, your legs are really hard. I believe that might be just my armor. Tenya replied as he charged his engines up, running at an angle towards Obi. The fiery teen blasted up into a flip to avoid another kick and shot his hand out towards the saint as he fired off a burst of flames that forced Tenya back, the saint brushing off small flickers of flames that stuck to his suit. Obi pursued from the air with bursts at his feet that sent him right at Tenya, rocketing off more blasts of his fire. Tenya thought for a second about the situation as he managed to get away from the attacks. Obi was clearly a skilled opponent and good at keeping at attacking. He had an advantage over Tenya with his ability to go airborne, and those bursts that are much like Katsuki's if the explosive blonde had more flames to them. Tenya's best bet was to lead Obi in and use his slightly superior speed to outmaneuver the flame user. Before Tenya could finish thinking, he had his opponent rush at him again, sending off more bursts as he swapped to a style of combat that was more fist-based than the foot-based style Obi had been using. Tenya sent a spinning kick into Obi's chest using his engines at max output and hit the teen. The force and speed of the kick, catching him off guard and making the flame user stagger back and fall into his rear. Tenya took the chance to back up a bit and begin to charge his engines. Ow, woof. Obi groaned. I think a rib is broken. He had a weak grim still. That was an awesome kick. It was an impulse kick. Tenya stated. Are you good to continue? Obi nodded as he used bursts in his hands to get back up to his feet. Totally. Tenya finished building up his engines, and they roared as he blasted off with blurring speed at Obi. Recipro burst. Obi prepared his own attack and defense and fired off two high-powered bursts from his palms right as Tenya was about to hit him, creating a wave of heat as bright flames blocked the sight of the two for a second. The engine using Saint was sent back some distance and managed to stay at least to a knelt position. The flame user had been forced back by the recoil as well, but not by much as Tenya. That, Obi inhaled a breath of air, was really cool. Tenya tried to think of a plan that meant victory and drew a blank for a second. Obi had good reaction time, and his firepower was good enough to be a defense as well. Tenya had no idea how long the flame user can go on either, the teen seeming like he could go on for quite a bit. It was not easy to fight Obi, and Tenya will admit that. Still, out of respect, he should give it another go. He needed a new trick, and against what should be better judgment, he decided on his energy blades. Tenya knew that he shouldn't use them, but out of respect for Obi, he made his energy blades come to life in his hands, knowing he would have pulled them out against Izuku in the next round, or whoever he saw at that point anyways. Whoa, you have those too? Obi looked at the yellow blades of energy. That's awesome. I was saving these for later, but in our mutual respect, I believe it is best that we go all out. Tenya stated as he made the blades manipulate to being blunt, so as to not accidentally cut Obi's limbs off. The flaming teen nodded. I gotta pull out my super moves then too. He turned off the flames on his arms and his claves, the flames surrounding just his feet now getting brighter and more intense. This is my mother's move. Devil Step Style 1. Flash Step. Obi was off with a loud boom and quickly in front of Tenya with a foot ready to slam into him. The engine user only had enough time to barely raise an energy blade in an attempt to block, and thankfully it was a successful attempt. Obi's foot hitting the blade instead, but the force of the attack from the flame user still caused Tenya to stagger back as Obi flipped back to burst right at Tenya. Exploding kick. Obi shouted his move as he spun into a high-powered kick that was sent into Tenya's side, and a large blast erupted and sent Tenya right off of the platform. The engine user was sent tumbling as he crashed back into the ground, losing a bit of his senses as he tried to get back up. He heard a booming sound and instinctually raised his blades again to thankfully block a full-on strike from Obi. The flame user jumped backwards off of the blades in a flip and landed a few meters away with the flames still surrounding just his feet. Those blades are really hot. Obi inhaled a breath. Normally heat never bothers me. Those are so cool. Your flash step is something amazing itself. Tenya let out a breath as he readied his blades again. The speed is something amazing. My mom made that style. She had fire on her calves and in feet just like me, and she would make the heat travel through just the bottom of her feet at full force for an extra level of attack. It just can burn my feet after too much use. Tenya noticed how much Obi was breathing in and figured his fire usage definitely takes oxygen, or at least takes a heavy toll on his stamina. He made his engines go off again and prepared to strike at Obi with the blades. The flaming teen reacted by using a burst in his hand to blast the incoming swing from Tenya's left blade, only to have the saint's left leg swing into him and knock the flaming teen back. Obi swapped all of his flames to only his hands and forearms. He used a powerful burst on his left elbow to send himself into a fast spin as he weaved past Tenya's defense, going right for an uppercut with his left fist, powered by more bursts in his elbows. Flame Fist Style 2, Dragon Fist. The force of the strike covered the area in smoke. Once the smoke was cleared, everyone saw Tenya lying on the ground, looking almost unconscious, his helmet having been blown off from the attack. Obi dropped to a sitting position where he was standing, just meters away from his opponent. He took a deep breath to gather more oxygen. "You good, Ida?" Tenya opened his mouth to reply, but nothing came out. He was too jarred by the attack to be able to answer properly. Tenya doubted he was getting up well after that last hit was perfectly placed. Midnight jumped from her place overseeing the match to get a closer look and asked a question. "Tenya, Ida, are you able to continue?" Obi looked over, hoping that his opponent was. The downed saint slowly shook his head, not able to move more than that he was aware he was at his limit. Midnight nodded as she turned to face the spectators. Tenya, Ida is no longer able to keep fighting. Obi Kuzake advances to the next round. The stadium was quiet for a second before they began to erupt into cheers for the fight. Not just the kid from general education who won, but for the display of respect between the two teens and the kindness Tenya has shown. Obi got to a standing position and went to Tenya, grabbing his hand to pull the blue-haired teen up, helping him stand with an arm around the flaming teen's shoulder. "That was an amazing match, man." "Ida." Midnight started to get the two teens' attention. "You are going to be a great hero if you carry that empathy you displayed here with you into the future." The teen nodded. The proctor turned to Obi then. "Kuzake, I know you will carry on and make that will of fire something great." Obi nodded, welling up at the sound of someone else telling him he wasn't a failure to those teachings. "Thank you, Midnight Sensei." The pink-haired teen replied. "Now you two cuties get to the clinic. Your amazing match left marks on both of you. The semifinals won't be started for a bit." Midnight patted them both on the head. Soon the two were in the clinic and had gotten patched up, after a scolding from Recovery Girl about them both having broken or cracked bones in the other. "Kuzake." Tenya started after Recovery Girl went to the other room to check on the still unconscious Izuku, the two allowed to leave now. "What's up, Ida?" The flaming teen asked as he extinguished the flames he made in his hand. "May I ask why you aren't in the hero course?" Tenya was hoping it wouldn't cause emotional issues with Obi, but his curiosity was getting to him. "Your skills are undoubtedly more than enough to be in the hero course." "Oh." Obi made a sheepish laugh. "I actually applied for general education instead." "You what?" A certain smoke-using girl was heard exclaiming, Maki having gone down to the clinic to check on her friend. She had also dragged Hitoshi down there after she figured out that he had said unkind words to Obi and was what caused Obi's breakdown. Tenya just gained a shocked expression. "You didn't apply for the hero course?" Hitoshi didn't say anything yet, Not wanting to feel the wrath of the short girl he didn't doubt would attack him if he didn't say exactly what she wanted him to say to Obi. He wasn't going to test her temper when it came to her secret, but really obvious, crush on the flaming teen of 1C. Obi gained a sheepish smile to join the laugh as he rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, I applied for general education. Why? Maki asked a bit louder than she meant to. You are way more of a hero than anyone. I wanted to reinstate Fire Company 78. I thought the academics we get at UA would help me a lot to reinstate the company. Hitoshi looked down, feeling guilt over his words to Obi. He had just assumed it was stupidity that put Obi in only the general education, not the teen going there purposely seeing it as the past way to chase his dream. The purple-haired teen clenched his fists. Cusack. Huh. The pink-haired teen replied. Hey Shinso. He had a smile, something Hitoshi didn't know why he had that when looking at Hitoshi. He was downright an asshole to the flaming teen, and yet the guy still is smiling?
I'm sorry.
I was Dash. Just trying to get an advantage, right? Obi cut him off. We are friends and I know your quirk, so you had to go an extra step to have the chance for it to work if we went against each other next round, right? Friends? Obi thought they were friends? After Hitoshi insulted and demeaned everything about the flaming teen, was Obi really actually clueless about Hitoshi hating him? Or was the guy just not someone to see negatives like that? Cusack I dash. Obi put his hand out. Still friends. I know you didn't mean it. He had such an earnest and genuine smile. Hitoshi was about to argue when Maki's smoke jabbed his side, and the purple-haired teen just took Obi's hand and shook it. Tenya rubbed his jaw for a second. It was a great match, Cusack. I must take my leave and go see my class before the semifinals. The flaming teen nodded. By Ida. See you soon, man. Tenya had only walked around a single corner before he heard a voice behind him. Ida, Maki said, waiting to continue until she got closer and Tenya turned around. Thank you for being there when he needed someone. She gained a sad look. I think the hero course and general education got off on the wrong foot and gained wrong impressions of each other. If there are others like you in the hero course, then they are good people. The engine user gave a smile. Thank you, Hisoki. I believe that everyone in the general education department is good if Cusack is an example to go by. The short girl nodded. I will. You go back to your class. Thank you again for helping Obi. He needed it. Goodbye, Hisoki. Tenya waved as he went back on his oath through the tunnel. Once he got halfway to the seats his class, those not unconscious or healing the injured, had actually swarmed him. Tenya, that was awesome. Minoru exclaimed as he saw his friend. Dude, you were the coolest guy ever, Ida. Denki added. That was a super kind thing for you to do, Ida. Mina said gleefully. Besides that, you had a hell of a match. Katsuki stated. Although the nerd might yell at you when she finds out you used your energy blades blatantly. Didn't you use your buff ability against me? Denki asked. Yeah, but that wasn't blatantly obvious. The explosive blonde replied. I hid it under your electricity. He can't exactly have lightsaber blades, he just pops out of his hands. It was still a dazzling display either way. Aoyama said. He showed the brilliant shine of the honor he carries in his family name. Thank you guys. Tenya responded to everything. I am proud of my performance. Even if I had lost, I still did everything I could. Yeah, and you were awesome. Minoru exclaimed again. Tenya's phone went off at that point, and he held up a hand to ask for silence. He saw the number as his mother's and felt happiness, eager to hear what his parents thought of his match. Hello, Mother. Tenya had a smile, and some of the other saints did when they heard that. How did you dash? Tenya. His mother was heard sobbing hard, causing Tenya's smile to disappear and be replaced with worry. Something horrible has happened. His mother then said something that shattered Tenya to the core. The other saints watched as Tenya gained a look of shock and drop his phone, it slipping out of his hand. Tenya lost control of his legs, but Denki caught him, being the closest. Tenya couldn't believe it, wouldn't believe it. Ingenium was found slaughtered by the hero killer Stain. His older brother, the man he aspired to be like, was murdered.